Marvel, I went a little ahead in time by traveling. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Beehive. Unconsciously, it has been a while since I returned to reality. World War II is still going on. George is observing the actions of various countries on Monday on Hogwarts Island. At this time, Captain America Steve is still touring the country, selling war bonds for the US government. Hydra is still using various black technologies to capture cities on the European battlefield, and the war is still going on. According to the company data counted on Monday, all the war materials George had prepared before have been sold out, and various arms factories are still working overtime to rush the work. In addition to arms, factories that have received supply orders are basically working 24 hours a day. And because George had already made a layout before, he took the largest market share. Including Hydra, George did not let it go. Nearly 100 warriors under George, using the transformation skills they learned, have already penetrated deep into Hydra. During this period, not only did they send George all the research data on energy weapons, but also the energy batteries extracted by Dr. Zala, which George also obtained. However, for safety reasons, George told everyone to lurk as the main thing. After all, it is not time to harvest yet. The chaotic space cannot be entered for the time being, which means that it is temporarily impossible to go to the new world. George certainly won't be idle, because there is another item that can be dealt with right now. Malek Castle, Gloucestershire, England. A few years ago, the Malek family, as the elder family of Hydra, decided to move out of Germany. However, because George took away the most important Cohen monolith of the Hydra organization, the other Hydra families thought that the Malek family had rebelled, so they joined forces to hunt down the Malek family. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Only Fred Markley, the eldest son of the Malek family leader, escaped. As a result, no one took care of the Malek family's castle. When George came here, he saw a scene of decline. This area covers a very large area, and because of the war, it is several kilometers away from the nearest population gathering place, so George is not afraid of being seen standing here. George came to this castle because of the Cohen monolith, because the special device to activate the Cohen monolith is in the secret room of this castle. It turns out that the leader of the Inhumans is feared by his own people because of his strong strength and ambition. Fearing that its greed and desire would completely destroy the planet, they united as one and exiled the leader of the Hydra to an alien planet. This leader also has his own name, the Inhuman Hive. For thousands of years, the Hydra organization has been committed to rescuing the Hive. The Hydra, who believe that the Hive is a god, believes that the Hive will lead them to rule the world again after it returns. Of course, these people are not without gain. The special instruments in the castle are the results of the research of these families. It can produce a special vibration frequency to activate the Cohen monolith. At this time, the Cohen monolith will become a portal to teleport living things to the alien planet. The Hive on the opposite side also survived on the alien planet by relying on the continuous sacrifices of generations of people from these families. George used his mental power to scan it and found that there was indeed no one around, so he used teleportation to directly enter the secret room inside the castle. Find the switch, turn on the lighting, and the secret room will fall into light again. In this room, George found many old-fashioned machines. After George found the switch and started it, the mechanism on the ground opened, revealing a 3-meter deep round hole. The Cohen stone should be placed in here. George was not in a hurry to put the Cohen stone into the cave, but first recorded the production method of the old-fashioned instruments in the secret room. This was nothing to George. Then George took out a few stones from the Cohen stone from his magic pocket. Fortunately, in order to prevent the Cohen stone from being accidentally triggered, George used a magic bag to pack the stones separately and stored them in the room of requirement. After placing the stones, George turned on the switch, and the whole set of equipment began to shake violently, and the whole room was the same. Suddenly, with the shaking, the stones in the cave instantly turned into a pool of black liquid, and layers of waves appeared. George knew that the portal had been opened. However, George did not go in immediately, but directly split another shadow clone, and gave the shadow clone an instrument, and then controlled the clone to jump into the cave. The black liquid in the cave also swallowed the clone at the moment of its fall. The main body in the secret room opened the instrument in his hand and began to record the vibration frequency. After the shadow clone disappeared, the shaking of the room intensified again, and the instruments in the room began to spark. It was obvious that the old equipment that had been unmaintained for a long time could no longer withstand it. The operation of the instrument began to malfunction. It was a bit overloaded to continue to maintain the opening of the space channel. George, who had a plan for this, did not interfere, but continued to speed up the recording of data. In fact, the way to control the opening of the Cohen monolith is explained by the scientific theory of quantum harmonic oscillation. The entire secret room is designed to produce resonance, generate quantum fields in the stone, and thus transform the Cohen monolith into a stable space channel. Therefore, as long as the frequency is fully recorded, the transmission channel can be opened without the instruments in the room. As the property of the Malik family, although no one is watching over it for the time being, if George buys it, it will cause unnecessary trouble. What's more, George has a more effective and safer way. On the other side, George's clone appeared directly in a sandstorm. Without thinking, he directly opened the magic shield and then looked at the surrounding environment. The blue space channel kept flashing on the ground. The wind and sand blocked the view. Only a few scattered stone pillars could be seen not far away. 10 seconds later, the shock wave suddenly stopped, followed by a boom from the round hole, and black powder suddenly exploded. In the hole, where the Cohen stone was originally placed, there was no trace of the stone. Only countless black powders were left on the ground. The space channel disappeared, and the two sides were disconnected. After recording the data, George put away the instrument that recorded the frequency and then put his mind on the clone. After seeing the environment over there clearly, George began to try to open a secret door. With the appearance of the aperture, the clone also returned to the secret room from the opposite side. George closed the portal, which meant that the first step of the experiment had been successful. After dispersing the shadow clone, George looked at the old instruments in the secret room again. A green light shot out, and these instruments quickly decayed and could never be restored. The secret room fell into darkness again. A space gate appeared, and George appeared on the alien planet again. At this time, the wind and sand had stopped, and the scenery in the distance came into view. The most eye-catching thing was the two extremely large satellites in the sky, but it was not because the satellites were too large, but because the distance between the satellites and the ancient planet, where George was located, was too close. Feeling the gravity slightly higher than that of the Earth, the whole planet looked very dim, monotonous and almost colorless. Looking up at the two huge planets above his head, maybe the one under his feet, is the satellite of a certain planet. Without specific data, who knows the result? Flicking the non-existent sand and dust on his clothes, George looked in a direction and began to walk forward. Half an hour later, George stood on a ridge among the dim mountains of the alien planet. A wreckage that was very similar to the Hydra logo stood among them. A terrifying huge skull with 6 curled long whiskers, hundreds of meters high, was very eye-catching. Moreover, it suddenly appeared in the dim mountains. If ordinary people looked from a distance, it would still be very oppressive. George didn't care whether the giant wreckage was a stone statue carved by later generations or a body that had been petrified after thousands of years of evolution. Just looking at the environment of this planet, you can tell that there is an extreme lack of food and water here. After so many years on an alien planet, even if he can survive, his original body should have been dead for many years. As a Kree experiment, no matter how powerful he is, time is still his biggest enemy. After walking for more than 2 hours, George will be close to his destination. Moreover, while George was moving forward, he saw many neatly arranged cemeteries halfway. These should be the people who have been sacrificed for thousands of years. Continuing forward, a city ruin covering an area of more than 10 square kilometers appeared in front of George. From a distance, the general appearance of the city is still there, but there is no trace of people, as if all the residents have evacuated. Just as George was about to move forward, a slightly old voice came from behind a rock not far away. "If I were you, I wouldn't continue to walk there." The person who came didn't notice that George, who was facing away from him, had a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. George turned around and said with a surprised look on his face, "Who are you? Come out." Then he saw an old man in tattered clothes with no pattern coming out from behind the rock, and he was holding a revolver in his hand, pointing it at George. "Hey, friend, shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone?" the old man said. George continued to pretend to be panicked and said, "George, my name is George. Who are you, and where is this place?" "George, which family are you from, and why are you here?" the old man asked. "I don't know, sir. After I entered a room, I was swallowed by a huge rock and accidentally appeared in this place." George took a look and the man with the gun pointing down continued, "Sir, can you tell me where this place is?" "John Malik," the old man said. Seeing that George didn't seem to have a place to hide things, and was so cooperative, the man put away the pistol in his hand. "What?" George asked. "I said my name, John Malik." Malik said. "Then Mr. Malik, where is this place?" George asked, pretending to be ignorant. "It's an alien planet, isn't it?" Malik replied. "Then how can I go back?" George said with a deliberately surprised expression. "Haha, go back? Impossible. If you didn't come to this planet by lottery, then you are just an unlucky guy." Malik looked at the expression on George's face, as if he saw something interesting, and then said, "No one who comes to this planet can return to Earth alive. So, give up. Haha." After a while, as if he had appreciated the expression on George's face enough, Malik said again, "Come on, kid. Come with me, it's not always so safe here." After that, he walked towards the back of the ruins of the city, and George naturally followed him immediately. Seeing George approaching him, Malik walked forward and asked, "What time is it on Earth now?" 1943, sir. World War II has already broken out, and Europe is in a state of chaos. Has it been 40 years? World War II has broken out. It seems I have missed a lot of interesting things. Turning his head to look at George, Malik continued, "But I will know soon, right, George?" "Of course, Mr. Malik, if you need, I will tell you all the information I know," George said stupidly, as if he couldn't understand the meaning of his words. "By the way, Mr. Malik, has this planet always been so dim? I have been walking for a long time, and have not seen any changes in the brightness. How much do you know about this planet?" George asked curiously again. George was really curious about this. Of course not, but compared to the 12-hour day and night cycle on Earth, the day and night cycle on this planet is very long, and it only occurs once every 18 years. Through my observations over the years, this should be an unknown planet in another solar system, and the air is obviously breathable. There is water on the surface, but not much. There are air plants, and there is a kind of very active aquatic plant in the water, which is the source of food. And this planet has rich geothermal resources, so there is no need to worry about sleeping cold. How is the introduction clear?" Malik said. "Well, thank you sir, you know a lot. And, Mr. Malik, where is the ancient city I saw just now? Are there other people here?" George asked as he walked. "No, George, I have been to every place on this planet. We are the only survivors on this planet. As for the city you saw," Malik paused briefly, as if he was recalling something, and then continued, "it is a restricted area. There were originally 9 cities on this planet. The technology in the cities was very advanced, but they were afraid of change, so they were easily divided. They started wars with each other, and ended up being wiped out. You seem to know them very well," George said slightly behind Malik. "They had the opportunity to become something great and beautiful, but in the end," Malik said hesitantly. "How do you know so much? Have you entered those ancient cities?" George said in surprise. In fact, George's hands had already begun to pinch the magic formula in a place where Malik could not see, "because I was there at the time." Malik turned around and said indifferently, Thanks to bookfriend 202103011065405207206 for the reward. Thanks to bookfriend Black and Stanley for the monthly ticket. Thanks to bookfriend Diamond Man, bookfriend Thor 1999. Bookfriend said that the refrigerator is not good for refrigeration. Bookfriend 202103011065405207206. Bookfriend Black and Stanley. Bookfriend Zuayu Fengsheng. Bookfriend I Am Joe for the recommendation ticket. Thanks to bookfriends for subscriptions, comments, and collections. Thank you very much. Chapter 127 Rescue. Malik turned around and saw a golden gear in George's hand, and golden light flashed around and merged directly into their area in an instant. Not only that, Malik also found himself covered by a milky white light curtain. Bang, bang, Malik raised his gun and fired, but the bullet only made 2 ripples on the light curtain and then fell to the ground. What? Who are you? At this time, the guy who called himself Malik also noticed something different. To be honest, I wanted to talk to you more, but now there is no need, George said as he looked at the imprisoned beehive. This white barrier is a space isolation spell that George combined the space confinement in the Naruto world with the mirror space. The imprisoned beehive still did not give up, and extremely fine particles began to float out of his hands, rushing around in the confinement. Don't waste your energy. Not to mention that your ability is just parasitic manipulation. Even if you have the ability to teleport, you can't leave this forbidden space, Hive. George said, looking at the irritable Hive inside. Who are you? Why do you know me? Impossible. Hive was also very surprised after hearing George accurately say his name. That's not important, and it doesn't make sense to you. It's just that as a failure, you should leave the stage. After George finished speaking, he was not interested in listening to the other party's curses, but continued to pinch his hand seals, and the milky white light curtain continued to shrink. Fiendfire! Let me go. I'm the god of the Inhumans. Please. A blue flame ignited in the forbidden space, the Fiendfire curse, one of the few powerful black magics George obtained from Nicholas Flamel's memory. The magic fire that continued to become more and more powerful. These fires could mimic the forms of some monsters and constantly hunt down all objects that can burn regardless of friend or foe. George was attracted by the powerful power of this spell, which can burn all combustibles. The screams in the forbidden space soon stopped, but the flames did not stop and continued to burn until the space that George had shrunk to 1 cubic meter was filled with flames. After 2 minutes, the flames slowly went out. George continued to pinch the magic formula until the forbidden space became the size of a toy Rubik's Cube, and then George stopped shrinking it. Reaching out to pick up the Rubik's Cube on the ground, he put it into a separate small magic bag. George dispersed the mirror space and appeared on the Ancient Star again. Ancient Star was the name George had just given to this planet. It had no special meaning, it was just easy to remember. He looked up at the 2 huge satellites above his head and teleported. Then George flew to outer space through continuous teleportation. As for why he didn't use bone wings and speed force to fly, the reason was very simple. It was too much clothes. A few minutes later, George came to outer space, took out the bag containing the forbidden Rubik's Cube, and the flame flashed in his hand, completely turning into nothingness. At this point, the beehive that was worshipped as a god by the Hydra had completely become a thing of the past under George's many methods. After understanding the details of the hive, it is still easy to deal with. The hive is actually a collection of parasites. After parasitizing the host, it can possess the host's memory. It also has a disadvantage, that it can only parasitize human corpses, and the hive does not parasitize aliens. The more difficult thing to deal with is parasitism. If it is not handled properly, it is easy for the hive to escape. However, this is nothing in front of George's space confinement. In short, under the deliberate calculation, this alien Leela who existed thousands of years ago received a box lunch. After taking out a set of satellite devices again, George turned back to the Ancient Star. Monday, use the satellite to conduct a detailed scan of the Ancient Star and establish a data file. The file name is called Ancient Star. George ordered Monday. Okay, Master. Monday replied. In fact, when George obtained the Cohen monolith, he thought of using this planet as his rear base. The Hive has not escaped from this planet for thousands of years, which shows how remote this planet is. Moreover, although George has not found the Eternals on Earth over the years, it does not mean that they do not exist. Perhaps it is because they are hidden too well. In the case of a last resort, you can leave yourself a way out. Obviously, George still needs to do a lot of work to occupy this planet. He alone cannot complete such a huge project. At least, the matter of the space channel needs to be dealt with as a priority, and in order to build this planet into the appearance in George's mind, the materials needed are also difficult to measure. If they are all obtained from the real Earth, it will inevitably attract the attention of other forces. But this is not difficult for George. With the Chaos Orb, he can travel through the world, and it is not difficult to solve the problem of materials and manpower. While George is busy planning the blueprint on the ancient star, Captain America Steve's military career is not as smooth as he expected. Strong, determined and true. Look how he defeated the enemy. He is strong and always ready to protect America. Who will defeat the Axis? Who is as smart as a fox? We will fly high like an eagle. He knows why we fight. We have awakened the giant. We know he is Captain America. Steve held up a Harley motorcycle with 3 long-legged girls sitting on it and slowly rose with the lifting platform. Fireworks were set off around the stage, and enthusiastic cheers broke out in the audience. George, how is it? I heard that the sales of Captain America's comics have exceeded your Superman comics. General Arthur asked George next to him, while sitting in the audience. A lion, tied to a circus. George said disdainfully. No way, we always have to compromise, right? Senator Brand has paid a lot for the war bond plan. General Arthur said. What about you, General? Are you also going to go to the front line to personally command the war? George asked, changing the subject. I'm just representing the military. Well, you know, I don't care about that. Do me a favor and let the guy on the stage out when the time is right. A completely tamed lion is meaningless. He belongs to the battlefield. Believe me, he will satisfy you. You think so highly of him? Just wait and see. European front camp, are you ready to go with me to fix Hitler? After the passionate dance, Steve asked the soldiers in the audience. The embarrassing thing was that the soldiers who were so enthusiastic and cheering just now suddenly became cold and all looked at Captain America on the stage quietly. To ease the embarrassment, Steve continued, okay, in November 1943, Italy is 5 miles away from the front line. Are there any volunteers? What are we doing here if we don't volunteer? The answer of a soldier caused the surrounding soldiers to laugh. As a soldier shouted, we want to see beautiful women. The soldiers in the audience became excited again. Obviously, although Steve wanted to do better, the soldiers in the audience just regarded him as a monkey for people to watch, and it was even more impossible for them to recognize his identity as Captain America. They only danced one dance, but I'll try to find a way. The soldiers who didn't follow the routine completely disrupted Steve's rhythm. He had never encountered such a situation before, so he had to prepare to step down and obey the soldiers' request to leave the stage to the dancing girls. Go, sweetheart. Beautiful boots, little fairy. The soldiers in the audience didn't appreciate it and started to tease. Come on, guys, we are in the same team. Steve said helplessly. Hey, Captain, sign here. A soldier in the audience suddenly stood up, turned around and took off his pants, revealing his butt. Someone even took out a few tomatoes from nowhere and threw them at Steve on the stage. Raising the shield to block the flying tomatoes, Steve looked at the cheering soldiers in the audience and walked off the stage with mixed feelings. A group of beautiful girls in short skirts who came on stage next won warm applause and cheers from the audience. The assistant behind the stage saw Steve coming down with a look of loss, so he comforted him. Don't worry, they will like you. The assistant's comfort did not make Steve feel relieved. Although he could not go to the battlefield, Steve always remembered that he was a soldier. Being ridiculed and attacked by his comrades made Steve feel very uncomfortable. The weather seemed to be affected by Steve's mood. It started to rain soon. Steve sat alone under a shed behind the temporary stage, drawing on a notebook with a pencil. The continuous raindrops accompanied by dull thunder fell on the muddy ground in front of him, making a pattering sound, but it did not affect him at all. "Hello, Steve." A gentle and magnetic female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Steve, who was drawing a monkey on a unicycle on the sketchbook, turned his head and looked at it. He was stunned. It turned out to be the beautiful Agent Peggy Carter, who had not seen him for a long time. "Hi." Steve responded quickly. "What are you doing here?" Seeing Carter in the rear of the war surprised Steve. "I shouldn't have come here. You performed well." Carter put away his raincoat and sat down on the box of props next to him. Yes, I have to improvise." Thinking of what Carter had seen just now, Steve explained a little embarrassedly, "My usual audience is mostly children." "I know you are America's new hope," Carter affirmed. "Every time I go to a state, the sales of national debt increase by 10%. Steve said calmly, but there was not much pride in his tone. "It sounds like Senator Brand's idea." Carter didn't have a good impression of these politicians, let alone Brand, who brought Hydra spies into the laboratory and caused the death of Dr. Erkins. "At least he still let me do these, and Colonel Phillips wanted to lock me up in the laboratory," Steve said disappointedly. "Are these the only two choices you have?" Carter glanced at the juggling monkey riding a unicycle and wearing a star-spangled uniform in Steve's sketchbook and asked back with some regret, "Laboratory rat or dancing monkey? You know you can do much more than that." Carter saw the lost Steve and tried to persuade him. She watched Steve transform from a skinny recruit who was laughed at by his comrades in the training camp to someone who trained hard, joined the experiment, and then completed a gorgeous transformation. Carter, who knew how much effort Steve had put in, naturally developed a liking for the man in front of her, so she couldn't bear to see him continue to degenerate, so she appeared here. After hearing what Carter said, Steve looked at her with mixed feelings, but didn't speak for a long time. "What's wrong?" Carter asked curiously. "Do you know? My dream has always been to go to a foreign battlefield, to the front line, and serve my country. When I finally got what I wanted, I was wearing a straitjacket at this point." Steve felt extremely depressed. What he wanted was to be on the front line, to resist the Nazis and drive Hitler away, not to perform on the stage like a circus monkey. At this moment, a car horn sounded. Steve and Carter turned their heads and saw a battlefield ambulance with a red cross painted on its body stopped in front of the tent of the field hospital. A stretcher was carried down, and on it lay a soldier who seemed to be seriously injured. "They seem to have just fought a fierce battle," Steve said. "These soldiers are the worst." Carter, who knew the inside story, exclaimed. Steve looked at Carter when he heard this, wanting to know what was going on. "Hydra sent a force of 200 soldiers to fight, and less than 50 came back. Among your audience are the survivors of the 107th Infantry Regiment, and the others were either killed or captured," Carter replied. Hearing Carter's words, Steve remembered Bucky, who served in the 107th Infantry Regiment, and asked quickly, "107th Infantry Regiment? What's wrong?" Carter didn't understand why Steve reacted so strongly. Steve no longer had the energy to explain, and quickly stood up and ran to the headquarters in the rain. Steve rushed into the headquarters tent in one breath. Sitting inside was Colonel Phillips. Anxious in his heart, Steve went straight to the point and said, "Colonel Phillips, I need a list of casualties from the Battle of Balzano." "You are not qualified to order me, kid." Angry at Steve's straightforward tone, the colonel glared at Steve with his eyes slanted and lectured him. "I just want to know the situation of Sergeant James Barnes of the 107th Infantry Regiment." Steve, who was worried about Bucky's safety, hurriedly explained. The colonel knew that Carter must have told Steve about the deployment of Hydra when he heard it. He was very angry that she disclosed the secrets to Steve without discussing it with him. He glared at Carter, who was standing behind Steve, and adjusting her raincoat, pointed at her with the pen in his hand, and said unkindly, "I will settle the score with you later. Please tell me he is still alive, Bar." Steve asked again with a serious face. "I know how to spell it." The colonel interrupted him unhappily, stood up and flipped through a stack of letter paper in his hand, and then said, "I signed a lot of condolence letters today, and I can't remember the names, but I remember this name. I'm sorry." Steve was stunned when he heard it. He really couldn't accept this result. He didn't believe that Bucky died so easily. What about the others? Are you going to rescue them? Steve asked unwillingly. Yes, but the overall situation must be given priority, the colonel said casually. He was too lazy to explain to a new soldier who had never been to the battlefield. Steve frowned and said, but since you know where they are, why not? They are 30 miles behind the enemy line. We have to go through the most heavily guarded area in Europe. If we go to rescue them, we will only lose more people. The colonel interrupted Steve's question and walked to the battle map hanging on the wall and gestured. There was a black mark representing Hydra on the map, which was the location of the newly discovered Hydra base. I don't expect you to understand this, because you are just a dancing clown. Although Steve is no longer the skinny new soldier he was back then, Colonel Phillips still looks down on Steve at this time. I think I can understand. Facing the colonel's contempt, Steve took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, then go somewhere else to understand. The colonel glanced at Steve, walked to the sand table next to him, and said without looking back, if I read the poster correctly, you have to get to somewhere else within 30 minutes. A rookie who has never even been on the battlefield. If he was not an experimental subject of the super soldier serum, Steve might have been driven out by the colonel as soon as he rushed into the commander account. How could he explain so much to him? Yes, sir, I will. After noting the place marked with the Hydra base on the map, Steve replied in a deep voice. Thanks to book friends Lashujia and High Pressure Mercury for their monthly tickets. Thanks to book friends 2022602080234742, book friend Thor 1999, book friend 2020808021209384, book friend said that the refrigerator is not good and needs refrigeration, book friend Zuayu Fengsheng, book friend 20210301104111370022 for the recommended tickets. Thank you all book friends for your subscription, collection, and comments. Chapter 128, Captain America in Action. Steve, who had quietly memorized the map, went back to the dressing room backstage and started packing up. What are your plans? Are you going to Austria? Carter followed him in and asked Steve, who was packing up, if necessary. Steve replied without even looking up. You heard what the colonel said. Your friend may be dead. Carter didn't want to see Steve running to the Hydra base alone to save people without any preparation. But it's not certain. With the brotherhood between Steve and Bucky, he didn't believe that Bucky would die in battle. Even so, the colonel is already making a plan, and it will take time. Carter still tried to persuade Steve. It will be too late when he makes a plan, Steve said excitedly. Steve, who was worried about his brother's life and death at this time, naturally didn't listen to any persuasion. After putting the things that might be used into the backpack and putting on a leather jacket over the tight uniform, Steve finally picked up the iron shield for the performance, ignored Carter's dissuasion, and strode out of his tent. Carter hurriedly followed Steve out. Steve left the tent, threw his backpack and shield into a jeep parked at the door, and looked at the concern and anxiety on Carter's face. He paused and whispered, "You said I can do more than that. Is that true?" "Absolutely true," Carter said solemnly. Although the rain made Carter look a little embarrassed, it was more obvious that she had a different feeling for Steve. "Then let me go," Steve said and turned to sit in the driver's seat of the jeep. Seeing Steve's unswerving figure as he was about to start the car and leave, Carter hurriedly stepped forward and held the steering wheel, looked up at Steve's firm eyes, and said, "I can do more than that." Knowing that he could not stop Steve's determination to save people, Carter naturally wanted to do more for the person he loved. Perhaps it was Steve's loyalty, bravery, and decisiveness that made him like him. Finally, in order to help Steve, Carter found Howard Stark. With the help of Carter and Stark, Steve came to the sky above Klausburg, Germany, where there was a Hydra military camp. According to intelligence, the captured 107th Corps was imprisoned here. Although there was constant artillery fire below, Steve resolutely jumped from the plane in order to save his friend Bucky. Steve landed safely under the cover of darkness and quietly landed in the woods. He sorted out his equipment and found the right direction and quickly headed towards the Hydra base. The landing place was not far from the Hydra base, So Steve quickly lurked near the base and hid in a forest in front of the gate. The Hydra base not far away was like a giant beast lurking in the mountains in the dark, and the dozens of meters high building was like a dam across the mountains. Steve observed that the entire base was surrounded by a wall composed of tall concrete columns and barbed wire, leaving only a gate in the front, connected to the outside world through a forest path. There were also several bright searchlights on the tower next to the gate that kept sweeping inside and outside the base, which was extremely eye-catching in the dark. So it was very difficult to sneak into the base without alerting the guards. At this time, the sound of a car engine came from the end of the road, getting closer and closer to Steve, and becoming clearer and clearer. Not long after, several trucks drove out from the corner at the end of the road. Steve quietly approached the side of the road, and after several trucks passed, he quickly flashed out of the woods where he was hiding, rushed to the back of the last truck, and jumped directly into the car. But as soon as he entered the car, he saw two fully armed Hydra soldiers sitting in wooden boxes on one side of the car. He had discovered him and was about to attack him. Steve easily dealt with the two soldiers and threw them out of the car. This truck was at the end of the convoy, with dark and silent woods on both sides, and there was no need to worry about being discovered. The truck convoy successfully entered the gate of the Hydra base and stopped in front of the warehouse on one side of the base. The materials carried by the trucks will be unloaded here one by one. Several fully armed Hydra soldiers patrolled back and forth in the base, and a group of workers began to move the materials on the trucks. While the workers and guards outside were not paying attention, Steve quickly jumped out of the car and sneaked towards the base building under the cover of the car body. This should be a Hydra arsenal. There is a wide open space between the warehouse and the huge base building. Dozens of black heavy tanks and armored vehicles are neatly parked in the open space. The Skull Hydra logo on the body is extremely obvious. With the cover of tanks and armored vehicles, avoiding the sight of searchlights, and patrolling Hydra soldiers, Steve quickly crossed the open space. With the help of a heavy armored vehicle more than 3 meters high parked under the building, Steve quickly climbed onto the roof. Then he ran quickly along the roof to the tall base building in the distance, quietly approached the bottom of the building in the night, and successfully sneaked into the base through a window. Steve dodged waves of Hydra soldiers and successfully passed through the periphery. After knocking out a Hydra guard, Steve entered the core area of the base, and the huge production workshop of the weapons factory was completely exposed in front of him. The outer part of the building is separated by layers, while in the middle of the building, an area that occupies nearly half of the building is a huge production workshop that is dozens of meters high. What Steve didn't know was that his actions were all seen by another group of people. Today, Schmidt happened to lead Dr. Zola to the factory to inspect the construction of Valkyrie. Valkyrie project was launched after Schmidt was strengthened with super soldier serum and his appearance changed drastically. Hitler sent Schmidt to the Weapons Research and Development Institute in the Alps. Schmidt believed that Hitler exiled him, and the two had a conflict. Schmidt also believed that under Hitler's influence, Hydra could not grow stronger. After obtaining the Cosmic Cube, Dr. Zola used the research and development results of the Cosmic Cube to create a super weapon bomb. Schmidt planned to use this bomb to destroy the capitals of all enemy countries in the world within a few hours, including the capital of Germany, Berlin. Valkyrie is the name of the aircraft equipped with the super bomb. Schmidt captured a large number of prisoners because the promotion of the Valkyrie project required a large amount of labor. Steve, who knew nothing about this, was still carefully looking for the place where the prisoners were held. "Sir, Steve has entered the base." A man in a factory management uniform reported to the other end of the phone. "Follow the plan," Ryan ordered in a manner in Germany. "Yes." After hanging up the phone, the special operations officer straightened his clothes in front of the mirror in the room. Then he picked up a previously prepared order and prepared to go to Dr. Zora for his signature. It turned out that according to the plan George deployed to Ryan, one was to ambush a certain number of people in each base of Hydra, and the other was to keep an eye on Steve's movements. As long as Steve appeared in any base, the evacuation plan would be immediately initiated. At this time, in addition to scientific research materials, the most important energy blocks extracted from the Cosmic Cube must also be transferred to the warehouse in advance. Then someone will take the magic bag prepared in advance to transfer all the energy blocks. As you can see, Valkyrie is being built as planned, even for parts of this size. Dr. Zora introduced to Schmidt. Increase the progress by 60%, and the same goes for other construction bases. Schmidt said after reading it. But these are prisoners. I don't think they have the strength. Dr. Zora explained to Schmidt. Then use up all their strength, Doctor. Workers will never be sure. After that, he left the workshop. As the person in charge of the factory, Dr. Zora knew that, if he wanted to advance the progress of the plan, a large number of workers would not be enough. There are also issues such as proficiency and obedience, but Schmidt obviously doesn't care about these, which makes Zora very annoyed. At this time, the Special Forces team just came to find Dr. Zora to sign. Dr. Zora said angrily, "Don't bother me now." Then he turned and left. Looking at Dr. Zora's back, the Special Forces team showed a satisfied smile. Then, he raised his head and ordered the workers who were carrying, "Hurry, everyone, hurry up and pull everything here into warehouse number 1. Steve happened to sneak into the assembly workshop at this time, where there were nearly 100 bullet-like things more than 20 meters high. Steve happened to see a blue battery as big as a magazine on a platform, and put it in his pocket. Fortunately, 20 minutes later, Steve found the prisoners in the basement, knocked out the guards, and used the key to release everyone. What was even more fortunate was that one of the released prisoners happened to know where his friend Bucky was imprisoned. After Steve pointed out the way out to others, he decided to go and rescue his friend Bucky. Not to mention that the prisoners were collecting weapons while running. Half of them were armed when they rushed out of the building. Then they had a fierce battle with the Hydra soldiers who reacted. There were only hundreds of Hydra soldiers in the entire base, and most of them were in the base building. Caught off guard, many Hydra soldiers outside were quickly killed by the prisoners who suddenly rushed out. When Schmidt in the control room found something unusual and sounded the alarm, a large number of Hydra soldiers poured out of the base building. As the unattended tanks and armored vehicles parked in the open space were occupied by the prisoners, the situation outside began to tilt towards Steve, and the Hydra soldiers who rushed out of the base building were constantly killed by their own weapons. The bullets of the machine gun cut through the night sky, harvesting the lives of Hydra soldiers one by one, and the Hydra side suffered more and more serious losses. After Schmidt found that the situation was out of control, his face was gloomy. Through the monitor, he clearly saw that the Hydra soldiers were retreating under the attack of the Allied soldiers. Among them, Steve's performance was particularly outstanding. Schmidt knew his identity the moment he saw him. Seeing that his soldiers were no match at all, and the base was about to be broken, Schmidt's eyes flashed with cold light. He turned to a control console and pressed the switches on it one by one. "No. What are you doing?" Dr. Zora saw that he actually activated the base's self-destruct device and planned to blow up the entire base. He no longer cared about his fear of Schmidt and hurriedly ran forward to try to stop him. "Our soldiers are no match." Then he continued to activate all the self-destruct devices. Dr. Zora saw Steve, who was wearing a black combat uniform on the screen and holding a shield and easily knocked out the Hydra soldiers, also understood that the base could not be defended. If the base was breached, his fate would definitely not be too good. He didn't want to be captured by the enemy. On the other side, in a warehouse, where no one was paying attention, a group of people were putting the last items into magic bags. Listening to the lively gunfire outside, the people in the warehouse looked at each other, and the leader said, "Mission accomplished, evacuate." One day later, George received Ryan's report on the battle last night. In fact, George watched the entire battle through the broadcast on Monday. 2 days later, just when Agent Carter and Colonel Phillips thought that the captain had failed, they found that the soldiers in the camp were gathering at the gate of the camp. A burst of dense footsteps and the roar of engines came from the road in front of the gate. As the sound got closer and closer, the soldiers blocking the gate automatically separated to both sides, revealing the situation outside. On the road outside the gate, a group of ragged soldiers holding weapons, led by a tall figure, strode towards the camp. The colonel quickly recognized that these people were nearly 100 soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment captured by Hydra, and the one leading the way was Steve, who had been missing for several days and went deep behind enemy lines to rescue the prisoners at the Hydra base. Although these captured soldiers looked very embarrassed at this time, the expressions on everyone's faces were full of confidence and pride, and their steps were firm, and their morale was high. Colonel Phillips, who received the order from above, did not punish Steve for this matter, and finally decided to recall Steve and let him return from being an actor on the stage, to play a greater role on the battlefield. While Steve was preparing for his next war, the changes of the Chaos Orb were finally completed. This morning, George, who woke up, stroked the softness in his hand, and then routinely put his mind into the Chaos Orb. This time was different from yesterday, and his mind entered the chaos space smoothly. George was no longer sleepy, and gently moved the beautiful legs on his body. After George got up and put on his clothes, he instantly came to the request room. After entering the request room, George entered the Chaos Orb as soon as possible. The moment George entered the Chaos Orb, as the controller of the Chaos Orb, George understood the changes this time. The restoration of the Chaos Orb this time brought two changes to George. One is the time flow, that is, George can control the changes in the chaotic space, and the external time flow, from 1 to 10, can be controlled by George himself. For example, George's inner setting is 1 to 10, then 10 days have passed in the Chaos Orb, and only 1 day has passed in the real world, that is, the Marvel world. This is not the most important thing for George. The most important thing is that after George enters other planes, the time ratio between other planes and the real world has also become 10 to 1. In this way, George will not worry about missing things in the real world after waiting for time in other planes, and he will get more benefits in other planes. The second item is time reversal. Just like the first time the Cosmic Cube gave George the ability to teleport, this time the Chaos Orb gave George the ability to rewind time after absorbing the Aura Triangle. This ability to rewind time is very simple. George took out an M1911 from the weapons stored in the space. After starting the time reversal, his eyes froze for a moment, and then light and shadow appeared in front of him. In the course of time, each component of this gun was made of different raw materials, smelted, cast, polished, assembled, and then collected by George. George quickly absorbed this knowledge. By comparison, George also found that the gun had some problems due to lack of maintenance. Reparo repaired it as before. After George cast the spell, he compared it again, and found that the pistol had been fully restored. Although the ability to rewind time can only rewind the items that George has touched, and cannot directly improve George's combat effectiveness, it is indeed very important for the accumulation of knowledge. For example, the magic items in the world of Harry Potter, as long as George is willing, the forging method of any magic item cannot be hidden from George. Combined with George's alchemy skills, he will become the top alchemist. Knowledge is always priceless, and this is true in any world. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Growth and Misfortune. If the ability to go back in time is still external, then the biggest surprise for George this time should be the direction of growth. The fusion of the two laws has brought George corresponding abilities. What if George makes up for the laws one day? At that time, not to mention the abilities brought, is it possible to continue the path of Pangu San King to open the sky? George is very much looking forward to what kind of existence he will grow into. In this way, the 6 infinite gems in the Marvel world must be obtained. On the European battlefield, Steve wore the dark blue American flag combat uniform made for him by Howard Stark, wearing a helmet and a round shield on his back, and took his Howling Commando combat team deep behind enemy lines, constantly focusing on Hydra. Bucky is mainly responsible for long-range support in the team. After Bucky joined the army, he was selected as a sniper, and played an important role many times. The sound-absorbing shield obtained from the Strategic Scientific Corps was also thoroughly played by Steve. With the help of Steve's superhuman strength, the not-so-sharp shield has a cutting effect like a knife wheel. Steve led his Howling Commandos, to remove Hydra bases one after another, and Ryan took advantage of the chaos to collect energy blocks every time. Since Hydra would activate the base's self-destruct device every time, no one noticed the lost energy blocks. Faced with such a huge loss, although Schmidt was furious, he still had no choice but to urge Dr. Zoller to speed up the Valkyrie project. A peak deep in the German Alps. The rocks are steep and the wind is gusty. The high altitude here is frozen and snowy all year round, and the wind is cold. Steve is leading the Howling Commandos to carry out an interception mission. At this time, the signalman is using the radio to monitor the movements of Hydra. "Remember when I took you on the roller coaster in Coney Island?" Bucky looked at the steep cliff. Steve looked at the cable that went from the peak to the opposite mountainside and said, "Of course, I vomited. Isn't this revenge? How could it be?" According to the map obtained before, the Howling Commandos found that there was only one secret railroad track to enter and exit the Hydra mountain base, and Dr. Zora was inside. Steve decided to intercept the Howling Commandos halfway. On the mountain they passed by, two radio experts were still detecting and monitoring, and the transport train was about to arrive. At this time, the commando who was monitoring the call found that there was movement on the other side, and then reported to Steve, "You are right. Dr. Zora is on the train." The Hydra people asked him to open the throttle. No matter where they go, they must need him. They are going to reincarnate as fast as they want to be reborn. "We have to act as soon as possible," a commando said. Then, Steve decided to take out the pulley hook and hang it on the cableway. He turned back to the other members of the team and said, "We only have 10 seconds. If we miss that gap, we will be hit by the train and die. Watch your feet. Get ready, brothers." Whoosh. Steve and Bucky slid down the cableway, followed by another team member. The fast lock dropped from a height of several hundred meters to hit the passing train. If the lock is not unlocked at the right time, the end is death at the foot of the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The three of them fell smoothly on the top of the train. Steve and Bucky just turned over and entered the carriage, and one of them was separated without paying attention. A tall soldier who used the high-tech weapon newly developed by Dr. Zoller pulled the trigger at Steve from behind. Fortunately, Steve reacted quickly and dodged in time, and an energy bullet hit the door of the train. Bucky also encountered Hydra soldiers, and the two used ordinary firearms to fight each other. On Steve's side, Hydra soldiers kept firing energy bullets at Steve, and Steve dodged them one by one with flexible movement. If you really can't dodge, use the vibranium shield in your hand to directly take the attack. Steve had to dodge and rush towards the Hydra soldiers. After approaching, he first knocked the Hydra soldier who used the new weapon to the ground, and then used the round shield in his hand to knock him out completely. After knocking down his enemy, Steve immediately returned to Bucky's aid. Then, with the cooperation of the two, Bucky's opponent was directly killed by Bucky. Just when the two thought that they had knocked down all the enemies and relaxed their vigilance, another Hydra soldier using energy weapons appeared behind them and pulled the trigger directly. Steve reacted in time again, pushed Bucky aside, and blocked him with a round shield. An energy bullet hit the vibranium shield. Because Steve was in a hurry and did not stand firmly, he flew out and hit the shelf next to the carriage under the impact of the energy bullet, and the shield in his hand also fell to the side. What's more dangerous is that the shield just bounced the energy bullet away, causing the energy bullet to hit the wall of the carriage directly, opening a very large hole in the carriage. The Hydra soldiers did not relax and continued to attack under the order of Dr. Zoller. Bucky, who had been hiding behind, immediately picked up the vibranium shield that had fallen on the ground to protect his body, and then shot at the opponent. Unfortunately, the gap in weapons was too big. Bucky was directly knocked away by an energy bomb from the opponent, and the shield fell to the ground again, while Bucky was hanging on the broken hole of the carriage. Seeing this, Steve immediately stood up, picked up the round shield that fell on the ground, and threw it directly, knocking the Hydra soldier to the ground. Steve had no time to check the enemy's injuries, and quickly came to the hole in the carriage that was blown open, trying to pull his friend Bucky who was hanging on the handle. Unfortunately, the wind speed outside was too high, and the damage to the place where the carriage was blown was too serious. Bucky fell off the cliff before Steve came to the side. Steve, who thought his friend was dead at this time, was extremely sad. In the end, although the mission was successfully completed and Dr. Zala, the #1 inventor of Hydra, was arrested, Steve also lost his friend Bucky. Bucky, who survived by chance after falling off the cliff, had already fainted at this time. Only his left arm was torn by the sharp rocks on the edge of the cliff during the fall, and it has completely disappeared. So what he didn't know was that after he fell into a coma, a team of fully armed people in black combat uniforms appeared beside him. Sir, the target person has been found, but the target person is seriously injured and needs urgent treatment. The leader reported with a walkie-talkie. Take him back to the safe house immediately. Someone will pick him up. Yes, a day later, Bucky, who had been treated by Ryan with a recovery spell, lay on Dr. Erkins's laboratory table. George arranged for someone to rescue Bucky because he liked this character. He is not a saint, but has feelings. After training, he can share Ryan's pressure. According to his age, Ryan is already in his 50s this year. He has also formed his own family before, so he should consider retirement. Bucky opened his eyes and saw the old man standing on the left side. He immediately wanted to sit up sideways. However, because he lost his entire left arm, he couldn't control his center of gravity and fell off the laboratory table. I'm still alive. My left arm. We'll talk about your left arm later. It's not important. George, who was sitting on the side with a cup of tea in his hand, interrupted. Sir Svent, why are you here? Where is this place? Did you save me? Bucky, who stood up with one arm, was also surprised to see George. You have a lot of questions. Do you remember what happened before? George asked. Bucky recalled a little and said, I remember that I followed Steve on a mission, and then fell off the cliff. Then I grabbed the rocks on the cliff, and then I only felt a pain in my arm, and I don't remember what happened afterwards. Well, that's more or less. After you fell into a coma, you luckily fell into the river under the cliff. Because you used your arm to slow down in time, you saved your life. But your arm was torn off. My people found you later, and you were already unconscious at that time. George replied. But don't worry, it's just an arm, it's nothing. George saw Bucky touching his left shoulder with his right hand and said comfortingly. In fact, Bucky, who recalled what happened before, also felt very incredible at this time. Not to mention the scratches and bruises, even the wound on the shoulder, that should have been left after the entire arm was torn apart has already scarred. If it weren't for the empty left arm, it would be impossible to tell that he had fallen from such a high cliff. Okay, Sergeant Bucky, you will have plenty of time to recall the previous things later. Now you have to consider the problem of your left arm. Dr. Erkins said at this time. What's wrong with your left arm? Bucky asked puzzled. You are very lucky, kid. The Earl saved you and is ready to give you a chance. Dr. Erkins glanced at George and said, yes, sir, thank you very much for saving me. Thank you. Bucky immediately thanked George at this time. Bucky, saving you is nothing. Your next choice is important. George took a sip of the tea in the cup, then put the cup on the table next to him, and continued, I give you two choices. One is that, after you stay here for a month, I will send you back to Europe. You return to a peaceful life, on the condition that you are not allowed to tell anyone who saved you. Of course, you won't remember it by then. The second choice is to work for me. I will strengthen you and make you as strong as Steve. And I will also install an arm for you. After a moment of silence, Bucky covered his left shoulder with his right hand, then knelt on one knee in front of George and said, Sir Svent, I express my loyalty to you. From now on, my life is yours. Haha, very good. Believe me, you won't regret your decision today. George said. Looking at the flashing signal on his watch, George said to Dr. Erkins, Doctor, I have something to do. You can talk to him next. After that, he walked out of the laboratory. When he reached the door, he stopped and said, by the way, bring him to see me after he adapts to his own strength. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Erkins waited until George left before saying to Bucky, then let's talk about your arm now. There are two choices. One is to install a cloned arm for you. Don't worry, it will be exactly the same as the original one. Then you have to wait for a while. The other is to install a mechanical arm for you, which is also the same as before. This requires Sir Svent to prepare it for you. I don't know how to do it. What is the enhancement? Bucky was obviously not as reserved as he was when facing Dr. Erkins, so he quickly asked his question. Do you know how Steve became what he is now? Dr. Erkins asked back. I know a little. Steve only told me that he participated in the experiment of a Dr. Abraham Erkins. He didn't reveal the details, but said that Dr. Erkins was killed by a Hydra spy in the end. Oh, by the way, sorry, I haven't asked your name yet. Bucky asked after realizing it. I'm the Dr. Abraham Erkins you mentioned. The doctor smiled. Didn't Steve say you were already dead? Bucky was surprised again. Yes, it's so incredible, isn't it? But don't worry, you will see more incredible things when you really join in. Dr. Erkins recalled some things he saw on the island and said leisurely. We'll talk about that later. Now you need to rest and tell me your choice, Bucky. Dr. Erkins said. Which of the two arms is stronger? Bucky asked after thinking for a while. It should be the metal arm that is stronger. Since Mr. Svent asked you to choose, this one will definitely not be worse than your previous arm. Dr. Erkins suggested. Then I choose the metal arm. Bucky, who had always envied his friend, naturally wanted to have a powerful weapon after knowing that he could have a strong body like his friend. Well, come with me. I'll arrange a place for you to live first. You need to recuperate for a few days. The new super serum experiment still has one last step to complete, so you are lucky, kid. Dr. Erkins patted Bucky on the shoulder and said. George just walked out of the laboratory and said to the Heir, Monday, what's the matter? Master, the news from the UK is that Dr. Zora, the chief researcher of the Hydra organization, has been captured by Steve and his men. He is now detained in the underground base of the British Strategic Scientific Corps and he is scheduled to be escorted back to the United States in a week. Monday replied. Got it. No need to deal with it. Keep it as it is and continue to lurk. George said. Okay, Master. Monday replied. Turning into another laboratory, this time, there are a lot of things brought with Bucky. In addition to some Hydra technology, there are also a lot of energy blocks. George first took several magic bags containing energy blocks in his hand, and then the whole person appeared in the chaotic space. In the chaotic space, George has the power to control everything. Instantly, energy blocks are suspended from containers and finally disappear in the surrounding barriers. As the energy blocks disappear, the chaotic space is slowly expanding. Finally, all the energy blocks obtained from the 15 Hydra bases disappear, and the chaotic space becomes a semicircle with a radius of 140 meters. Returning to the laboratory, George threw the magic bag containing the empty energy clip aside, and began to sense the surrounding space. Sure enough, as the chaotic space becomes larger, his teleportation distance becomes longer again. Although this does not have much effect on directly improving his own strength, it shows that George is moving in the right direction, which is the most critical. Next, George will stay in this laboratory and continue to learn some high-tech of Hydra. After seeing these technologies, George feels that if Hydra and Hitler cooperate sincerely, then the final outcome of World War II is still unknown. Hydra's mechanical prostheses, dormant chambers, and the restoration of Dr. Erkin's enhanced serum and other technologies are all very powerful. Even George needs to spend some time to fully learn this knowledge. After seeing the grim situation, Schmidt is also preparing to make a final bet. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Please vote, recommend, and collect. Chapter 130 Ending, and a New Beginning. Hydra headquarters in the Alps. In order to build the huge hangar and runway of the Valkyrie, Schmidt had almost the entire mountain hollowed out. The Valkyrie, which was finally completed, was also quite shocking. This super bomber, which was built with the cutting-edge technology of Hydra, is huge in size and has a wingspan of 100 meters, like a huge steel fortress in the sky. The fuselage adopts a flying wing type, without a tail, and the fuselage and wings are integrated. The overall shape is flat and slender, and the overall appearance is black. This behemoth is not outdated even in modern times. You know, the larger the body of the aircraft, the heavier it is, the more powerful the flight power and body strength it needs, and the higher the technical difficulty required. In this era, such a huge air fortress can be built. It can be seen that Hydra's technological strength is strong, and it can also be seen that Dr. Zola's talent is extraordinary. At the bottom of the Valkyrie, Schmidt was making a pre-war mobilization. He was wearing a long black windbreaker, and his head was like a skull with only flesh and blood left. He was evil and terrifying. He slowly walked to the Hydra soldiers and said, "Tomorrow, Hydra will dominate the world. Under the protection of the Valkyrie, we will win. The enemy's weapons are vulnerable to us. If one plane is shot down, hundreds of planes will fight back fiercely. Cut off a head, and 2 new ones will grow. Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra!" Countless neatly dressed Hydra soldiers shouted in unison. After receiving the intelligence from Dr. Zala, the British Strategic Scientific Corps also realized Schmidt's ambition, and was also working on pre-war plans. John Schmidt should be thrown into a mental hospital. He thinks he is a god and wants to blow up half the world, starting with the United States. Colonel Phillips pointed to the map and said, "Schmidt's power is beyond our ability. He can wipe out the entire East Coast within an hour by crossing the Atlantic Ocean." Howard Stark came to the conference table and sat down and said, "How long do we have?" asked a member of the Howling Commandos. "According to the new friend, less than 24 hours. The colonel replied. "Where is he now?" Steve asked. "Hydra's last base is in the Alps, 500 feet below the surface." The colonel threw the document in his hand to the Howling Commando beside him. "Then what should we do? We can't just knock on the door and go in," a Howling Commando asked. "Why not?" Steve's words attracted the attention of many people. "Let's do this." In the woods in front of the Hydra base, Steve rode a Harley motorcycle and rushed straight to the base. Although Steve was very brave, a hero could not beat 4 hands. Under intentional circumstances, Steve was captured and brought to Schmidt. "Arrogance may not be a unique trait of Americans, but I have to say that you interpret it better than others." Schmidt looked at Steve, who was escorted to him by 2 men, and said, "But even you, there are things you can't do, Captain." Or did Erkins say something different? "He told me you were crazy." Facing Schmidt with a terrifying face, Captain America Steve replied calmly, He was jealous of my talent and wanted to deny what belonged to me. But he gave you everything, so what's special about you?" Schmidt said easily, as if chatting with a friend. "No, I'm just a little guy from Brooklyn." Steve chuckled and shook his head. Unfortunately, Schmidt obviously couldn't understand what he meant. Schmidt punched Steve 3 times in a row. "I can spend a whole day with you." Steve, who was pressed down by the Hydra soldiers, looked at Schmidt and said, "Of course you can, of course, but unfortunately I'm a little busy." Schmidt, who didn't want to get entangled, took out a special energy pistol from his waist. At this time, the assault team members who had been prepared for a long time began to attack the base from the outside. Me too. Steve took advantage of the Red Skull's distraction to pull the Hydra soldier next to him and block him in front of him. The Red Skull Schmidt's shot did not hit Steve. At this time, the Roaring team had already rushed in and directly picked up the machine gun and started to shoot. The Hydra soldiers who did not react suffered heavy casualties. Schmidt did not get too entangled, but directly gave up resistance and turned around and ran out. After Steve took the round shield thrown by the team members, he also chased after Schmidt. Inside the base, the Roaring team attracted the attention of the Hydra camp. After receiving the signal outside the camp, Colonel Phillips also led a large number of people to take the opportunity to attack the base. Although the Hydra soldiers had advanced weapons, because Colonel Phillips had more people, the Hydra side was defeated. In the belly of the mountain, where the Valkyrie was parked, the 2 groups fought hard and suffered countless casualties. Schmidt boarded the Valkyrie first, used the cosmic cube as the aircraft energy, turned on the aircraft switch, set New York as a destination, turned the aircraft around, and the Valkyrie strategic bomber with a black matte delta wing slowly drove out under the energy of ice blue flames. Steve saw that the plane had already headed for the exit, so he could only take a step and catch up. Unfortunately, he could only watch the plane run faster and faster. Just when he was about to give up, Colonel Phillips drove Schmidt's modified 6-wheel sports car and stopped beside Steve. "Come up." Schmidt saw the sports car chasing behind from the surveillance and then pushed the aircraft thrusters to the maximum. Fortunately, at the last moment, Steve finally jumped onto the Valkyrie. When he came to the interior of the plane, he was also very surprised to see the suicide bombers with flying devices. In the cabin, Steve defeated several suicide bombers in succession. When he came to the cockpit, Schmidt had already been waiting for him here with high-tech weapons. "You just won't give up, right?" Bang bang. Red Skull Schmidt said as he attacked Steve with energy weapons. "Right," Steve yelled, then rushed towards Schmidt holding a vibranium round shield, and soon the two of them fought together. Although the two fought very fiercely, because they were both transformed by super soldier serum, the difference in force was not big. On the contrary, the cockpit was damaged in many places, because of the fight between the two. Because there was no pilot, the two planes almost lost control and fell from a high altitude. Fortunately, Schmidt changed the plane to autopilot mode in time, so that the plane could continue to fly to New York. John Schmidt took out the small energy gun in his arms, pointed at the Captain America who almost ruined his entire career, and said angrily, "You could have the power of God. Do you think you are fighting for your country with a flag on your chest?" Schmidt roared furiously, and kept firing energy bullets at Steve. "I have seen the future, Captain. There is no flag in the future. This is not my future." Steve dodged and tried to get closer to his shield. Finally, Steve jumped with all his strength, got the shield and rolled, using the round shield, to block the energy bullet shot at him. Steve found the right opportunity, and threw the shield in his hand towards Schmidt. Schmidt was knocked down by the shield in an instant. Coincidentally, the fallen Schmidt just hit the energy base where the cosmic cube was placed. The fragile base could not withstand the impact and broke instantly. The ice blue energy flow instantly began to spread throughout the cockpit. Schmidt looked at the exposed Rubik's Cube frantically, stood up. "What have you done?" "No." Then he suddenly reached out to grab the cosmic cube. The cosmic cube began to shine brightly in Schmidt's hand and scattered arcs of electricity. An arc of electricity scattered by the cosmic cube passed across the top of the plane, and the stars in the deep space of the universe were hidden above it. Schmidt's hand holding the Rubik's Cube was peeled off layer by the energy of the cosmic cube. The gloves, skin, muscles, bones, and the power of the Rubik's Cube gradually spread throughout his body along his arms. The part of Schmidt's head that was exposed could clearly see the dense blue-black blood vessels under the bright red skin. Then the Red Skull's howl, along with the disappearance of body tissues and the burst of energy from the cosmic cube, disappeared in the cockpit in the strong light. The cosmic cube also fell to the ground in the cockpit because of the loss of support. After Steve picked up his shield, he saw the cosmic cube burn through the floor of the plane and fell to the ground. Steve thought of the large number of bombs in the belly of the plane and immediately sat in the driver's seat and fiddled with the instrument control panel. "This is Captain Rogers. Do you read it?" Unfortunately, this radio station was the only one he could use on the entire plane's control panel. Steve quickly adjusted the channel and began to call the Strategic Scientific Corps. "Captain Rogers, you." A member of the Howling Commandos was about to speak, but was pushed aside by Carter, who was waiting anxiously, and then said, "Steve, is that you? Are you okay?" "No problem, Schmidt is dead," Steve answered while sitting in front of the control panel. "Where's the plane?" Carter asked. "This is a bit difficult to explain," Steve said, looking at the complicated control panel. "Tell me the coordinates. I'll find you a safe landing point," Carter said to the radio. "Maybe it's not safe," Steve said, looking at several suicide bombs displayed on a screen. "I'm going to try to make an emergency landing. I'll let Howard listen. He knows what to do." Carter thought of the technical consultant as soon as he heard it was a technical problem. "There's no time. This plane is too fast and is flying towards New York. I have to let it land in the sea," Steve said. "Please don't do this. There's still time. We can think of a way," Carter persuaded. "I'm in no man's land. If we don't act immediately, many people will die." After a moment of silence, Steve continued, "Peggy, this is my choice." After that, Steve placed the pocket watch with Carter's photo on the dashboard and then controlled the flight control stick to fly to the ground. "Peggy, I'm here. Help me take care of my mother. It seems that I will dance with you another day," Steve said as if he was telling his last wishes. "Okay, next Saturday at the Stork Club." Peggy Carter on the radio had already burst into tears. "No problem," Steve replied. 8 o'clock, no late, understand? Peggy said again. "I still can't dance." Steve chatted with Peggy while flying the plane. "I will teach you, just come." Carter replied with a smile. "Remember to ask the band to play a slower song. I don't want to step on your..." With a burst of electric sound, Carter could no longer hear the other party's voice. Steve. Steve. At this time, people who had understood what happened left space for the sad Carter. The huge figure of the Valkyrie was getting lower and closer to the ground. The huge, sharp triangular body, like a steel fortress, fell from the sky like the sword of the god of war. The plane soon touched the outermost sea ice of the ice field, plowed along gully on the thick sea ice, and crashed into the ice. The wide and solid body did not suffer much damage, but the most vulnerable cabin parts on both sides broke. The ice layer could not bear the huge weight of the plane, and began to crack, and then the plane slid into the cold sea little by little. Steve, who pretended to be unconscious along with the plane, was also frozen into the sea. Waiting for him to wake up will be the new century. George, who watched the live broadcast of Monday's monitoring, also admired Steve's spirit. Put yourself in his shoes. If it were George himself, he might not be able to be as selfless as Steve. A few days later, major newspapers began to publish reports that Captain America stopped the war extinction plan of the Red Skull John Schmidt and forced the bomber to land near Greenland in the Arctic Ocean, sinking into the Arctic Ocean and disappearing without a trace. Cosmic magic was also recovered by Howard Stark from the bottom of the sea and collected by the Strategic Scientific Corps. April 12, 1945. Master, something happened to President Roosevelt. Monday reported. What happened? George asked. Today, President Roosevelt died of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage in the hot springs of Georgia. Monday replied. It's a pity that he died before he saw the complete surrender of the German army. George said silently. Monday, how is the Manhattan Project going? George asked. It has entered the final testing phase. Monday replied. Okay, let me know if there is any progress. George said. A few days later, in Dr. Erskine's laboratory, in a reinforced cabin like Steve, Bucky was making final preparations. Doctor, is Steve really not dead? Bucky asked. Don't question what Mr. Swen said. Since you said Steve is not dead, then Steve must still be alive. Dr. Erskine looked at Bucky and said seriously. Okay, got it. Half an hour later, Bucky, dressed neatly, was already standing in front of George. Bucky, who was originally tall, did not have an exaggerated body shape, but became more coordinated. Not bad. Congratulations, Doctor. George said to Dr. Erskine. It's nothing. I added some oriental herbs to regulate the spirit. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Not only did it eliminate the side effects, but it also did not reduce the enhancement effect. It's just that the energy consumption is a bit high. The doctor smiled. Don't worry about this. We don't need to consume New York's electricity. It's our own power station anyway, so it won't cause unnecessary trouble. By the way, the rest of the people can plan for safety enhancement. George said. No problem. The doctor replied. As for you, Bucky, now you need to swear an oath, pledge allegiance to me, and then I will give you power. George said. Yes, sir. I, James Buchanan Barnes, solemnly swear that I will always be loyal to His Excellency George Orwell Swent. Bucky knelt on one knee and pledged allegiance to George. I accept your allegiance, Bucky. George replied with satisfaction. In fact, George certainly couldn't just believe a person's oath, so there was still preparation. Then I will give you power. George put his right hand on Bucky's shoulder. After taking it away, a magic circle in the style of a tattoo appeared on Bucky's right arm. In fact, this tattoo is just an external manifestation. Even if this arm is gone, it will not affect the use of magic. Of course, it will not affect George's ability to control the energy in his body at any time. Therefore, unless George is willing, the person with the mark can never reveal any of George's secrets. Okay, go down and get familiar with the new skills. The usage is all in your mind. Come to me in 2 days and I will install your left arm for you. George also gave Bucky the same ability as Ryan. After the war is over, George is going to let the first 100 super soldiers who followed him stay on the island to rest. After all, that group of people are like Ryan, they are old. As for using freezing technology to put them in hibernation, Forget it, they are all family people. They have served George for so many years and they are qualified to enjoy a peaceful old age. As for Bucky's left arm, George is going to add alchemy technology to the technology of Hydra, and the material will be the original adamantium alloy. I believe that with this arm, Bucky's combat power will be even more outstanding. Where are Iron and the others on Monday? George asked. They are close to the Austrian base. Notify Iron to bring back all the people and things, and leave no Hydra people behind. Okay, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Please vote, recommend, and collect. Chapter 131 Nuclear Attack. In an interrogation room at the Austrian Hydra base. On the interrogation table in the middle was a polyhedron of metal, and a middle-aged Asian man sat at the table nervously. There were many researchers in white coats in the room, and the cameras opposite made the middle-aged Asian man even more confused. Dr. White, wearing glasses, looked gentle and said in a tone of chatting with a friend, "It's beautiful, isn't it? You dug at night. How did you find it? It's a mystery? Tell us. We heard the same story as you." The middle-aged Asian man replied, "Really? We are all looking for something we don't understand, and we have been looking for it for a long time." White smiled and pointed to the polyhedron of metal on the table and said, "If you want, you can touch it, please." The researcher next to him took out a timer and prepared to start the timer. Although Dr. White's tone was very gentle, the middle-aged Asian man knew that there was no room for him to refuse. So he carefully reached out to the metal object, and the moment his hand touched the metal object, patterns began to appear on the surface of the metal object. The hand that touched it quickly turned to stone, and then spread to the whole body. The Hydra members around watched all this indifferently, recording every detail of the middle-aged man's contact with the metal object in detail. He died so quickly, it has nothing to do with gender or race. I haven't found a pattern yet. Dr. White said indifferently, "It's amazing. Put him together with the others, and bring the next test subject." In this way, one test subject after another died, after being petrified, after touching the metal object, until a young woman with a beautiful face in a red dress was brought in by two soldiers. "Don't be afraid, please pick it up and check it out, please," Dr. White said easily. But when the woman turned her head and saw the half finger on the ground, she began to resist. "Please don't do this, don't do this." The woman tried to resist. "If you want to make a discovery, you have to experiment." The two Hydra soldiers pressed the woman's head with their hands and approached the metal object little by little. At the moment of contact, a pattern flashed on the metal object, and a fiery red pattern emerged in the metal object. Apart from that, no damage was caused to the woman. The Hydra soldiers also let go of the woman at this time. Seeing the flashing red light, the woman unconsciously reached out and picked up the metal object. "It's amazing. Why are you so special? I think we should prepare to operate on her," Dr. White said excitedly to the researcher next to him. At this moment, a Hydra officer hurriedly ran into the interrogation room and said to White, "Drive Reinhardt, the Red Skull has fallen. He is dead, and the allies are approaching. The world has lost another great man," Dr. White said to everyone in the interrogation room. He pointed to the Chinese woman opposite and said, "Lock her up. We will solve this puzzle later. If you want to make a discovery, you have to experiment. This experiment takes time." The woman was dragged out of the interrogation room by two Hydra soldiers. At this time, a boom explosion sounded. "What's going on? Go out and take a look." White immediately shouted to the Hydra soldiers. "Doctor, are we attacked by an unknown force?" A Hydra soldier ran into the report. "Isn't he an allied soldier? From the clothes, he is not an allied soldier. Quick, go and stop him." Half an hour later, the entire castle base was occupied by Ryan and his men, and all the Hydra soldiers who resisted were killed. White and other Hydra high-level officials were escorted to the square after disarming. Ryan ordered through the intercom, "Start cleaning the battlefield and find the mission target. Be careful not to touch metal objects directly with your hands." "Yes, instructor." After receiving the order, the 10 team members immediately took action and began to look for the mission target. 10 minutes later, they saw a piece of metal object and the only surviving woman in the only dungeon, held by the team members on a wooden tray. Ryan said, "Capture a prisoner." A Hydra soldier was brought over. "Pick up that object." Ryan pointed to the object on the tray and said. The Hydra soldier picked up the metal object and then petrified instantly and lost his life. Ryan confirmed that it was the target of this mission. According to George's instructions, he did not touch other items in the Hydra castle. He waved his hand and said to his subordinates, "Take it away. Don't leave any Hydra people behind." Of course, if the woman could speak English, Ryan would not have to confirm whether the metal object was the one George told him to. After a burst of machine gun fire in the square, Dr. White, who was loyal to the Red Skull, went to get a box lunch first. A few days later, Agent Carter led the Howling Commandos to the castle, leaving them with only dead silence. Some rotten corpses exuded an unpleasant smell. The only thing to be thankful for was that the Howling Commandos seized a large amount of supplies in the base and found half of an unusual corpse in the laboratory. After seeing this item, Carter defined it as item 084. On the other side, in a castle in Austria, Jia Rang looked at the door of the bedroom, and a trace of desire flashed in her eyes, but it soon dimmed. At this time, Jia Rang was just an ordinary rural girl who had never seen the world. In addition, she had long been imprisoned by Hydra, and she had long lost the courage to escape. So when George came to this bedroom and opened the door, he saw Jia Rang wrapped in a blanket and huddled in the corner. "Don't be afraid, you are safe now. Those who caught you are all dead, so don't worry." George sat down on the chair at the door and didn't get too close to the panicked girl. The girl in front of him was much more beautiful than the leader of the Inhumans on TV in his previous life. After hearing George's words, Jia Rang's frightened eyes had a glimmer of light. Because the man in front of him, Jia Rang could understand what he said. He spoke the official language of China, with a clear and fluent pronunciation. This was the first time Jia Rang met a foreigner who could speak Chinese. "Can you speak Chinese?" Jia Rang asked. "Of course, my name is George Orwell Swent, you can just call me George." George said. "My name is Jia Rang, are you in the same group with them?" Jia Rang asked. "The people who arrested you before were all Nazis. My people saved you from them, right? So don't worry." George explained. "Thank you for saving me. Thank you so much." Jia Rang started crying. You know, what happened during this period of time has really impacted her. She used to live a comfortable life in the countryside, but suddenly the whole village was arrested and taken abroad. The days in prison are even more tormenting. Watching familiar villagers, relatives, and family members being taken away and never coming back. Finally, the group of demons was killed in front of her. Although she didn't know what would happen in the future, George's familiar language gave Jia Rang great comfort at this time. "Gurgle, are you hungry? We can talk while eating." George looked at Jia Rang, who looked embarrassed, and said, "Come on, bring the food." Soon, a dining table was placed in the open space of the room, and 2 sets of tabla and food were also placed on the dining table. The food was not too rich: a pot of lean meat porridge, a piece of sliced bread, several slices of ham, and some fruit. Seeing that Jia Rang was still a little shy, George sat at the table and said, "Do you mind having dinner with me? Don't worry, no one will hurt you. Come on." Perhaps moved by George's sincerity, Jia Rang finally began to eat voraciously. George slowly finished the porridge in the bowl, and then quietly waited for Jia Rang to finish her meal. Seeing that Jia Rang was still a little reluctant, George smiled and said, "It's okay. You have been hungry for 2 days. It's not suitable for you to eat too much at once. I will ask someone to make more in the evening, so that you can eat some meat at that time." "Really? Thank you so much." Jia Rang had slowly let down her guard at this time. After asking someone to clean up the table, George said, "Jia Rang, what are your plans now?" Hearing George's words, Jia Rang was also stunned. Now that everyone in her village has died, where should she go? Where can she go? For a moment, Jia Rang shed tears again. "I don't know. Everyone in the village is dead. I don't know either. Since you have no relatives and nowhere to go, you can just follow me for the time being," George said. After a brief thought, Jia Rang immediately bent down and thanked. "Thank you for taking me in." In this era, under the influence of old ideas and thoughts, this young girl who is not very experienced in the world still trusts her lifesaver very much. Okay, someone will arrange for you to better integrate into the life here in the future. George smiled. If Bucky is the successor prepared by George for Iron, then Jai is the successor prepared by George for Paul. Jai, who has been activated by the obelisk to have the ability to live forever, is the best candidate to be trained to manage the company. The next day, Jai, who took the initiative to play the role of a maid, took the initiative to bring a breakfast after George arrived at the restaurant. When George saw Jai-Rang's dress, he also understood that this was the only way Jai-Rang could think of to repay him for not having any special skills and being far away in a foreign country. Jai-Rang. George called out to Jai-Rang, who was about to leave. "Master." Jai-Rang answered like a maid. "Haha, don't be like this. I didn't rescue you to find a maid for myself. Stay and have dinner together, and then I'll tell you something." George took a sip of coffee and said, after breakfast, in the garden outside the castle, "Jai-Rang, are you sure you want to follow me? Now I'll give you another choice. I can arrange for someone to send you back to the country." George said as he walked. "Master, did I do something wrong? Do you dare to let me go?" Jai-Rang said in panic. "Of course not. I just want to give you a chance to choose." George looked at Jai-Rang and said, "Staying by your side is my choice." The girl opposite also looked directly at George and said, "Okay, then you will be mine from now on. In the future, I plan to let you help me run the company, so you don't have to do what the servants do." George said, "Really? But I haven't been to school, and I can't even speak the language here." Jai-Rang didn't expect to be arranged like this. Although he didn't specifically inquire about George's identity, it can be seen from such a large castle and the security personnel who obeyed his orders that George's identity is not simple. "Don't worry, someone will teach you. It's not difficult." George patted Jai-Rang's head and said. On the same day, Jai-Rang was arranged by George to study intensively. George also returned to the United States. As for Jai-Rang's identity as an alien and the matter about the obelisk, George decided to tell her after a while. Before Jai-Rang began to take charge of the company, George would give her the power to protect herself. There was no need for that kind of family tattoo. George had better means of keeping secrets for the person who would become his woman. "Paul, the Manhattan Project has been successful, right?" George asked while smoking a cigar. "Yes, boss. Initiate a relationship with us and say that it is for revenge for the Pearl Harbor incident. The target of this experiment should be the island country. 4 is a suitable number." "Okay, boss." "But, boss, there are some bad comments about the company from the outside world now." This, Paul, who was opposite the desk, said with difficulty. "Okay, I know this has something to do with the company. Over the years, I have been letting you manage the company with confidence. I hardly intervene in the company's affairs. Some people saw that President Roosevelt had passed away, so they began to have ideas. You go back, you don't have to worry about this matter. After a while, I will send you an apprentice, you teach her well." George said indifferently. Over the years, from the outside world, it seems that he rarely manages the company, but in fact, George has never relaxed his control over the company. Those who really think that the security sent out is just security are still too simple. Moreover, with the existence of artificial intelligence, the company's accounts can be understood with just a check. At least, George now has a list in his hand, who should be killed and who can be released. George knows it in his mind. It's just that these things can be left to Jai-Rang. When a new official takes office, he always needs to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, so that his position can be more secure. On August 6, 1945, 3 American planes flew into Japanese territory. Among them, the B-29 bomber Enola Gay was equipped with a 5-ton atomic bomb, codenamed Little Boy, with an explosive equivalent of 12,000 tons of TNT. On August 9, Major Sweeney drove the boxcar bomber to drop an atomic bomb called Fat Man on Nagasaki, Japan, with an explosive equivalent of 20,000 tons of TNT, and Kokura City dropped an atomic bomb called Gadget, with an explosive equivalent of 20,000 tons of TNT. The last plane was originally planned to be dropped on Niigata, an island country, but for some reason, the last nuclear bomb was dropped on Chiyoda District, Tokyo. It was called Fat Man Second, with an explosive equivalent of 20,000 tons of TNT. The selection of these places was based on many considerations and calculations. Hiroshima was an army base during this period. It was the headquarters of the 2nd General Army of the Homeland Defense Army of the Chicken Country. There were several large and small military bases deployed here, and it was also the main place for the delivery of strategic materials. Nagasaki is an important shipbuilding base for the island nation. Niigata and Kokura were also considered from a military perspective. As for Tokyo, the capital of the island nation, after the Pacific War began, the US military carried out many bombings on the island nation's mainland, including Tokyo. So Tokyo at this time has long lost its former prosperity and was not included in this list. I just don't know why. The nuclear bomb originally scheduled to be dropped on Kokura was finally dropped on Chiyoda district in Tokyo, and the pilot who drove the plane disappeared inexplicably afterwards. The first moment of the explosion of an atomic weapon will reach a high temperature of tens of millions of degrees Celsius in an instant, and then diffuse energy at the speed of light, and the core temperature will drop rapidly to more than 5,000 degrees Celsius. The power of the explosion can vaporize flesh, earth, stone, and steel and eliminate them into particles. The giant smoke column rose into the sky and expanded rapidly. Its diameter was 5 kilometers. The yellow-white smoke column in the center of the smoke cloud rose to a height of nearly 12,000 meters, with a crown-shaped mushroom cloud cover on the top. The several kilometers around the center of the explosion were razed to the ground, and even the intact bricks and rubble could not be seen. They all looked like glass. The endless ruins on the periphery became extremely dead silent. The island country surrendered unconditionally. As World War II gradually came to an end, the world was slowly recovering from the trauma of the war, and some changes were also quietly taking place. In 1946, Mr. Paul Walker, the former general manager of the world-renowned Place Company, abdicated and was succeeded by a Chinese woman named Jia Ring. After taking over, the new general manager's first thing was to integrate all industrial companies to establish the Star Group. The second thing was to clean up the company's personnel, and a large number of company executives and employees were dismissed. The third thing was to vigorously recycle damaged metal items in the war. A large number of naval ships were also purchased from the USWAA, and after being transformed for logistics transportation, the Star Transportation Company also became the world's top transportation company. In corners that ordinary people cannot see, a large number of employees of the Star Group who were dismissed died due to various accidents. Although there is no complete evidence that it was the Star Group, the organization that had sent spies to the Star Group was cleaned up overnight. All the participants disappeared, including several American officials. For a time, all organizations that wanted to attack the Star Group fell silent. Even the most rampant pirates would take a detour when they saw the ships of the Star Transport Company. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Please vote for me, recommend me, and collect me. Chapter 132 Aircraft Carrier Fleet. George, Happy New Year. In the port, old acquaintance Pangbo gave George a warm hug. The soldier in front of him, who had been working in the US Army Logistics Department for half his life, has now been promoted and officially entered the ranks of generals. He has also become the head of the WWA, the Post-War Asset Management Office. Pangbo's main task is to deal with billions of dollars of strategic goods after the war, which is at least 34 billion in market value. I heard that the British are going to grant you the title of Duke. They are really willing to spend a lot of money, Pangbo said with a smile. It's a good thing, just a Duke's title, and there is no fiefdom. George said indifferently. Haha, that's also an honor that many people have never received in their entire lives. Pangbo said with a smile. I'm not going to live in the UK, it's just a title. Let's take a look at what I want. George said. Okay, follow me, I'll take you around. After Pangbo finished speaking, he took George onto a ship. There are all kinds of American warships here, like the Liberty ship over there, with a load of 7,000 tons. Nearly 3,000 ships were produced during the war. There is also the Victory ship, with a load of 15,000 tons. 500 ships were produced. Most of them are no longer in use, and can only be parked in the port. They are all ready to be disposed of. There are still many warships. Some countries cannot sell them, and the countries that can sell them have no money. It really gives me a headache. These ships are parked there, and the maintenance cost alone is a huge expense. If they are not maintained, they will slowly age, and their only end is to be used as targets. Fortunately, George, you have solved a big problem for me. Pandbo patted George on the shoulder and said, the United States had a large number of aircraft carriers during World War II. 22 Essex-class fleet carriers, 2 Midway-class fleet carriers, 9 Independence-class light carriers, 1 Sailor-class light carrier, 45 Borg-class escort carriers, 18 Commerce-class escort carriers, 50 Casablanca-class escort carriers, plus the Yorktown-class large aircraft carrier Hornet, 2 Long Beach-class escort carriers, and the Sangamon escort carrier, a total of 151. How many do you think we need? Uncle Pombo, I don't need so many. I only need 2 fleets. When the time comes, you will be responsible for teaching my people how to use them, George said with a smile. As for manpower, I have a better idea here. Do you want to listen? Pombo said. Oh, what's your idea? Now a large number of soldiers are retiring. If you need it, I can help you contact the soldiers who served on the warships before. In this way, you can take over as a whole, which can also be regarded as finding a job for the retired soldiers. What do you think? Of course there is no problem. If these soldiers are willing to come to me, I welcome them with both hands. George smiled. Since Uncle Pandbo helped me like this, I will help you once. How about I help you sell these materials? Oh, you want them all? Pandbo did not doubt George's ability. Of course not. I mean, I have a way to help you get rid of all these things, George said with a smile. What method? Tell me quickly, I'm having a headache about this matter, Pandbo said with a wry smile. Haha, don't worry, you won't suffer any loss. If it's appropriate, everyone can make a fortune. The specific details will be handled by the company's people, George said with a smile. I remember that a senior who traveled through time took advantage of this opportunity to multiply his wealth several times. With such a good example, George felt that he could learn from it. The final result of this meeting was naturally very satisfactory to both parties. George will naturally make some arrangements for the personnel to be assigned to his aircraft carrier formation in the future. George will not use his own money to help the United States support the army. George came here mainly for these aircraft carriers. George, who aims to establish the world's largest private military service company, will naturally not miss the opportunity to pick up cabbage. Although most of the warships and weapons here can be eliminated in the future, according to the US military's current treatment of them at the price of scrap metal, George does not mind making another fortune. The International Military Service Company established by George is not just a mercenary. In the previous life, private military service companies only appeared in the late Cold War. Compared with ordinary mercenaries, the business involved in international military service companies is more extensive and more professional. With George's relationship with the military, he naturally does not have to worry about not receiving defense orders. George's company's security strength is recognized by all parties. In recent years, the security company has also made great progress in private security business. Moreover, the aircraft carrier fleet to be purchased this time is also prepared for the Arabian Peninsula. As his own rear base, the security of the Arabian Peninsula has always been a concern for George. Because of the war, and George was in the middle between Britain and the United States, the security of the Arabian Peninsula was not a problem. With the end of World War II, the United States began to recognize its hegemonic status. Some forces in the United States could not help but be jealous of the resources of the Arabian Peninsula. Therefore, necessary military deterrence is indispensable. Therefore, it is reasonable for the United Arab Kingdom to hire Star International Military Services Company to be responsible for security. Protect yourself, no problem. Now, the United Arab Kingdom has begun to implement tax-free. Why did the Cayman Islands become a tax haven in the past? It is because offshore companies registered in the Cayman Islands can be exempted from any taxes from the local government, and the government only charges a small annual management fee. The huge advantages of these policies make the Cayman Islands the best choice for company registration in the world. Because the Cayman Islands has a good reputation and influence worldwide, it is easy to open offshore accounts, realize overseas financing, and go public overseas in the name of Cayman companies. More importantly, the Cayman Islands is a place with a very stable political, economic and trade environment. It enjoys a high degree of confidentiality, and the company's shareholder list is completely closed to the public, at least one shareholder, no nationality restrictions. Cayman Islands offshore companies can choose to issue registered or bearer shares. The Cayman Islands government has no restrictions on the registered capital of its offshore companies, generally using $50,000 as the registered capital. There are very few tax controls, and the transfer of shares is exempt from stamp duty and is unrestricted if the business is not conducted locally. The profits do not need to pay capital gains tax. Companies on the island can open bank accounts all over the world. In this life, taking advantage of the huge advantages of the United Arab Kingdom, George only needs to copy these successful experiences. More importantly, after George developed the means of ability lending, he also gave marks to the families who helped him govern the Arabian Peninsula. One of the spells is the Clearwater Spring spell. This magic from the Harry Potter world has no lethality, but the function of drawing water is indeed very convenient. After George demonstrated these abilities, various religious sects on the peninsula regarded George as a god descending to earth, and those who were given power by George were called messengers of God. It can be said that George has absolute power in the Arabian Peninsula. George's task for the envoys was to continue greening, which would not only beautify the environment, but also continuously generate energy loans with George, providing him with a continuous source of energy. The real world has reached a delicate balance for the time being. George feels that he has played soy sauce enough, and it is time to go to other worlds to plunder resources. There is also a bare ancient star waiting for him to build. For George, who now has sufficient energy, it is clear which planes the stars in the chaotic world are. It is just a waste of an opportunity to extract items, and you can know it by consuming one energy. So now there are many opportunities for George to choose. But a question is deeply rooted in George's heart, that is, there is no Eastern fairy world in the 3000 worlds above his head. It is because it takes too much energy to go to the Eastern fairy world, so the Chaos Pearl took him to the world dominated by the West. Who knows? This kind of profound question, for the time being, does not need George to consider it. I believe that, after reaching a certain level, there will be a natural answer. Thinking of energy lending, George feels that there is a world that can end quickly. Naruto world, the daimyo of the land of fire. Since George became the lord of the Fire Nation and vigorously promoted reforms, the Fire Nation has been recuperating, and its national strength has been greatly strengthened in the past few years. And as the Fire Nation becomes more and more prosperous, the surrounding countries are also beginning to move. However, if George wants to achieve the goal of unifying the ninja world, it will take several more films for the time being. At least, guys like Black Zetsu who are secretly sabotaging need to be eliminated as soon as possible. Orochimaru, how is your research going? George came to Orochimaru's experimental base, greeted him, and then said, why must a good experimental base be built underground? You should go out and walk around more often. Research is more interesting, Lord Daimyo. After injecting the enhanced serum you provided, my body has been greatly strengthened. I can already activate the Sage mode, but the amount of chakra required in this mode is too large. I can't hold on for too long, so the resurrection technique cannot be completed for the time being. Don't worry about this, you can take your time. George waved his hand and said, come, let me see what the so-called Sage chakra is like. Okay, please wait. Orochimaru took George to an underground practice field. Orochimaru stood still. 3 seconds later, blue energy began to emerge from his body like giant snakes coiled around Orochimaru, and blue horns began to emerge from his head. George walked in front of Orochimaru and reached out to touch the coiled snake head. The energy snake seemed to dodge slightly, as if it had consciousness. After George touched it, a violent energy began to corrode his right hand. He used the chaotic energy in his body to wrap the Sage chakra in his hand. After a few minutes, the last energy was swallowed. George opened his eyes and looked at Orochimaru and said, there is a consciousness in the Sage mode you activated. It seems that this mode is not simple. No wonder the sage modes of the 3 holy places are different. That's it. Oh, Lord Daimyo, is there any other hidden secrets here? Orochimaru asked after dispersing the sage mode. It's not a big problem. The so-called sage mode is just relying on natural energy. It's just that your natural energy is not pure enough, so there are various different forms of expression. Like your snake form, Jiraiya's toad form, it's the same. George explained. For so long, although I have supported your research, I haven't given you any other rewards. Today I will give you a reward, George said. As he said that, his palm began to cover Orochimaru's shoulders. With the infusion of energy, a winged snake appeared on Orochimaru's arm. Cursed seal. Orochimaru said. This is different from the spells you know. George explained with a smile. Use your heart to sense it, and you will know how to use this energy. Orochimaru stood still for a while, and then appeared directly opposite the training room. The next second pure energy exploded on Orochimaru. Under Orochimaru's continuous attempts, the attack power he had increased and the previous sage mode was similar. The difference is that the explosion in this mode is easier to control and puts less pressure on the body. How is it? George asked. Different sage mode. My control of energy is more subtle. At that speed, even the flying thunder god technique can't catch up with me in close combat. Orochimaru said after the experience. Not bad. You already know enough ninjutsu, and there are few people who can match you in sage mode, so I won't give you any more other techniques. George nodded and said, you can work on the Samzurai next, and the copying of the Sharingan is not a problem for you. Okay, Lord Daimyo. George returned to the Daimyo's mansion, which has basically become an office center. When George is not there, Tsunade handles government affairs on his behalf. When George returned to the backyard, he saw Tsunade and Miyu leisurely drinking tea. When they saw George coming in, the two glanced at George with resentment, and then chatted among themselves. No one paid attention to George. George smiled and sat directly between the two, with his hands around their waists. Fortunately, Miyu struggled slightly, but let George's hand stay there. But Tsunade didn't have such a good temper. She was about to slap George's hand hard, but how could George indulge her? He let go of Miyu and directly threw Tsunade down. It was not until the next morning that the three of them rested. George left tattoos on Miyu and Tsunade, but the functions were different. The ones given to Miyu were mainly for defense and early warning, mainly because George didn't expect Miyu to have too high a force. In addition to the speed force, Tsunade also had the sage mode and offensive spells. After comforting his woman, George began to arrange Konoha's ninjas. Konoha's current ninja village has long been moved near the capital, and has become an external defense force. According to statistics, there are 25,000 ninjas in the Land of Fire, including 500 elite jonins, 5,000 chunins, 20,000 genins, and 100,000 ordinary samurai. This number is not small. For the time being, George cannot inject super soldier serum into everyone, and even the ability lending seal cannot be granted to everyone. It is very simple that George cannot afford to lend so many at one time. So George decided to let these 120,000 armed forces gradually become his borrowers in batches within the next year. At that time, not to mention how much energy can be fed back to him, it will be easy to unify the ninja planet by force. But before that, there are still hidden dangers that need to be solved. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. Chapter 133 Black Zetsu. Land of Rain. Rain Village. The drizzle continued to fall, still in that hall, still in that special wheelchair. The difference was that Nagato was now skinny. Nagato, long time no see. Long time no see, Lord Daimyo. Nagato raised his head and looked at George with a smile. Can it really work? Your promise. It seemed that during this period of time, Nagato must have investigated something under George's reminder. The key was the rapid changes in the Land of Fire and the increasingly affluent lives of ordinary people. These could not deceive anyone. Of course, have you learned the trick of reincarnation now? George asked. I have learned it, but Yahiko's body. Nagato said as he looked at Tent who came out. It doesn't matter, it's not the right time yet. There is another person who needs to be dealt with before that. George said, and waved his hand. The space in front of him made a crackling sound like a mirror. At this time, Conan, who came in with food from outside, looked at the empty hall and began to panic. You know, Nagato wouldn't leave the hall at will at this time. In the mirror space come out, Zetsu. George said, looking at a flower pot next to the hall. Hehe, you are the Lord of Fire, right? I wonder how you found me? A man with a yin-yang face and upper body wrapped in leaves emerged from the branches. Of course it was movement. As long as it was within George's perception range, all movements would be sensed by George, and the movement of chakra also belonged to movement. This is an ability brought by the Speed Force. Of course, George would not explain it to others. I'm not interested in explaining so much to you. Now that you're out, get ready to die, right? George said, and threw out 3 short knives. You underestimated my ability, Black Zetsu. All the land is my body, Black Zetsu said after dodging easily. As he said that, he was about to activate the technique and hide underground. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't blend into the ground like before. What's going on? Black Zetsu even stretched out his hand to the plant and found that he could still merge into it, but he could only merge into the plant. After coming out again, Black Zetsu fired many kunai in all directions, but the kunai was still half a meter away from the wall and could not touch the wall. Black Zetsu turned around and saw Nagato and George just watching him quietly looking for a way out. Nagato, as the leader of the Akatsuki organization, are you just going to watch me being killed by outsiders? Black Zetsu looked at Nagato on the other side and said, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, you don't have to continue acting. I know you very well, including you, Black Zetsu, although it is touching that you have tried every means to rescue your mother for thousands of years, but your existence is blocking my way. George said to Black Zetsu. How do you know about me? Black Zetsu asked. I have to admire you, Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara, Obito, and even Nagato are just chess pieces in your hands. The Senju and Uchiha's descendants have been fighting because of you. You made Uchiha Madara think that you were the product of his consciousness and then manipulated Obito. That pathetic guy still doesn't know that everything he has experienced was secretly controlled by you. Also, when Uchiha Madara gave these Samsara eyes to Nagato, you should have been there, right? George seemed not to see Nagato's ugly face and continued, the funny thing is that Uchiha Madara didn't know after planning for many years. He was just a container you found. You really know everything. Although I don't know who you are dead today. After saying that, he was about to pinch the hand seal and start the seal. Unfortunately, the so-called number of seals in 1 second was a joke in George's eyes. George appeared again and was standing behind Black Zetsu and then saw that Black Zetsu was broken into 2 sections from the waist and his hands instantly left his shoulders. Snap! The sound of limbs falling to the ground was heard. If you don't know, you might think Black Zetsu was killed. In fact, George knew that this was just a disguise of Black Zetsu. George pinched the seal, and several energy chains emerged from the ground and wrapped around Zetsu's body. When Black Zetsu, who was pretending to be dead, saw that he was about to be sealed, he immediately turned into a pool of liquid from White Zetsu's body. Unfortunately, even an nano-sized insect couldn't escape, so where could it run? George didn't give Black Zetsu a chance to launch mental parasitism. Looking at the pool of black liquid the size of a Rubik's Cube in his hand, George put it into the chaotic space with his backhand. Black Zetsu is the consciousness of Kaguya Otsutsuki, and it is difficult to kill, but this does not include George. As long as he is put into the chaotic space by George, Black Zetsu's life or death is doomed. At the moment Black Zetsu disappeared from this world, a slight vibration also occurred on the moon. This made the only remaining Otsutsuki Tonari very nervous, but fortunately the vibration stopped soon. In the Hall of Rain village, George and Nagato appeared again in an instant. Nagato Conan immediately ran to Nagato and said with concern, "It's okay." Nagato looked at Conan and said, "Nagato, let me treat you first. Your physical condition is too bad now." George said and began to use healing magic on Nagato. 5 minutes later, Nagato's legs began to feel. 10 minutes later, Nagato could stand up on his own. "Thank you, Lord Daimyo." Nagato thanked George with the support of Conan. "It's okay, Nagato. We have a common goal, hoping to bring peace to this world, so we need to work together on this road. George said sincerely. Now I just healed your leg injury. The fundamental reason for your weight loss is that you have been using the samurai for a long time, which is not inferior to your own. Even if you have the blood of the Uzumaki clan, the burden on your body is still too great. Is there any way? Conan said beside him. This is not difficult. George said with a smile. Isn't it okay to find you another energy source? Don't resist. After speaking, he pressed his right hand on Nagato's shoulder, leaving a unique energy circle on his arm. Okay, Nagato. This is a technique I developed, based on Konoha's Sage mode. It can provide you with energy similar to Sage Chakra. This state can greatly increase the activity of the body, to increase agility and defense. At the same time, it can use energy, to increase the range and perception of physical attacks. It can make the power of your own ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu leap forward. However, after each use, you need to constantly refine energy to replenish it. Of course, George would only tell Nagato the benefits of the magic circle, and there is no need to say more about some hidden means. George pinched the magic seal immortality. A coffin appeared from the ground in front of the three people. The words Yahiko were written on it, which was extremely conspicuous. This is. Conan hadn't finished speaking. Bang, the lid of the coffin had fallen. A young figure walked out of the coffin with obvious cracks on his face. Yahiko, Nagato and Conan shouted. Conan, Nagato, long time no see. Yahiko walked out of the coffin and greeted Nagato and the others. He looked around and looked at his body. What am I doing? Yahiko asked. This is a forbidden technique of summoning spirits from another world, developed by the second generation Hokage. This technique can summon the souls of ninjas who have long died back to the human world and revive them in the form of entities. It is called the impure world reincarnation technique. George explained, but this is not the end. Nagato will perform the outer path reincarnation technique to restore your flesh and blood body, which is considered a true resurrection. George first performed the impure world reincarnation technique on Yahiko for a reason. Although Nagato's outer path reincarnation technique is powerful, Yahiko has been dead for many years and his soul has completely returned to the underworld. Moreover, Nagato had not fully awakened at that time, so Nagato alone could not completely revive Yahiko. Now George first used the impure world reincarnation technique to revive Yahiko in this way, and then Nagato used the outer path reincarnation technique. This was exactly the resurrection plan that Uchiha Madara had prepared for himself. Now Nagato did not suffer much damage after performing the outer path reincarnation technique, because George provided him with energy to exert the power equivalent to the chakra of the fairy technique. Seeing the resurrected Yahiko happily reminiscing with Nagato and Conan, George did not disturb them, but quietly left. This time, killing Black Zetsu was the main task. Resurrecting Yahiko was just to make Nagato trust him more. Including telling Black Zetsu so much, it was also to let Nagato know more of the truth. The bond between the three of them is the best way to control them. George appeared again, already outside the Mist Shadow village. Not wanting to cause too much noise, George used the mirror space again, and then walked around the Mist Shadow village through the mirror space. It's useless for you to do this. George walked out of the mirror space and said, "Who?" Meditarumi instantly put on a defensive posture, looked at George who slowly walked out of the mirror space, and said after a little thought, "The Lord of the Land of Fire? Yes, it seems that your intelligence work is still worthwhile. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to seek cooperation." George waved his hand and said, "It turns out that the Lord of the Land of Fire is also an excellent ninja. This is good information." Although Meditarumi let go of the defensive posture, she still held the shuriken in her hand. George saw her guard. It was the 57th year of Konoha. According to the time, Meditarumi should be 20 years old. She had green eyes, long brown curly hair. Her right eye was covered by her hair, and her shoulders were slightly exposed, which was very sexy. She had extremely high abilities, and possessed 3 chakra attributes: water, fire, and earth. Her bloodline limits were melting escape and boiling escape. She was the only ninja with 2 bloodline limits. The speed force was activated, and time seemed to stop. George came to Meditarumi took the shuriken from her hand, and then used the pen on the table to write the words "You are beautiful" on the white paper. Then he returned to his original position, and the surroundings returned to normal again. Time ninjutsu. Meditarumi immediately found that the weapon in her hand had been lost. When she saw the words on the table, she thought that George had the time ninjutsu, and she understood that if the other party wanted to kill her, she would not even have time to react. This was the purpose of George's improvement of his strength, at least to allow others to talk to him calmly. That's important. You've also discovered that the fourth Mizukage is being controlled, George said after throwing the shuriken back to Meditarumi. What do you know? Why do you say I'm useless? After Meditarumi knew that the other party would not harm her, she completely let down her guard. Anyway, she couldn't guard against it. Do you want to know that the fourth Mizukage is being controlled, and by whom? George walked to Meditarumi, gently pushed aside the hair covering one eye, and said after revealing Meditarumi's complete face. After the Third Ninja World War, Meditarumi had already noticed the abnormal behavior of the fourth Mizukage, so she began to accumulate strength in secret, and prepared to launch a coup, to overthrow the rule of the fourth Mizukage. I'll give you a piece of information for free. It's Sacha Hamadara who secretly controls Yagura. What's the point of overthrowing Yagura? Since Sacha Hamadara can control the fourth Mizukage, he can naturally control the fifth. Meditarumi frowned when she heard this, and she was also upset. The answer that she had been pursuing for a long time was so easily placed in front of her, but in the end it was meaningless. Isn't Sacha Hamadara dead? How could he? Meditarumi naturally wouldn't easily believe George's words. Although George's words were somewhat credible, and even apart from the information he had obtained, no one in the Kirigakure village knew that their fourth Mizukage was being controlled by someone. From this, it can be inferred that George's words were still somewhat credible. But it was precisely because his words were credible that people felt a headache. Just as George said, since Sacha Hamadara could control the fourth Mizukage, he could naturally control the fifth. Although Meditarumi was extremely confident in her own strength, that person was Sacha Hamadara, a powerful man who once dominated the ninja world. At the beginning of the establishment of the ninja village, when Ashirama Senju and Sacha Hamadara were still alive, there was almost no ninja village in the ninja world that dared to touch the tiger whiskers of Konoha. In other words, even if all the ninja villages united, they might not dare. Facing such a person, Meditarumi was scared from the bottom of her heart. That's not something you want to know, George replied. Uchiha controlled the Mizukage, and then launched the Blood Mist, all for revenge against Nohara, but there was no need to let Terumi Medi know this. Then what is the purpose of the daimyo looking for me? Terumi Medi asked. Although I don't know how the far country daimyo got the news, since he found me, he must have a purpose. I want you and your entire Mist Shadow village, George said, looking at the beauty in front of him. What do you mean? Terumi Medi frowned and asked. Literally, I'm going to unify the ninja world, and the Mist Shadow village is naturally one of my goals. George shrugged his shoulders and said, impossible, Konoha actually has such ambitions. Terumi Medi was surprised. Whether it is ambition or not is determined by strength. Do you think my strength is not enough? George said, looking at the beautiful eyes opposite. Then you can't be the opponent of the entire ninja world. Terumi Medi said. This needs to be proven by facts. I came here today to let you see my strength with your own eyes. Face the reality. After all, if the merger can be carried out peacefully, I don't want to cause unnecessary killings. So, let's go. George felt it and said. Where to go? Asked Meditarumi. To eliminate the hidden dangers and let you see if I'm strong enough, George said, and took Meditarumi's hand and prepared to walk out of the house. Hey, wait a minute, don't hold my hand. Thank you for the support of all the book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. Chapter 134 Obito. In Meditarumi's room, George held Meditarumi with his left hand and waved his right hand, preparing to enter the mirror space again. Let me go, where are you taking me? Meditarumi was about to gather chakra to break free from the restraints. Okay, since you resist, forget it. George let go of Meditarumi's hand and then said, "Before I came here, I sensed that Uchiha Madara was in your studio. Now I can just get rid of them all at once. I'm not interested in planning little by little, so I'll give you one last chance." After George finished speaking, he walked into the mirror space. Meditarumi thought for a moment, stretched out her hand to touch the broken space in front of her like a mirror, as if it didn't exist, and her palm disappeared. After taking 2 quick steps, Meditarumi followed in. In the mirror space, Meditarumi looked around, and it seemed that there was no change from before. As she kept moving forward, Meditarumi found that the people around her seemed to be unable to discover her at all. It was like she was in another time and space. Although she wanted to ask about the information about this technique, she saw the back of the person in front of her and thought about it. It was inappropriate to spy on other people's information at will. In silence, the two came to the Mizukage's office. From the mirror space, Yagura stood face to face with a mist shadow ninja, who was performing some magic on Yagura. George knew that this should be Uchiha Obito's means of consolidating control. From the perspective of ability, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan's ability is spatial, and does not have the effect of illusion. Therefore, George felt that Yagura was controlled by Madara, which should be a kind of puppetry created by Madara in combination with the Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan has the ability to control the tailed beasts. As for why it was created by Madara, it was because Obito did not have this ability at all. Back to the point, it is not necessarily that others did not discover that Yagura was controlled, but that those who discovered it should have died without exception, because there was blood mist, and Obito could control a group of reactionaries to kill all the suspected people. George came out of the mirror space with Meditarumi and saw a scene where a mist shadow put his hand on Yagura's head. Swish, 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 then several kunai came directly towards George and Meditarumi. George took a step forward and dodged the kunai shot at him. He waved his hands and the whole office was instantly covered by the broken mirror. It is better not to alert the outside world to the fight here, so that it will be more convenient for Meditarumi to control the entire mist village later. George teleported in front of Yagura without any martial ethics. As soon as Yagura reacted, George's right palm was already on his body. Several chains formed by energy began to spread on his body, and George directly performed the sealing technique. Not only did he seal the tailed beast in Yagura's body, but he also sealed Yagura's chakra. Yagura, as the 4th generation of Mizukage, is also the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast Three Tails, and can completely control the power of the tailed beast. Originally, his ability was very strong, but unfortunately he met George, this unreasonable existence. All enemies, as long as they are not as fast as him, will not be his opponents. The key is that George does not have the idea of other strong men to fight with ordinary moves for a while and then use big moves. George believes in the principle of resolving the battle as quickly as possible, just like now Yagura was subdued before he could exert the power of the Three Tails and lay on the ground. To the other two people in the room, George appeared in front of Yagura, and then Yagura fell down directly. Uchiha Obito, who was disguised as a mist ninja, saw this situation and didn't even think about trying and was ready to escape from here. With a bang, the whole person hit the broken mirrors around him and bounced back. Die. Another teleportation. George appeared in front of Uchiha, and his right hand was about to grab his neck. However, at the moment when his hand was about to touch, it suddenly passed through his neck. It was as if his neck just now was empty. Oh, with this little strength, you dare to shamelessly take my life. That's too much of an underestimation of me, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito, who used the instant body technique to flash to a distance, smiled. Uchiha Madara, I'll call you that for now. Unfortunately, I have seen through all your moves. After George finished speaking, he teleported again and appeared behind Obito with his right hand on his shoulder. Obito immediately activated Kamu, and the whole person appeared in a space. Just as he was relaxing, a terrifying voice rang out. This is the Kamu space. How is it possible? Obito opened his eyes wide in fear, and a big hand was firmly placed on his shoulder. Moreover, Obito also felt that the chakra in his body was also sealed. George let go of his right hand and let Uchiha Obito fall to the ground. Uchiha Obito has a unique ninjutsu, which is the Kamu space. This move is invincible in the early stage, and it is simply an unsolvable virtualization. Since Obito gave one eye to Kakashi, Kakashi can also use Kamu in the later stage. Kamu is an extremely advanced space-time ninjutsu. Its ability is essentially to transfer itself, or other objects around it from the real space to the space-time. But Kamu also has shortcomings. The biggest weakness is that when absorbing or releasing other objects, it must be a physical entity and cannot be virtualized. Moreover, because it is necessary to concentrate chakra in the eyes to activate Kamu, it is in a very vulnerable state. In the original plot, the fourth generation of Hokage analyzed this weakness and defeated Obito in one fell swoop. Konan also caused severe damage to Obito because of this. Since the body must be materialized when absorbing, and the speed of absorbing itself is relatively slow, the virtualization can only last for about 5 minutes, while Konan's 600 billion detonating tags can explode for 10 minutes. Obito finally relied on Ai's energy to avoid this long explosion. Moreover, it can be avoided when the speed is extremely high, exceeding the absorption speed of the Kamu space. In addition, it consumes a lot of chakra to open up a space that does not belong to you. In the final analysis, the Kamu space is equivalent to a door-like technique. Knowing that Obito's move has so many flaws, it is naturally very easy to take down Obito. The reason why George did not take down Obito in the first place and deliberately launched Kamu on him was that George coveted the Kamu space. Only by letting Obito take the initiative to enter the Kamu space, George can come along. I know you have a lot of questions, but I'm sorry, I'm not interested in answering them. So Obito, you will die as Uchiha Madara. George bent down and took Uchiha's right eye, put it into the culture tank prepared before, and then put it into the space. Finally, George used the fierce fire to send Uchiha Obito away. When George came out of the Kamu space, he saw Meditarumi lying on Yagura, trying to check something. Don't waste your time. He is still useful to me, so I will take him away first. The Mist Village will be handed over to you next. When the time is right, I will inform you about the affairs of the village. Don't let me down, Meditarumi. George came to Yagura and put Yagura into the space before speaking. But Meditarumi was about to say something, but when she saw George's eyes without any emotion, all the words were instantly speechless. She could feel that if she said one more word, something bad would happen. This was completely different from the frivolous Hokage Daimyo just now. It seemed like he had become a different person in an instant. George dispersed the mirror space and then activated apparition to return to the Rain Village. In the lobby of the Akatsuki base, Konan was still talking about the changes that had taken place in Akatsuki during the years since Yahiko left. The three of them saw George suddenly appear, and they stood up quickly, bowed to George and said respectfully, Daimyo-sama. Well, you three must have a lot to say, so I won't bother you anymore. I came here to tell you to wait for my notice, and be ready to merge villages at any time. George said. Yes, sir. Nagato responded. Sir? Yahiko said. What is it, Yahiko? Thank you, sir. After saying that, the three of them bowed deeply to George. After standing up, Nagato put his hands on his eyes and dug out the pair of Samzara eyes directly. Nagato. Konan and Yahiko shouted at the same time. It doesn't matter. Nagato waved with his other hand, and then stretched out the hand holding the Samzara eyes in front of George. Sir, take it, these evil eyes. Since everything started with these eyes, let the sin end with these eyes. Nagato said with his hands stretched out. You don't have to do this, Nagato. George glanced at the stubborn Nagato and said, okay, in that case, I'll be your subordinate. But without eyes, your strength will be greatly affected, and it will be inconvenient to move. Here is another pair for you to use. After saying that, George took out a pair of Sharingan from the space. This pair of Sharingan was obtained from Danzo's laboratory. He had been preparing to take it to the main world for a search. However, Dr. Erskine has been busy transforming the serum, so he hasn't given it to him yet. It's just right to use it now. In fact, this is what George admires most about the Naruto world. This world has special laws, just like eyes, which can heal, as long as they are placed in the eye sockets. It is truly a miracle. This pair of eyes is also Sharingan, and there is a possibility of evolution in the future. I will give you a few more spells, so that although your strength will decrease, the impact will not be too great. After George finished, he said to Conan and Yahiko, I will also give you this seal. You can experience the specific use method yourself. Conan, Nagato's strength has decreased now, and you have to worry more about the Akatsuki organization. Maintain the status quo for the time being, and I will deal with it later. George thought of the Akatsuki organization again, so he specifically ordered, yes, sir. Xiaonan responded, okay, I'll give you 3 watches. I'll teach you how to use them on Monday. George said after giving each of the 3 a smartwatch. Thank you, sir. Well, goodbye. After that, George went straight back to the daimyo's mansion. The communication satellite was prepared by George before he came to the Naruto world this time. Because there are not too many concerns in this world, many things can be taken out and used. This time, he not only dealt with the 2 troubles of Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu, but also conquered Takage villages. The 5 strongest ninja villages in Naruto are the Mist Village, Sand Village, Rock Village, Cloud Village, and Konoha Village, which correspond to 5 major countries respectively, and the strength of these ninja villages largely represents the strength of the country. In the next year, George improved the military strength of his men. 100,000 ordinary soldiers were promoted to the level of genin, and the original more than 20,000 ninjas in Konoha were also improved. For example, Kakashi can now use the Sharingan at any time, and is no longer the fast boy before. Of course, not all people accept the seal. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others did not accept the seal. As these ninjas developed a lone relationship with George, George's energy was also growing rapidly. George had to spend a certain amount of time every day to sort out his energy. In addition to improving the strength of his subordinates, George was also studying the possibility of swallowing the Shenwei space during this year. Although he can now enter and exit the Shenwei space at any time through the seal, this is not what he pursues. A year later, the newly built Shinobi City held a 5-shadow meeting under the call of Tsunade. George's purpose was very simple, which was to show off his muscles. Through economic development over the years, the national strength of the Fire Country has developed rapidly. Under George's planning, the other 4 major countries really saw what economic warfare is. Including the Water Country, they have reached the limit of endurance, and the border between the Fire Country and other countries has begun to have constant friction. This is George's conspiracy, which is to arouse the dissatisfaction of several families. At the meeting, in addition to the 5 major ninja villages, Nagato also attended the meeting on behalf of the Rain Village. But obviously, the leaders of the other families all looked very ugly. In previous Shadow Ninja conferences, the number of participants was usually specified, but this time, the 5 Shadow Conference convened by Tsunade had no limit on the number of participants. But after coming here, I found out the reason. In the past, Konoha village was the strongest village among the 5 major ninja villages, with only 500 jonin, 5,000 chunins, and 20,000 genins. But what did they see when they entered the city just now? It was unimaginable. Through the induction of ninjas, there are at least 50,000 ninjas stationed in the entire ninja city. Considering the ninjas deployed outside, this number needs to be doubled. Then the number of ninjas in Konoha village alone exceeds 100,000, which is a terrifying number. You must know that the training of a ninja requires a lot of consumption, not only food, but also the loss of utensils. This is also the reason why the number of ninjas in each village has been declining, and these scenes naturally make other ninja villages begin to feel uneasy. With so many ninjas, Konoha certainly doesn't care how many ninjas they bring to the meeting. The ninja villages that were originally planning to do something during the Shadow Ninja Conference also extinguished that little thought. First of all, welcome all the leaders of the ninja villages to gather here for the Shadow Ninja Conference. Tsunade said to everyone sitting at the head. Let's not talk about the scene. Please tell us the original intention of holding this Shadow Ninja Conference, Lord Hokage. The 4th generation Raikage with explosive muscles said impatiently. The other shadows also nodded in agreement. Okay, I announce that the content of the meeting is to merge the villages. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Please vote, recommend, and collect. There is still one chapter of Naruto to be completed. I know that some book friends don't like to read Naruto, so the rhythm of slowly writing out some of the gains in Naruto is more procrastinated, and more chapters are needed to pave the way. So the author directly adopts this form of collecting the fruits of victory in the end. Let's talk about the direction of the book. The overall pattern is that each world looks for rule products for the chaos orb to devour, and finally accumulates energy and upgrades the space. The protagonist will also take the opportunity to develop several forces, mechanical flow and biochemical soldiers, and aliens. The next world is a technological world, and you can guess which world it is. The most important thing is that there are 2 chapters today, which can be regarded as an explanation to friends who don't like Naruto. Chapter 135 Naruto ends. What? Namamura. Impossible. Yukonoha are too ambitious. Chiyo, the representative of the Wind Village, the 4th Raikage of the Lightning Village, and the 2 Great Scales of the Earth Village, Anoki, all burst out laughing. However, the newly appointed 5th Mizukage, Meditarumi, and Nagato of the Rain Village did not say a word. The performance of these 2 was naturally watched by the other 3. 5th Mizukage, why don't you say anything? Asked the irritable Raikage. I support Namimura. Meditarumi spread her hands and leaned back in her chair. What do you mean? How could you? Said Chiyo. Haha, nothing is impossible. This is just the right choice. Meditarumi said contemptuously. Meditarumi was originally only afraid of George's military power. In this year, she went to the Land of Fire many times to discuss Namimura with Tsunade, and she saw with her own eyes the horror of the entire strength of Konoha. Let's put it this way, any Chunin in Konoha now has the strength of a special Jonin, and the speed of all Konoha ninjas is terrifying. Do you dare to believe that any Genin has the speed of an elite Chunin? How can we fight this? I have practiced with Tsunade before, and experienced it myself. I can't keep up with that speed. Anyway, Meditarumi has already given up. Let's merge. I can't stop it. You. Hokage, are you sure you are not joking? Anoki asked with a sullen face. Of course not. I don't need to say more about the current economic situation of your respective countries, right? If the far country cuts off your supplies now, how long can you survive in the latter countries now? Tsunade glanced at everyone and said, you are trying to start a war. Raikage said, slapping the table. War, you overestimate your own strength. If a real fight breaks out, can you hold out for 3 months? Tsunade replied firmly. You. Raikage's veins were throbbing at this time, and he was about to explode at any time. At this time, a hand was placed on the shoulder of Raikage. Raikage is still so irritable. You can raise your opinions, if you have any, but don't slam the table. We are all people of status, right? No one sensed the arrival of this person before he spoke. Your Excellency, the Daimyo. Your Excellency, the Daimyo X6. Everyone stood up and bowed slightly when they saw the Fire Daimyo. In terms of rank, the leaders of the major ninja villages are lower than the Daimyo, so it is normal for these people to stand up and bow when they see the Daimyo, even if they are not from the same country. I have put the scrolls of the plan for the merger of the ninja villages in your pockets. You can take a look and make comments. If you think you are stronger than me, you can challenge me. If you must start a war, it is not impossible. Then just walk out of this room. George came to the main seat and sat on the seat given up by Tsunade and said softly, Space-time ninjutsu, X3. I didn't expect that the Daimyo also has such impressive strength. Grandma Chiyo said with emotion. Haha, it's still far away. George looked at Hatake Kakashi in the corner and said, Kakashi, pour tea for everyone. Hatake Kakashi instantly understood what George meant and also activated the speed force, and a cup of hot tea appeared in front of each village shadow at the same time. This move was even more shocking than George's because it made people doubt that all Konoha ninjas had this speed. Only the Raikage could keep up a little bit and found that the other party achieved this effect by speed. Everyone can think about it slowly. I will give you half a year. If you are not ready to merge villages after half a year, I will think that you are ready to go to war. Don't blame me for not notifying you then. George left the meeting room with a teleport. According to Tsunade's account to George, after the meeting, Tsunade took them to see the training hall of the Genin to learn about the level of Konoha Genin. After seeing it, everyone was silent again. After the meeting, the Rain Village and the Mist Shadow Village began to work on the village affairs. All the details had been discussed and settled. The household registration was unified, the uniform was changed, and all ninjas were disbanded and merged into the Konoha Ninja. Of course, George would also give everyone a seal to improve their strength and treat them equally. The Mist Village Ninja and the Rain Village Ninja had no objection to this. In the Akatsuki organization, only Scorpion was taught a lesson by George himself, and his memory was modified and used for his own use. The other members were too poor, and George looked down on them, so he directly disbanded them and made unified arrangements. After the two ninja villages merged, the Land of Water and the Land of Rivers were also incorporated into the Land of Fire, and these matters were naturally handled by his subordinates. 2 months later, the other 3 ninja villages also sent out negotiation teams again to discuss the affairs of the village. No one wanted to hit a stone with an egg. Under the situation, where the speed of Konoha ninjas could not be cracked, the war was just a one-sided massacre and had no meaning. Even though that Suchikage had dust release and the Reikage had lightning release, they were both very powerful tricks, but compared with Konoha's fairy chakra, they suddenly became meaningless. Considering that there were too many people who needed to be given, George later directly made 3 seal stone platforms, based on the principle of sealing techniques. When someone was promoted to a genin, as long as chakra was input into the first stone platform, he would be automatically given the basic seal. In addition to providing energy for ninjas, the seal function can also give genin twice the speed of sound. When becoming a chunin, you can grant 4 times the speed of sound, plus a healing technique. When becoming a jonin, the speed can be increased to 6 times the speed of sound, in addition to the healing technique and the addition of a defensive technique. In this way, George does not have to personally grant the seal every time. The 3 stone platforms are also regarded as sacred objects and are guarded by special people. In the Naruto world, 2 years later, it finally ushered in unification. In the capital of the former Fire Country, George ascended the throne and became emperor. All ninja villages were disbanded, except for the necessary remaining ninjas. The disbanded ninjas were scattered around the world to deploy defenses to strengthen control over other regions. The ninjas were mainly used as a deterrent, and ordinary people were still used to manage ordinary people in administration. George also vigorously promoted the advancement of science and technology, and promoted industrial development. The Angkor Wat fortress, which had been hidden before, was also sent back to the sky by George using nuclear power. It was suspended above the head of the imperial capital to warn everyone. After being brainwashed by George, Scorpion was also arranged by George to study machinery, in which the Wind Ninja has an innate advantage. In order to stabilize the empire, George also made a special trip to the moon and eliminated all the descendants of Otsutsuki before they launched an attack. Although George thought he was doing well, there is no shortage of ambitious people in the world. For civilians, as long as they can live a decent life, they will not think about rebellion. Those who really want to rebel are always the nobles who have lost their rights and the exiled ninjas. George did not do much to deal with these people. Where there is light, there must be darkness, and only appropriate conflicts can show the value of peace. George does not want to see the ninja world become a pool of stagnant water. What George has to do now is to start receiving the fruits of victory. For the time being, it is 2 pairs of Samsara eyes and reincarnation eyes, Camus space and the secret techniques of each village, and 9-tailed beasts. That's right, after George's research, the reincarnation eyes that combine the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan and the white eyes of the Hyuga clan can be said to be the ultimate evolution of the white eyes. For this pair of eyes, a pair of brothers from the Hyuga clan lost their lives because they tried to monitor themselves after close contact with Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was completely a way to die. As the 2 most powerful pairs of eyes in the Naruto world, they should be comparable in level, which made George difficult to choose for a while. So George first looked at the pile of secret techniques. Unfortunately, although they were all very powerful, they had limited effects on George's strength. The only 2 good skills, dust release and lightning release, were redundant in George's opinion, because there were better options in other worlds compared to these 2 skills. But these secret techniques were not wasted. George could now fully control the energy changes of the 7 attributes. so he also learned some ninjutsu to familiarize himself with the attributes. Some of the others became teaching materials in the ninja school, and some were given as rewards for people to choose from. He passed the pile of secret techniques, picked up the sealing balls that sealed the tailed beasts, looked at them one by one, and finally put them down slowly. These tailed beasts were extracted from each jinkriki after George found a way to not harm the lives of the jinkriki. But for the time being, George still lacked the means to devour energy, so the 9-tailed beasts could only be placed here temporarily. George would then deal with the Camus space. George was going to make an attempt, which was also related to future development. If he failed, at most he would lose the Camus space, but if he succeeded, he would be able to find another way to expand the chaos space. So George thought it was worth the risk. George first came to the safe place he had prepared and set up various defense arrays and isolation arrays. His own safety was always the key. He also created 2 multiple shadow clones to protect this place, and the preparations were completed. George appeared in the Shenwei space through the mark, sitting cross-legged on the ground. George controlled the Chaos Pearl to float above his head, and then George put his mind into the Chaos Pearl. At this time, George could feel the feeling of being integrated with the Chaos Pearl. Without wasting much time, George began to control the accumulated chaos energy to slowly integrate into the ground of the Shenwei space. The energy was consumed bit by bit, and the barrier of the Shenwei space was eroded by the chaos energy bit by bit. 3 months later, until the chaos energy was only about 1/10,000th left, it was barely enough to erode the barrier of the entire Shenwei space. This was not over yet. When his consciousness returned to his body, George used the remaining energy in his body to begin carving the spirit amplification array. The biggest characteristic of chaos is assimilation. What George has to do is to use the chaotic energy to assimilate the entire space and then collect it into the Chaos Pearl. At that time, George can control the spatial power of the Shenwei space to merge with the Chaos Pearl and use it to expand the Chaos Pearl. Of course, he can choose not to merge and let it exist as an auxiliary space. These are still George's ideas. As for whether it can succeed, we still need to see the last step. George first controlled his body to return to the secret room, and his spiritual body returned to the Chaos Pearl, controlling the Chaos Pearl to slowly fall on the spiritual amplification array. Then George began to instantly pull the Shenwei space into the Chaos Pearl, and the next moment, after pulling the Chaos Pearl into the Chaos Pearl, he controlled the Chaos Pearl to return to his body. The main reason for George to do this is that he is worried that the changes in the Shenwei space will cause spatial turbulence. George now does not have the ability to save his life in the space rotation, so everything is based on safety. In an instant, after the Chaos Pearl returned to the main body, George only had time to look around and fell asleep due to excessive consumption. It was 3 days later when he woke up again. After his mind was slightly restored and dispersed, his mind sank into the chaotic space. George sensed that there was another space outside the chaotic space barrier. With a slight movement of consciousness, he came to the space he sensed and succeeded. Shenwei space has now been pulled into the Chaos Pearl and has become the second space controlled by George. George's goal is not just to master a space, that's simple. George controlled Shenwei space to slowly contact with the original Chaos Pearl space, like a red hot iron touching wax, and the two spaces slowly merged. Just like water injection, although it is difficult to observe with the naked eye, in George's perception, Shenwei space began to slowly shrink, and correspondingly, chaos space began to slowly expand. After the fusion began, George no longer needed to lead, and the fusion proceeded automatically. 1 day later, the fusion was completely over, and the chaos space had expanded to a radius of 1000 meters. However, except for the position of 140 in the middle where there were plants, the outer circle became bare, and the ground was hard and could not be planted at all. But the larger the space, the better. It would store more things, and in the future, even if he encountered a smaller spaceship, it would be able to fit in. More importantly, it proved the feasibility of space fusion, which was the most important thing for George. The Sharingan obtained from Uchihara also degenerated into an ordinary 2-hook Sharingan after losing the Camus space. It was not even worth studying and was burned by George. The next step is to deal with the two pairs of eyes. The Samsara and the Rinnegan all originated from the chakra fruit of the divine tree and are also known as the eyes that control life and death. In George's speculation, there should be no conflict between them. Next, George will do the final fusion experiment on himself. Fusion of eyes, of course, is not as simple as it sounds. It can be completed by shouting fusion. George has made a plan for the treatment of these two pairs of eyes. When George was fusing the Rinnegan eye, he used the method of extracting pupil power. That is, the pupil power of the Byakugan is extracted and injected into the other pair of eyes. The requirements here are relatively harsh. The pupil power of two people with blood relations can be smoothly integrated and then combined with the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. The Rinnegan eye will eventually evolve. The method George is about to use is much more cruel. It requires decomposing one of the eyes into a solution, just like fusing cells, and injecting it into the other eye together with the pupil power, and then fusing the two eyes to achieve the complete purpose. After George prepared the medicine, he put one Samsara eye and one reincarnation eye into each until they were decomposed into a solution. The extraction of pupil power is relatively simple, and it can be achieved by using the sealing technique. This step is often used in the process of transforming the reincarnation eye, so he is quite skilled. The so-called pupil power, in George's opinion, should be a special kind of mental power. It can be seen from the way the Uchiha clan opens their eyes. It needs mental stimulation to open the eyes smoothly and upgrade step by step. After doing all the preparations, George lay on the experimental table he prepared. Looking at the clone standing next to the experimental table, the feeling of performing surgery on himself is really magical. Having said that, George can't be as fierce as those people in the Naruto world who can dig out their eyeballs. Besides, with George's self-healing ability, George is worried that if the surgery is not completed, it will heal itself again, which is nonsense. Therefore, George used the most reliable method. After using energy to cut off the pain nerves and eye nerves, he placed an eye on each side. According to the medical knowledge George learned, replacing eyes is just a minor operation. However, after the nerves were connected, the two eyes gave George different feelings. The left eye's reincarnation eye felt warm like a hot spring, while the right eye's reincarnation eye felt cold, one cold and one hot. After George's mental power probed into both eyes, a feeling of alternating hot and cold spread from the eyes to the whole body. That wonderful experience could not be described in words. However, transplanting an eye is only the first step. In the second step, George injected the solution into the corresponding eyes through a special injection container. The warmth turned into scorching heat, and the cold turned into cold. Although it was painful, George could still bear it. George thought it would end here, but after the mental power connected the eyes, the two pupil powers began to merge, and the chaotic energy automatically operated, and began to fill the two eyeballs. The heat and cold all disappeared, and an inexplicable tremor rose from the deepest part of the soul. At the same time, George felt that his eyes were undergoing an unprecedented wonderful change. They began to blend with his cells, making George feel that these were his original eyes. After a long time, George slowly opened his eyes, and the world in front of him had changed. Everything was so vivid, and every object seemed to have strands of silk threads, woven into a huge spider web, which kept spreading with George's sight. George knew that this was gravity the first time he saw these threads. All the masses that could affect gravity were reflected back by the big web in front of him. George sat up and looked at the surgical instruments in front of the laboratory table. With just a thought, all the surgical instruments flew into the air. Then, as George's thoughts changed direction, both the reincarnation eye and the Samsara eye had the function of controlling gravity and repulsion. A few days later, a huge lake appeared in the middle of the boundless desert. This was caused by George's efforts to familiarize himself with his eyes in the past few days, and this was the result of George's efforts to control the power. First of all, in terms of appearance, although the color of George's eyes is close to the gray of the Samsara eye, it is deeper and closer to black than ordinary gray. If you look into his eyes, it's as if there is another endless abyss in his eyes, which makes people fall into it unconsciously. Let's talk about abilities. George has all the basic skills of the Samsara eye and the Rinnegan. The difference is that different abilities have changed after being combined. First of all, gravity and repulsion, as abilities that both eyes have. This ability is also strengthened in George. Whether it is an object or energy, any object with mass is within the control range. Moreover, George's control of gravity and repulsion is completely instinctive, without any delay. Then there is energy absorption. It was originally the ceiling absorption ability of the Samsara. After the chaotic energy transformation, George can completely absorb any energy, not limited to chakra. This is a bit like the ability of the Black Emperor in X-Men. The difference is that one requires physical contact, while George uses the ability barrier. When George was experimenting with this skill, he directly swallowed the 9-tailed beasts, and all the tailed beasts turned into chaotic energy, which made George's energy abundant again. If calculated by time, it is at least the amount that George has accumulated for 50 years. This pair of eyes also gives George the ability to wirelessly control puppets, and the controlled puppets have self-awareness. In addition, as long as George is willing, he can control the mental will and actions of others within his mental range at any time, obtain the information in their brains, and combine George's original spells to modify the memories of others. This is a bit like Professor X's mind control, but it is a weakened version. After all, the professor's terrifying mental power is something George does not have yet. In addition to these three abilities, George also awakened a composite ability, which is the soul space, combining the ability of the two eyes to control space and the ability of the hell and the 6 paths of the reincarnation eye. The key is that, after combining the chaos beads, an opposite soul space appears on the opposite side of the chaos space. Its function is to absorb the soul bodies within 1000 meters of George himself to live normally in the soul space. In George's view, this should be the prototype of the Pure Land. George can also summon these soul bodies to fight for him. After being summoned, they will automatically complete the impure world reincarnation, and they can return to the soul space again, after being beaten to death. George has done experiments. All people who have signed a loan contract with him will be pulled into the soul space, as long as they are in the same world as George, no matter how far away they are. If the soul is killed by George in the soul space, it will become pure soul energy, and a small amount of white impurities will be left. The soul space can also grow slowly, by absorbing soul energy and impurities. All abilities can exert extraordinary power in the Naruto world, because of its special laws. But after George's experiment, some abilities are completely useless in other worlds. For example, summoning. Once George leaves the Naruto world and returns to the Marvel world, both the animal path of the reincarnation eye and the summoning of the giant stone statue are no longer effective. Unless George prepares the corresponding items in the chaotic space, it cannot be summoned at all, including the infinite moon reading. George found after the experiment that it can only be done with the help of reflective objects within a range of 1000 meters. Some other skills also mainly depend on how much energy George puts in to exert specific power. There is absolutely no power to destroy the moon at any time. Maybe this is the impact of different laws, but George is very satisfied with so many gains. Of course, these eyes will definitely bring more than just these changes to me, but it just means that George needs to continue to explore. However, for the time being, the benefits that the Naruto world can bring to him are almost the same. In the future, George plans to use the Naruto world as a logistics base to provide the necessary resources for the ancient star in the Marvel world. As long as George is there, he will not worry about villains. Even if the Otsutsuki clan comes again in the future, George will not worry. This is the confidence in his own strength. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend, and please collect. A person who keeps his word. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. The Second Net. George returned to the real world and stayed in the Naruto world for 27 months. And less than 3 months had passed in the real world. Although less than 3 months had passed, George's progress in strength was extraordinary. In George's opinion, the ninjas in the Naruto world were still very rough in their use of gravity and repulsion. At present, there are 4 forces in the universe: gravity, electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force. These 4 forces are forces in the sense of physics, and are within the scope of natural science research. Newton's classical mechanics, Einstein's theory of relativity, and quantum mechanics have studied the effects of gravity and the relationship between matter very thoroughly, forming a modern natural science theoretical system. Gravity and repulsion exist in all matter, including microquarks, neutrons, protons, atoms, molecules, nebulae, galaxies, and planets, all of which have gravity and repulsion, forming the Hill sphere phenomenon. Some people have proposed the theory that gravity and repulsion are the source of all forces. They determine everything in the universe and can drive all evolution of the universe. Gravity and repulsion are apparently to control the size of gravity, but in fact they are to control the curvature of space-time. So what can be done by controlling gravity and repulsion? There are many things, such as gravity control, space movement, creating black holes, crushing stars, etc. So George still has a long way to go in the future, and there is still a lot of potential to be tapped in the trick of gravity and repulsion alone. After returning to reality, he took a day off, mainly to accompany his wife. Fortunately, Alice is now interested in magic, and she rarely attends even the gatherings between upper-class wives. At Christmas, Alice is also planning to gather children under the age of 12 on Hogwarts Island to teach magic. There are not many children, only a dozen of the right age, so George agreed. George can't always accompany her, so it's always good to find something to do. The next day, George came to Dr. Erskine's laboratory, ready to learn about the strengthening of the warriors. "Hello, Doctor." George greeted Dr. Erskine, who was lying on the microscope, after entering the laboratory. "Hello, sir." The doctor hurriedly got up and greeted. "Don't be so polite, Doctor." George shrugged helplessly. "It's my duty, sir." "What's the matter with you?" the doctor asked. "I came here just to learn about the enhancement of the serum." "How is the progress?" George said, flipping through a report handed over by the doctor. "All 1,000 soldiers have been enhanced. Here is a comparison table with detailed records for each one." The doctor said. "Thank you for your hard work, Doctor. By the way, this is my blood sample. Please help me analyze how much effect the super soldier serum can have on me," George said, pulling out a small tube of blood from his pocket. "Okay, wait a moment. It will be done in 10 minutes. The doctor quickly took the test tube, then went to the instrument and got busy. 8 minutes later, Dr. Erskine stood in front of George, handed him a test report and said, "I'm sorry, sir. After testing, the current super soldier serum is completely ineffective for you. You know, the fundamental principle of strengthening serum is not to transform cells, but to form a more efficient way to store energy." Dr. Erskine thought for a moment and then continued, "If an ordinary person is a cup, Bucky and others are buckets after transformation, and you are a water tank. Ordinary people can also reach Bucky's level by injecting serum, but you don't need it at all." Although George knew that Dr. Erskine was suspected of bragging, it did not prevent George from recognizing him. Who doesn't like to hear good words? George can't passively improve his physical strength by basking in the sun like Superman next door. George's current physical strength is the result of eating heart-shaped grass and more than 40 years of passive transformation of chaotic energy, which is far worse than Superman. After knowing that he can't rely on serum, George can only give up this path temporarily. Anyway, he still has the golden finger, so he is not in a hurry. Then, George proposed that Dr. Erskine continue to study the infinite formula obtained from Hydra. The infinite formula is different from the super soldier serum. Its main function is to greatly extend human lifespan, and it does not strengthen the body. When you are about to ascend to heaven, you will be rejuvenated and revived immediately after taking the infinite formula. But the infinite formula is like a drug. The disadvantage is that it must be injected continuously. Once it is discontinued, the aging speed will be very fast. George naturally does not like the infinite formula, which has huge disadvantages, but it is not bad to study it. With Jiraiya's blood, there should be a good result. At worst, it can be used as a beauty product. A beauty product that can maintain youthful vitality will be very popular with both men and women. According to Dr. Erskine, the original data of the enhanced serum and the infinite formula were excavated from a certain ruins. Unfortunately, due to the long time, only these two data were obtained. Back in the study, George began to recall the direction of the world. The next few years can be described as undercurrents. With the recent incidents between Britain and the United States, Churchill, the big smoker, was instigated by the United States and delivered the famous Iron Curtain speech. Last month, Truman proposed the Truman Doctrine. The situation between the United States and the Soviet Union was getting worse and worse, and the Cold War situation had begun to take shape. In September of this year, the United States will establish the Central Intelligence Agency. Its main task is to collect and analyze intelligence on foreign governments, companies, terrorist organizations, individuals, politics, culture, technology, etc. publicly and secretly, coordinate the activities of other domestic intelligence agencies, and report this intelligence to the work of various departments of the US government. It is also responsible for maintaining a large number of military equipment, which was used during the Cold War, to prepare for the overthrow of foreign governments, such as the Soviet Union and other opponents, that posed a threat to American interests. The headquarters is located in Langley, Virginia. In order to deal with Western intelligence infiltration, the Soviet Union will launch the Red Room Plan, also known as the Black Widow Project, next year. The project targets are basically female orphans who have lost their relatives in the war. The future Avenger Natasha comes from here. George seems to remember that the Strategic Scientific Corps should have been disbanded now, so Carter should be unemployed at this time. Can I do something? I mentioned laying out the chess pieces and then going to eat the black braised eggs. Besides, with my presence, the purple potato spirit will definitely not have the chance to snap his fingers, and I can't lose Captain America's wife. In this case, it seems that I really have to make some arrangements. In the next few years, all kinds of spies will be flying around, and George will naturally not lag behind. Monday, connect Bucky. George said to the computer on the desk. Okay, sir. Connecting. Please wait. Monday answered mechanically. The video showed the image of the other side, and Bucky appeared in front of the camera in a training uniform with his back to his soldiers. Boss, Bucky reports to you. What do you want? Bucky said to the camera. Bucky, I asked Monday to pass you a piece of information. You arrange someone to contact and mix into these organizations. It doesn't require a high position, but it requires that the information must be well informed. In addition, Ryan, the hidden man on the Hydra side, also told you should follow up more. Don't worry, those organizations are still just prototypes for the time being, and there is still time to take it slowly. George ordered. Understood, boss. I guarantee to complete the task. Bucky promised solemnly. Well, that's it. Be careful. George hung up the video after he finished speaking. The underground forces across the United States are his first network, and the 500 super spies are the second network targeting major intelligence organizations. At that time, if some personnel are placed in SHIELD, a comprehensive intelligence network can basically be formed. Fred, help me give Ms. Peggy Carter an invitation. I want to invite her to dinner. George immediately ordered outside the door. Okay, sir. Fred's standard British accent sounded outside the door. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. There is one more chapter. Please wait. Chapter 137, The Future. In a restaurant in New York, guests are enjoying the last dessert. Thank you, sir. The food in this restaurant is really good. Carter said to George opposite, after putting down the cutlery. It's good as long as it suits your taste. George said with a smile. Sir Svent, you invited me here tonight. You are not really inviting me to dinner, right? Carter, who was already a little impatient, asked. Carter, the war is over, and the Strategic Scientific Corps has been disbanded. What are your plans? George asked. Steve entrusted his mother to me, so I will stay in New York in the future to take care of Mrs. Rogers. Carter said with a little sadness. In fact, Carter is also very embarrassed now. With the end of the war, the multinational joint department has been disbanded, and Carter is also difficult to integrate into the ordinary peaceful life. I have a document here, you can take a look, George said, and then he asked the bodyguard outside the door to bring a document. Carter took the document and opened the document. The first thing she saw was a badge. She was very familiar with this badge, which was the symbol of Hydra. Carter didn't look up again until she finished reading the document. Are these all true? Carter asked seriously. Of course, as you know, I have a security company under my command, which is responsible for protecting the safety of some important people. This is what my men found out based on clues. If you are not sure, you can continue to investigate, George said with a smile. Hasn't Hydra been eliminated? And how dare the military conduct such an experiment? Carter said, looking at the documents in his hand. Originally, with the defeat of the Red Skull and the fall of the headquarters, this huge organization should have collapsed. But the results of things are often beyond the expectations of most people. The Red Skull's forces were eliminated, and other factions took over most of the resources, leaving the strategic scientific core with only an empty shell. This organization with tenacious vitality has not only not weakened, but has become stronger. Of course, what George handed to Carter could not be all the information about Hydra in George's hands, but just a small tell. There are many such Hydra forces, and the one George picked out happened to be one that was related to his own company. This also explains why George investigated this company. Another document in the folder was a report on the military's replication of super soldier serum. Although the loss was relatively large, and only one person succeeded out of hundreds of people, it was successful in the end, wasn't it? Moreover, as far as George knew, this project was a private collaboration between a few families and a faction in the military. Therefore, George didn't mind making some small obstacles behind the scenes. Carter, how can an organization like Hydra be easily wiped out? Many of the scientists in it are air talents for the United States today. It is completely normal to have remnants. There should be many in foreign countries, but they have not been discovered, George explained with a smile. As for the replication of serum, it is even more normal. Even if Steve didn't disappear, he couldn't escape the fate of having his blood drawn for testing after the war. You should understand this. As the only successful experimental subject, his value is inestimable. Yes, but what can I do? Carter looked at the documents in his hand with disappointment. I thought Steve's sacrifice was very meaningful, and finally the evil organization Hydra was wiped out. But who knew that there were so many remnants? Even Carter knew that the number of scientists who were absorbed was no less than 2 digits. Who dared to guarantee that there was no Hydra in it? Moreover, as Steve is a military asset, it is normal for his blood to be studied. Carter, how about working for me? George asked directly. I don't understand why the Excellency chose me. What can I do? Carter asked. You know that my security company needs an intelligence officer like you. You know that security is not enough with force alone, and necessary intelligence gathering is also indispensable, George said. The restaurant was quiet for a while, and George did not urge, but quietly drank the red wine in the glass. After a long time, Carter made up his mind and said, "Thank you, sir. You will be my boss from now on." Haha, happy cooperation. George stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Carter. On the way home, George asked Bucky and Jirang to separate the part of the intelligence room responsible for ordinary security tasks, and Carter will be responsible for it in the future. For the time being, George did not want Carter to know too much. The key is that it is meaningless. George's goal is a seat on the board of directors. Many people know that the future SHIELD is a multinational joint department. In fact, many people don't know that SHIELD was originally a private organization with 3 founders serving as board members. Although the organization was later taken over by the government, it still retained the tradition of the board of directors, which was the predecessor of the later World Security Committee. And why was the original SHIELD established? Because of Howard Stark. After the war, the Strategic Science Corps was disbanded, and many black technology items originally obtained from Hydra were also taken away by the military, including the earliest single-person submarines, energy weapons, drawings obtained from the Hydra base, etc., and more importantly, the Cosmic Cube. As a scientist, it is impossible not to be moved by these items. As a businessman, Howard Stark understands the commercial value contained in them. In George's view, Howard Stark is more like a businessman, otherwise he would not leave so many family businesses for the future Iron Man. However, it is undeniable that Howard Stark is a genius. Even the new element energy used by the future Iron Man is left by Howard Stark. At this time, Howard Stark was still trying to build a good relationship with the military, trying to use his personal relationship to obtain the research qualifications for these items. Unfortunately, there are too many departments and personnel involved. For a while, Howard had no progress. George separated the general security section in order to let Carter understand the intelligence value of the security department. What ability does Carter have to become one of the earliest veterans like Howard Stark and Brigadier General Phillips? Just relying on her identity as Captain America's girlfriend? This is not enough. So the smart Carter will definitely find a backstage for herself, just like a dowry, to increase her voice. In the original timeline, although Carter was invited to join that department, he was suppressed everywhere in the New York branch and basically did clerical work. If it weren't for the many times of going out on the field without discipline and making some contributions, and Howard Stark helped to transfer back to the headquarters, Carter would have no chance to stand out. With Carter's line, plus George's relationship with Brigadier General Phillips, when the time comes to sponsor a batch of items, I don't believe Howard Stark will refuse his investment. George's plan was to wait a few years, let Carter get in touch with more extraordinary aspects, and then tell her about Steve. Then he would give her a chance to choose. If she wanted, George would not mind injecting her with super soldier serum, and then freezing her, so that she and Steve could reunite decades later. Chapter 138 Alien Base. On the ancient star, the sky was dark, the wind was raging, the world was in chaos, and dust was flying. George estimated that the surface of this planet might turn into a desert in a few hundred years, so it would take some time for George to transform this planet into a habitable planet. George considered using ninjutsu to change the surface environment, but it was too time consuming to do it all by himself. His subordinates on Earth had only learned the basic three-body technique and were not yet capable of doing this. It was not impossible to bring people from the ninja world, but just as George needed to consume chaos energy to stay in other planes, people from other planes also needed to consume energy when brought to the Marvel world by George. Some gains did not outweigh the losses, which was why George did not bring Tsunade and Miyu back to live in the Marvel world. After scanning on Monday, the circumference of this planet is 1/10 longer than that of the Earth, so the gravity is also a little greater than that of the Earth. After calculations on Monday, the other two satellites of this planet have 1/3 the diameter of this planet, and the one in a farther orbit is also 2/10 the size. Since the distance between the ancient star and the stars in this galaxy is farther than the distance between the Earth and the Sun, the normal temperature here is slightly lower than the temperature of the Earth. George controlled the gravity and slowly flew into the air. According to the prompt on Monday, he arrived at one of the 9 ancient cities half an hour later. From the sky, the whole city is located in the middle of a dried up lake. The lake is irregular in shape, about 322 kilometers long and 40 to 177 kilometers wide. The area is 31,000 square kilometers, and the area of the island in the middle of the lake is 1,523 square kilometers. It seems that thousands of years ago, the ancient star people built a city on the island in the middle of the lake that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. George separated 20 multiple shadow clones, scattered over the ruins, and stretched out a hand to look forward. It is not necessary to stretch out your hand to activate the skill, it is just a habit. Cheyenne and Wangxiang in an instant, all the weathered buildings on the ground were sucked into the air, slowly forming a huge sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. With a loud rumble, George threw the huge ball into the dried up lake, forming a straight line between the island in the middle of the lake and the lakeside. The entire ancient city has been razed to the ground, a truly flat land. George is going to build his first city here, but he hasn't thought of a name for the city yet. The Wangxiang Shianai that George just used is a type of Samsurai ninjutsu in Naruto, a special ninjutsu that uses the caster to generate a strong gravitational field for a designated target with himself as the center. The water problem is easy to solve, but how can a habitable planet lack plants? But George has already thought of a world that can provide George with what he needs. Plain, Tomorrow's War. The background of the story is a series of events in the future world, such as rapid development of science and technology, constant wars, and overdevelopment of industry. The global ecological environment is getting worse and worse, and the air is filled with high concentrations of toxins, making it unsuitable for human survival. Newborns will get sick as soon as they are born, and the protagonist's daughter also died of illness. In order to restore a stable social order, the Cheyenne Mu faction represented by the commander-in-chief created the Cheyenne Mu. The sky curtain can purify poison gas in a certain area and create a safe zone suitable for human survival. The social order is gradually stabilized because of the safe zone built under the sky curtain. At this time, a meteorite suddenly hit the Earth's B16 area. People found that the alien plant Pandora brought by the meteorite was both extremely aggressive and had the function of evolving air. This led to the emergence of a new faction within the top leadership, represented by the officer Tanbing, the Coexistence faction. The Coexistence faction believes that the Pandora can be used to purify poison gas so that humans can coexist with it. And it has achieved great results. It has developed a genetic bullet that can make Pandora non-aggressive, making the coexistence of humans and Pandora possible. The only step left is the last step, which is the action mission performed by the protagonist and others. However, this proposition will inevitably be strongly opposed by the Sky Curtain faction and will be strongly obstructed. Because society can only be stable under the protection of the Sky Curtain faction must be dominant within the government. The Sky Curtain faction spent a lot of time, money, technology, talents, etc. to create the Sky Curtain, and the interests involved are very deep. It is conceivable that, if the Sky Curtain is replaced by Pandora, a large number of vested interests of the Sky Curtain faction will turn into those who suffer losses, and even shake the Sky Curtain faction's dominant position in the government. The story begins to slowly unfold around the tasks of the protagonists. When George appeared again, he was already on top of a dilapidated factory. Looking up, pieces of Sky Curtain covered the entire city. People were coming and going on the streets between the factories, rubbing shoulders with each other. However, from the clothes, it can be seen that they are not living well, and supplies should be very scarce. George learned from people's communication that this is the B16 area where the story took place. For this plain world, George doesn't want much. One is a genetic bullet, and the other is to try to get a Pandora seed, and the robot technology in this world is also very good. From the performance of Pandora, it can be seen that the Pandora plant should have consciousness. George wants to try to use the infinite moon reading to control the mother body of Pandora. Although the Sky Curtain technology looks good, George doesn't think highly of it because there are better options in other planes. Although George can wait until the storyline ends and then reap the fruits of his labor in peace and stability. However, since he doesn't know how long the story will develop, he doesn't know how long he will have to wait. And if he can help, George doesn't mind helping the protagonist here. After making up his mind, George flew into the air after becoming invisible, found the direction of the temporary military base in Area B16, and flew there. Just as George flew to the temporary command center in the stadium, two large planes were flying towards this side. As the plane slowly landed in the open space in the middle of the stadium, a woman in military uniform walked down from the plane with an armed robot and two men. One of the men was holding a white storage device in his arms. George knew that this should be the time when the female officer Tanbing first arrived at the base at the beginning of the story. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time. After these people entered the building, George came to the two transport planes called giant whales. After taking the tactical nuclear bomb from one of the planes, he did not take the robot from the other plane. Then George appeared in the conference room invisibly according to his perception, while the doctor was introducing his invention. Without wasting time, George used illusion to control everyone. After giving the commander-in-chief an order to shut down all the surveillance in the house, George appeared and took away the gene bullet. According to Dr. Chin Kang Song, the director of the Research and Development Institute that developed the gene bullet, this gene bullet is actually a very rare P7N9 virus. They also use the characteristic that Pandora will automatically enter a dormant state after encountering the P7N9 virus to achieve the purpose of coexistence. Of course, the premise is to inject the virus into the mother body of Pandora after performing an illusion to create an illusion of waking up in 2 hours for everyone. George left the temporary command site, flying into the sky. According to the position obtained in the conference room just now, George came directly above Pandora. In fact, the location of Pandora can be found as long as you are in the sky, because on the high-rise buildings in the city center, dense vines have wrapped the high-rise buildings in green. It is indeed quite obvious from a high place. Some vines have 4 serrations at the end, which are constantly opening and closing in the air. After entering the mirror space again, George came to the underground where the mother body was located. There were glowing objects growing densely on the ground. Through the light, he could clearly see some kind of creature growing inside. Just after George came out of the mirror space, a group of terrifying insect-shaped monsters crawled out from the darkness of the underground space. Out of animal instinct, these insect-shaped monsters did not dare to move forward and could only make hissing sounds in the dark. George did not look at the insect-shaped monsters, but controlled gravity to fly to the side of the Pandora mother body. The so-called mother body was just a thick tree root. George touched the root and could feel a hazy consciousness, revealing a desire for water. George opened the reincarnation eye, mapped the pupil power to the glowing objects around, and released illusions through light, activating the infinite moon reading and implanting the consciousness of submission into Pandora. This step was completed very easily. Fortunately, infinite moon reading has penetrating power. Any subject with consciousness will be controlled by this ninjutsu. Although Pandora is a plant, it has already developed a vague consciousness, so it is also within the controllable range. Moreover, George will not extract anything from Pandora, and there is no need to worry that Pandora will become something like White Zetsu. After controlling Pandora, George tried to let Pandora drive away the insect-shaped monsters around. Sure enough, the insect-shaped creatures around that were still hissing just now slowly retreated into the darkness and no longer appeared. Pandora can control those insect-shaped creatures. The next step is to try transplantation. George can't take the whole Pandora away, and this planet also needs it. George ordered Pandora to extend a thin root from the earth and cut it off. Using gravity to dig a deep pit next to it, bury the thin root in it, and pour some water. George found that the cut just now healed quickly. As George poured more and more water, this Pandora was also growing rapidly. Through mental power, George sensed that the newly transplanted Pandora also produced a new consciousness. George once again used infinite moon reading to control the Pandora in his hand, then pulled it out and put it in a separate area of the chaotic space, and George didn't care about it anymore. After obtaining the Pandora strain, George didn't stay for long. Just like the original plot, he used the P7N9 virus in his hand to put Pandora into hibernation and left. A day later, George didn't care about what happened after he left B16, but came to the B7 area. This area is mainly responsible for technology research and development, and various scientific research institutions are located in this area. Just like what he did in the DC world, George began to steal various scientific research materials. Artificial intelligence, robots, aircraft, exoskeleton devices, sky curtain technology, etc. George found all the information about the P7N9 virus in the laboratory where the gene bullet was developed, and also obtained a small part of the sample. Although George can control Pandora through illusion, it does not prevent George from studying this virus. 2 days later, George returned to the real world. The delay was mainly because George went to other areas to search for some technical information. Ancient Star, where the city was to be built. George planned to build a steel city here and then use Pandora to green it. Teleported to an underground space by the lake. The space here was originally only the size of a house, but with the continuous efforts of the clone, the invisible extension spell was now as big as a football field. Combined with the sealing technique, George no longer worried about the problem that the space extended by the invisible extension spell would become smaller. Take out the small Pandora from the chaotic space and find a place to plant it at random. Then cast clear water like spring, and a small stream of spring water continued to appear in George's hand and poured on Pandora. George did not stop until Pandora turned into a thick root again and drilled out of the underground space. After Pandora stopped growing, the roots automatically grew glowing bags. It turns out that Pandora can breed worm-like creatures in these glowing objects by devouring meat. These worm-like creatures act as a kind of engineer, which can hunt and protect the mother plant of Pandora from being destroyed. Pandora can also decide how many worm-like creatures to hatch according to needs. After figuring out these things, George had a plan for how to quickly green the ancient star. Although he went to the world of tomorrow's war, not even a day had passed in reality. Back on Earth, George started to check the situation in the prison on Monday. After George studied the ability to borrow, he asked Paul to establish more than a dozen prisons in the United States, which mainly held serious criminals, most of whom were sentenced to life imprisonment. Among them, as long as they have no family, they will be labeled as dead after being detained for a period of time and arranged to be transferred to a special prison. At the beginning, George only gave these people a little speed, and all these prisoners needed to do every day was to keep running. Although this would cause George to lose a lot of money, it helped George accumulate a lot of energy in the early stage. Money is just a bunch of numbers for George. Although the guards here are the most loyal people, George still cast illusions on these people. In the memories of these guards, they only remember that all the prisoners have been transferred to other prisons, and the surveillance records have been modified by Monday. George cast infinite moon redding on all the prisoners in the chaotic space, and also added the wood-based ninjutsu tree world advent and a water-based spell waterfall for these prisoners. After returning to the ancient star, these people began to work. Cast ninjutsu, accumulate energy, and cast ninjutsu again. In addition to the necessary rest and meals, they enter this cycle every day. George also prepared tents and other daily necessities for these prisoners. Anyway, there is a ninja world as a logistics base, just bring some back when you go to see Tsunade and the others. George also took out the robot technology obtained in tomorrow's war and asked Tsunade to build a factory to help him produce it. Parts such as chips that are not currently technologically available will not be produced for the time being. George has other plans for this. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. Chapter 139 Entering the Resident Evil. George floated in the sky, watching the ground turn green little by little, and naturally he was in a very good mood. The ancient star is now like a blank sheet of paper, allowing George to give full play to his imagination. However, George does not plan to bring people to this planet for the time being, and Marvel is not ready to leave the Earth. George does not want to control all the people around him with illusions. So what is the meaning of life? The great and glorious personality must be established. George does not want to be regarded as a villain and become a copy of heroes to brush experience one day. Before George reaches the top combat power, the safety here must be guaranteed from all angles. It must be 100% safe, and it will not work, even if it is close. George thinks there is a saying that is very right, that is, loyalty. Just because the chips for betrayal are not enough. Take the companies under his name as an example. George has almost achieved 100% decentralization, but there are still some people who will have this or that idea. Moreover, the brains of Americans are very strange, and they can be influenced by various emotions at any time, and do incredible things. Just like in Tomb Raider, the heroine killed her boyfriend with a dagger, because she was worried that her boyfriend would take Pandora back. What kind of brain circuit is this? Can't you hold your boyfriend hostage with a dagger? Or knock him out when he's not paying attention? Is it necessary to kill him directly? The key is that the two of them were kissing the last second. Therefore, George can only build the entire ancient planet by himself, and he won't trust anyone. As for those criminals, they are just tools. Monday, list the city planning drawings and the required construction materials. Looking at the dense list of materials listed on the screen projected on the screen, George was numb. My goodness. Several pages. It's impossible to read them all. How many people will be needed to build this? Monday. In George's opinion, Monday can only be regarded as an ordinary artificial intelligence, not an intelligent life, and is far inferior to the future Ultron and Jarvis. In this way, George thought of a world that can not only meet his needs, but also provide some experimental materials for Dr. Erskine. Plain, Resident Evil. The background is the early 21st century, and the Umbrella Corporation has become a giant in the American business world. 90% of households are using their products. On the surface, this is a company that provides high-tech industries such as computer technology and medical and health services. In fact, their main profitable business is military technology products represented by genetic and biological weapons. However, the company's top management has been hiding this, and the company's employees know nothing about it. One of the company's research institutes is located underground in Raccoon City. The entire building is cone-shaped. It extends to 500 meters underground, and is called the Hive. In order to keep it confidential, a villa was built at the entrance of the Hive, and special security personnel were guarding it. On this day, a virus suddenly broke out at the Umbrella Company's research base underground in Raccoon City. George appeared on the road in a city. From the sign on the side of the road, he could see the big words "Raccoon City welcomes you." George came to the movie plane. The entire movie plot is as long as 6 parts. Recalling the general plot of the story, Alice, T-Virus, Red Queen, etc. flashed before his eyes one by one. It was getting dark. Judging from the normal vehicles on the road, it should be the beginning of the story of Resident Evil 1. "Hi, do you want a ride?" A private car stopped next to George. "Hello, beautiful woman." George turned around and saw the enthusiastic young woman, and then said, "It would be great if you could take me to the city." "Get in the car. It's hard to get a taxi here." The beautiful woman readily opened the door for George from the inside. "Thank you very much, ma'am," George said from the passenger seat, and the car started and drove towards the city. "Why are you walking on the road alone?" the beautiful woman asked while driving. "I came to Raccoon City with a few friends to travel. When I got off the car, they drove away. You know, it's inevitable to make a few bad friends," George explained. "Your friends are really bad, but the forest is not safe recently. There are wolves. So if you want to go out to play, it's best not to go into the mountains," the beautiful woman warned. "Oh, okay, ma'am," George said readily. "Okay, ma'am. What's your name, ma'am?" "Jill Warren." "What about you?" Jill asked. "George, just call me George." Jill Warren, one of the heroines in Resident Evil. She is a member of the Alpha team of the Raccoon City Police Special Forces stars, responsible for rescue and backup. George estimated that Jill should have been fired by now and stayed in Raccoon City to investigate the secrets of Umbrella Corporation. And the beast attack she just mentioned should be caused by the zombies that escaped. The two chatted about interesting travel stories and soon arrived in the city. After the car stopped at an intersection, George got out of the car and leaned on the window to Jill inside and said, "Thank you very much for taking me for a ride, Jill." "It's okay. Goodbye, George." "Goodbye, Jill." George stood at the intersection and watched the car disappear. After turning the corner, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he met one of the heroines just after arriving in the Resident Evil plane. Before George could continue to sigh, 2 black General Motors SUVs with the Umbrella logo drove past George. George's perspective eyes could see a team of armed teams in the car, driving towards a villa not far ahead. George sensed in the villa that a woman had just woken up from a coma, and a man was hiding stealthily by the window. Combined with the armed team in the car, George understood the identity of these people. The armed team in the car should be the Umbrella Company's task force, and the woman in the villa should be the heroine Alice, and the man should be Matt, a member of the resistance organization. It can only be said that this is a group of pathetic cannon fodder, and the incident was under the control of the Umbrella Company from beginning to end. The Umbrella executives have formulated a plan to destroy the world, and they themselves hid in a base deeper under the Hive to hibernate. After the destruction of the world is completed, the artificial intelligence Red Queen will wake up these executives and release the antidote. establish a new social system under the rule of the Umbrella Company, and now all the people outside are just abandoned. Although George is a little cold-blooded, he can't turn a blind eye to the lives of billions of people, so this time the plans of the Umbrella executives are destined to fail. George stretched his body and walked towards the villa. In front of the mansion, George looked at the broken windows and Matt, who was handcuffed on the ground, and shook his head. These people are really violent. Looking up, George saw several guns pointed at him. "Put your hands up," said Ryan Ocampo, a member of the Suicide Squad. "Don't be nervous, everyone." George smiled and raised his hands, then walked into the living room step by step. "Don't move, lie down." The black leader, James, who was cut into countless pieces by the laser in the movie, said to George with a vigilant face, and waved to the team members behind him to handcuff George. George, who was originally in a good mood and smiling, suddenly turned cold. The thought moved, and in an instant, a strong force came, and the members of the task force felt that the guns in their hands suddenly broke away from their hands, and they could not resist at all. A sound of metal collision sounded, and all the weapons in the hands of the task force gathered together. As long as George wanted, he could turn them into an iron ball at any time. The task force members looked at each other, and the black leader James suddenly shouted, "Fire!" The other 6 members quickly took out their spare guns. George waved his hand, and the gun that had just been sucked in hit several people directly, and 7 members fell to the ground. "If I were you, I would be more honest," George said as he looked at James, who fell to the ground. James, as a battle-hardened and experienced mercenary, could naturally see the indifference in George's eyes, the indifference to life. It was as if he would lose his life in the next second. "Stop," James said. "That's good." George smiled. George could also use illusion to control the other party, but that would be meaningless. Use force wantonly, control others at will, and despise life. It may not seem like a big deal in the short term, but it will definitely affect your character in the long run. Therefore, George thought that, if you can talk away, it is better not to kill people at every turn, as if you are a murderous demon, which is not good. "Well, can you all get up?" George said with a smile. Everyone rolled their eyes. It was you who fell to the ground. But no one would really come out to protest. The obvious gap in strength could still be seen by these team members. "Hello, sir. We are a task force sent by the Umbrella Company. May I ask who you are?" The medical officer, the woman who was beheaded by the laser, asked. "Task force. Haha, I think you should call it the Suicide Squad." James' face changed and he said, "Sir, what do you mean by this?" George glanced at the black forehead, shook his head and ignored him. It seems that the so-called task force has active talents, but they acted like a tiger, but when they looked back, they were stupid. Since they knew the mechanism of the umbrella so well, they still rushed in. It was completely brainless. But for the sake of Alice and Ryan, George didn't mind giving a hint, so he asked Calamp, who had a computer on his wrist among the 7 people, "Under what circumstances will the hive's artificial intelligence Red Queen shut down the entire hive and activate the defense system?" Calamp was stunned by the question, and then turned to look at his captain. After James nodded to Calampu, Calampu looked at George and replied, "As the mastermind of the hive, according to the security regulations, Red Queen will only completely seal off the hive when facing an uncontrollable situation." Recalling the information in his brain, Calampu suddenly understood and said, "That is to say, there was a leak in the laboratory, and then Red Queen completely closed the hive." James, as the captain, knew more information, and was shocked to hear this. "Then do you know what is being studied inside?" George asked. Calampu was speechless for a moment. Then, Calampu and the other team members turned their attention to their captain again. "I don't know either. I received the mission information on the way." The medical officer looked at George and asked, "Sir, do you know what is being studied inside?" "That is a key. The key to open Pandora's box. And now it seems to be out of control. If it spreads, I think the consequences are beyond your imagination." George smiled and shook his head and continued, "The question now is, are you still going to go in?" All the members of the task force looked at their captain, James. James looked at George's expression and asked George, "I'm very sorry, sir. I want to know how you know this information." That has nothing to do with you. If you still want to go down and die, I have no objection, just do it yourself. George interrupted James and said, it's hard to persuade the damn ghosts with good words, and George has no obligation to save these people. If they insist on breaking into the hive, it's their own choice, and they deserve to die. Even if they leak the zombies, it doesn't matter. Go down to the underground base at the bottom to get the genetic antidote and spread it out. As for the people who died because of this, it was the result of these people not listening to advice, and it was not his fault. James lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, the mission continues. After that, he bent down and began to pick up the equipment that fell on the ground. Seeing that George did not stop him, the other team members also picked up their equipment. George took a step back, motioned for them to do whatever they wanted, and glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner, smiled and said nothing. Sir, do you know who I am? Alice, who was wearing a red dress, asked. You, Alice, are the same as them. You are all employees of Umbrella, responsible for the security of this emergency exit, and the captain also knows this. George replied with a smile. Then what happened to me? Alice asked. At this time, Calamp continued, the hive has its own defense control system, which is controlled by a computer. Once an emergency occurs, anesthetic gas will be released into the house. The main effect is that the inhaler will be completely unconscious for 4 hours, and the side effects include severe memory loss. Then, what about this? Alice took off the ring on her hand and asked. Your marriage is fake, to conceal your identities. At this time, several people have prepared their equipment again, and are preparing to move forward. At this time, Matt, a member of the resistance organization, walked to George, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. George took a look and said, I know what you want to ask, but I may disappoint you. Your sister died when the Red Queen closed the hive, so it's a pity. Matt's face turned pale, and he was pulled by Lane to catch up with the people in front. George shook his head and walked at the end of the team. As for waiting up there, forget it, you have to come down anyway. Moreover, the Umbrella Company will send people to surround the villa soon, and George is not interested in competing with the Umbrella Company now. The people in front saw George following and were slightly relieved. They all saw George's ability with their own eyes, and it was much more reassuring to have such a person following, not to mention that George also had so much information. George saw the expressions of the people and knew what they were thinking without mental perception, but he just smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, what happened on George's side had been projected on the computer screens of several people. In a network conference room, several men stared at the person in the main seat, and no one spoke for a long time. White Queen, do you have any information about this person? William in the main seat asked. No matching information has been found in the population files of various countries. This person first appeared in the surveillance outside Raccoon City. He took the car of police officer Chilvalan into the city. Apart from that, there is no available information. The artificial intelligence White Queen reported, while projecting the information he found on the screen. William in the main seat said, it can be seen that this person must be extraordinary and has extremely high research value. I suggest capturing him alive and then finding out the origin of his ability. The other base leaders looked at each other, and one of them said, what if we can't capture him successfully? William was silent for a while, and said to the computer, advance the nuclear bomb plan. If the sample cannot be captured successfully, destroy it directly. The entire plan cannot be affected by this. Agree X6. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. Chapter 140 Red Queen. George and the task force boarded the train below the villa, which played an important role in the original plot. The power is off, Kaplan said after checking the cab. Fix it. James replied after hearing it. Fix it immediately. At this time, Lane, who walked into the carriage, saw the open floor in the middle of the carriage and consciously went down to repair it. Soon, the train was powered on and the repair was completed. After the last person got on the train, Kaplan was ready to start the train. At this time, George said, there is another person outside the door over there. Let him in first. Lane walked up and tried twice, but it didn't open. After another male team member tried twice, he finally opened the door, but he was also startled by the person who suddenly fell on him. The train started, and the medical officer was about to come forward to check the man just now. If you knew what he did, you wouldn't think of saving him. Oh, by the way, Alice, he is your fake husband, Spence. George said gloatingly, while sitting on a box. James could tell that George didn't like him, so he didn't say anything, and Alice asked, "Sir, what did he do?" "It's not a big deal, it's just that he caused the virus leak this time," George replied. Now several people were not calm, and now several people have trusted George's words very much. The team member who opened the door just now came forward and handcuffed Spence. "Ryan, did you see the hole?" George asked Ryan again. "Yes, sir." Ryan nodded and replied, "What caused it?" "It's just that the experimental material escaped." "What do you think Umbrella Company will do if the experimental material escapes?" George asked again. "According to the emergency crisis management method, the area around the villa will be immediately under martial law, and then it will be handled," James replied. "So, it's too late for you to regret now. Once you go out, you will control people. Congratulations to everyone for becoming the first batch of testers." "Testing what?" James asked. "Weapons, biological and chemical weapons," George answered James this time. When everyone heard about biological weapons, they immediately thought of viruses, mustard gas, etc., and their faces couldn't help but look ugly. Everyone looked at each other and stopped talking. The train soon arrived at the destination. The task force members took out tools from the train and violently opened the door. After George got off the train, he looked at the camera in the corner and shouted, "Red Queen, help open the door. You know you can't stop these people." A red projection appeared in front of the door, showing a little girl in a red dress. "Don't go in, you will die." "Open the door for me," Kaplan said. "You will definitely die." The projection disappeared, and the Red Queen stopped talking. "Proceed as planned." James waved his hand and ordered. Ryan held the electric cutter and started working. A few minutes later, Ryan said, "Gentlemen, you can enter the hive." As the gate opened, a dark passage appeared in front of everyone. The members of the task force all had night vision goggles, so they were not worried about the darkness. After forming a formation, they began to move towards the target. George followed behind and just felt funny until he came to the office area downstairs. Kaplan also found the power control switch here and turned on all the lights. The corridor was unusually quiet. From the outside of the glass partition, it was clear that the office was filled with water. When everyone saw George stop and look into the office area, they all stopped and looked over. "What are you looking at?" Lane asked as she walked to George. Xiaoyu and GD were still climbing on the transparent glass, looking inside. Corpses were bobbing in the water. "What happened here?" Matt asked. 5 hours ago, the Red Queen went on a killing spree, sealed off the hive, and killed everyone. My team was sent here to shut her down. James explained. "Oh my god. Is it because the virus being researched was leaked? What kind of virus is it that kills so many people?" Alice said. Alice looked at George, who was looking at the two people lying on the glass with a smirk on his face. At this time, a female corpse with long hair floated in front of the glass, and her closed eyes suddenly opened. "Oh, shit. What the hell?" The two raised their guns and were about to shoot, but were stopped by James. They saw the corpse that had woken up struggling in the water with its teeth and claws bared, and its appearance was even more terrifying. "You knew it a long time ago?" Alice asked George. "Well, this is the product of Umbrella's research, the T-virus. You saw that all the people killed in the hive have turned into this extremely aggressive monster." George looked at everyone with interest and then continued, "Think about it. If you turn off the power and take out the Red Queen, what will happen? All the monsters will run out at that time. At that time, it will be lively. Why aren't you worried?" Spencer asked. "Because I have the ability to protect myself." George chuckled. The task force only then understood why George called them the Suicide Squad. If they were attacked by these monsters without knowing it, then they would be looking for death. It seems that they were betrayed by the people of Umbrella Corporation. Then we must take the moth aboard of the Red Queen out, so that we can expose the evil deeds of Umbrella Corporation," Matt said viciously. The other members of the task force were also persuaded by him and began to move forward. In the network conference room, seeing that George was so familiar with Umbrella Corporation, they thought that there was a leak in their own company. William even shouted that the company must be thoroughly investigated. Everyone came to a hall where neat iron boxes were arranged one after another. From the outside, it was completely unclear what was sealed inside. Kaplan James shouted, "Building B restaurant, the map shows that there is a restaurant here." Kaplan replied, "You may have seen it wrong." James came to Kaplan's side and looked at the map and said, "Sure enough, Umbrella Corporation has so many secrets that they don't want people to know." Matt said, "Uncuff him. Ryan and GD guard the exit." James gave the order again. In front was the computer room, and James led Kaplan and others to go there. At this time, George came to Lane's side, but when Kaplan passed by him, George still said, "If you encounter a place that needs to be explored, you can let Spence try it first. Anyway, it's all his fault." It would be strange if everyone could have a good face to Spence after knowing that it was Spence who deliberately leaked the virus and seeing those people infected by the virus in the office area. Lane and GD were about to pry open the elevator, and George immediately stopped them and said, "That place is not a good way out." "Then where should we go?" Lane asked. "Do you think the top management of Umbrella Corporation will let you leave safely? These monsters here are prepared for you." George smiled. On the other side, James and others came to the control room. Kaplan hacked into the background data of Red Queen through the code that Umbrella Corporation had sent to him before and opened the channel. At this time, except for Kaplan, everyone else, including Alice, was about to enter the passage, but James remembered George's reminder and said, "Wait a minute, don't go in for now, I'll take Spence to explore the way ahead." "Captain, why don't you let Spence explore the way by himself?" Kaplan said. "It doesn't matter, the host is in front. I'm worried that Spence will damage the moth aboard." James said, "Although George is very strong, has some magical skills, and knows the Umbrella Company very well, but this gang of people is not vegetarian. If they can't beat you, can they beat those mutated ordinary people? So although these people are vigilant, they don't take George's words to heart. Out of the habit of mercenaries, James and others believe more in the weapons in their hands." After checking the equipment on their bodies, they pushed Spence into the death passage. What happened here was completely in George's perception. It's really hard to persuade the damned ghost with good words, and it's still black. "Go back, it won't be safe here soon," George said. After James entered the passage door closed again. James finally got his lunch here and took Spence with him. George started soul absorption when the two entered the passage, so two souls appeared in the soul space of the Chaos Pearl. Although they were the first batch of souls in the soul space, George was not prepared to keep them. With a thought, the two people who had not yet reacted directly dissipated in the soul space, leaving only tiny ashes floating in the air. The energy was still too little, and the expansion of the space was almost unnoticeable. When George and the other two entered the control room, they saw the members of the dispatch team staring at the passage in a daze. "What happened?" Lane asked. The members of the dispatch team opened their mouths, but did not speak. Seeing George next to them, another member was about to rush up, but was stopped by the medical officer, who shouted, "You knew it a long time ago, right?" George was too lazy to pay attention to the soy sauce party, and he didn't even have the mood to explain. The soy sauce party also calmed down under the persuasion of the medical officer. Kaplan looked at the captain who was broken into pieces, stood up and said, "Okay, let's continue." "Continue what?" asked the medical officer. "Continue the unfinished task," Kaplan said firmly. The dispatch team looked at each other, and the team members carried it, and entered the main engine room again. "Actually, I suggest that you can talk to Red Queen, and then you can make another choice," George said to the task force members. "Choose what?" "Choose to watch her die like you did," a member of the task force shouted at George. From the expressions of the task force members, it can be seen that others should think the same. George shrugged and said nothing. "What's the point of arguing with a dead person? Let's go." Kaplan and the other two team members carried the circuit breaker into the computer room, then took out the circuit breaker and began to assemble it. "Get out, you can't come in." Red Queen projected again and said to everyone, I don't recommend doing this. Turning off me will cause power outage. Don't worry about her. She will do everything she can to prevent us from turning her off. Kaplan said. Please. You will all die in this underground. Red Queen warned. After the assembly was completed, Kaplan pressed the circuit breaker amid Red Queen's final warning. The entire underground base instantly fell into darkness, which also meant that all the closed doors had been opened, and the zombies were out. 2 minutes ago, Lane, Alice, and the medical officer stayed in the control room waiting for Kaplan to complete the task. Alice slowly walked to George's side and asked softly, Sir, since you don't want them to take out the computer motherboard, why don't you stop them by force? I believe this should be easy for you. Of course it's easy, but I'm not obliged to do so, am I? Everyone needs to be responsible for their own choices. I have already advised them, but I just hope they won't regret their actions. George sat on the chair and said easily, what will happen if the computer motherboard is taken out? Lane came over and asked. As I said, this underground base is controlled by the main brain Red Queen. If Red Queen is forcibly shut down, the entire base will naturally lose power. So what do you think will happen to the monsters that are locked up? George said. Then why didn't you say it before? Lane said, but before George could answer, she turned around and wanted to enter the computer room to stop Kaplan from shutting down the mainframe. It seemed that she had completely forgotten what she had said in the corridor. Unfortunately, as soon as she walked into the corridor, the room fell into darkness. A few seconds later, the room became bright again, and the metal door that was originally blocked opened again. Kaplan, stop it. What's wrong? That gentleman said that if the mainframe is forced to shut down, the entire base will lose power and all the zombies will run out. Lane quickly repeated George's words. Don't worry, Lane. Even if all the locks are opened and all the monsters are released, we just need to hurry, and we can all run out before they surround us. Kaplan said as he took off the computer motherboard. Okay, let's go. Kaplan stood up with his backpack on his back and said. Passing by their captain, Kaplan said, with the computer motherboard, whether it is announced or sold for money, we can get huge benefits, including the captain's. Several people returned to the control room, looked at each other, and Kaplan said, let's go. After that, he took the lead and ran back the way they came. Before Alice left, she saw that George did not move. Just as she was about to say something, Lane outside had already shouted, Alice, follow me. Then, Alice also left here with everyone. George still sat on the only chair without moving, and took out a cigar, and smoked it slowly. In George's perception, he could clearly perceive that the exit outside had been blocked by zombies. What George was concerned about was that George did not see a soul along the way. Did it dissipate, or was there another reason? Do these zombies still have souls in their bodies? These cannot be determined for the time being. So George turned on the black pupils and began to pay attention to the task force. Black pupils are the name George gave to his eyes because they were gray-black when activated. He casually called them black pupils. In George's vision, the group came to the restaurant in Area B and then encountered a large group of zombies here. Although they were very energetic, they didn't know the important parts of these zombies, so they could only shoot randomly, and finally killed only a few zombies. Then the zombies in this place gathered more and more. After sacrificing 2 team members, Ryan, Kaplan, GD, and the medical officer fled back to the control room. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. There is one more chapter of Resident Evil to be completed. Chapter 141 Artificial Intelligence Star Network. George, who had his special vision on all the time, saw the existence of souls beside the dead zombies. Moreover, a task force member who was completely dismembered also had a soul beside him, but another task force member who was bitten and covered with wounds did not have a soul beside him. Moreover, according to George's observation, the soul that appeared beside that member dissipated after just a few minutes. The laws involved were not something George could fully understand at the moment. The team members who had not yet recovered from the shock at the door realized that there were other people in the room. After they smelled the cigar, Lane ran over with a gun and pointed the gun at George and said, "Who are you?" What does all this have to do with you? Just a passerby, and they were all released by your teammates. What does it have to do with me? So put the gun away, okay? George said. Lane looked at Kaplan fiercely before putting down the gun. Then he stopped talking, leaned against the corner, and began to check the gun. He had just fired randomly, but it consumed a lot of bullets. Seeing the empty magazine, he angrily threw the gun to the ground. The remaining bullets were not universal, and the gun was gone. George turned his attention back to the souls of the zombies in the soul space. Unlike the souls of normal people, these souls were like the zombies before they died, walking around in the space unconsciously. At this time, George also collected the souls of several zombie dogs killed by Alice, which were also confused. That's no problem. All the zombies underground are nutrients in George's eyes. For a moment, George had the urge to let the Umbrella Company carry out its plan to destroy the world. If all the humans in the world turned into zombies, and he disposed of the zombies, the soul space would definitely get a lot of nutrients. Unfortunately, he was obviously not crazy enough. George began to maintain the ability of the black pupil to absorb souls, and all dead souls within a radius of 1000 meters would be sucked into the soul space. 5 minutes later, Alice and Matt, who were stranded outside, also ran back. At Alice's reminder, the team restarted Red Queen. With Red Queen's narration, the task force understood the whole story and the seriousness of the current situation. However, under the threat of complete closure, Red Queen provided an escape route. In fact, in George's view, this escape route was deliberately given to them by Umbrella Corporation in order to test the biological weapons made by the T-virus. Even if they escaped from the hive, it would be useless. There were still people from Umbrella Corporation waiting for them outside. George also persuaded them to stay, but unfortunately no one was willing, so George did not force them. Moreover, the task force and Alice were just clones. After they left, George also extinguished the cigar in his hand. The game time is over, and it's time to get down to business. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and smiled at the camera. The next second, George disappeared directly from the surveillance. Red Queen, where did that person go? William asked, looking at the empty control room. Sir, that person was not found. Red Queen replied. Bring up the video just now, play it in slow motion, and search frame by frame. You must find him for me. Okay, sir. Hive, the main control room 800 meters underground. It is decorated like a luxurious office, with high-end sofas and surveillance videos on the entire wall. Red Queen, please turn on the lights, thank you. George said to the Heir. Hello, Mr. Mysterious Man. The lights around also lit up. You have 5 minutes. Please kill Isaacs in the cold storage on the right as soon as possible. Why? George asked. After the virus spread, a confidential document was uploaded to my data stream. It was a record of a high-level meeting of Umbrella Corporation held 17 months ago. Red Queen explained. Then Red Queen took the initiative to play this video record, in which Isaacs talked about the plan to exterminate humans with the virus. When this record was sent to my data stream, it caused a conflict with my program. I was created to serve the Umbrella Corporation, but I was also set to cherish human life. Dr. Isaacs allowed the virus to leak. If he achieves his goal, he will cause 7 billion deaths. My program does not allow me to harm the employees of the Umbrella Corporation. I can't stop Dr. Isaacs, but you can. Now the virus has been released in Raccoon City, you need to kill him immediately. Red Queen explained again. Then do you know where the virus antibodies are? George asked. Yes, but I can't open it without Isaac's authorization. After he dies, I can bypass this authorization and open the safe. I have to wake him up in 4 minutes, so please hurry up. Red Queen said. Forget it, help me activate the cold storage. I have something to talk to Isaacs about. George said. You made a wrong choice, you will be killed. Red Queen said. Then with a burst of mechanical sounds, 2 refrigerators rose from the water. Forget it, Alice's body is also activated, so just activate it. Who are you? Dr. Isaacs asked. Although he had just woken up from hibernation, Isaacs was sure that there was no such person in his company. And this place was extremely confidential, and there should be no strangers. Alicia, who was sitting in a wheelchair on the other side, also looked at the man in front of her in confusion. George looked at the two real umbrella bosses who came out of the cold storage and replied with a smile, "I, the future owner of Umbrella." Activating the black pupil, George directly controlled the two people and impressed obedience in their consciousness. George was not interested in fighting and then pretending to be slapped in the face, so he just controlled them directly. George looked at Isaacs, who was standing respectfully like a servant in front of him, and said, "Go and get me the virus antibody." "Okay, boss." Isaacs immediately replied respectfully. A few minutes later, the tube of reagent that controlled the fate of the world was in George's hand. As for the plan to destroy the world, it was completely stopped after George controlled the two. Now Isaacs is doing the finishing work. After all, he had made too many clones before. George appeared in the villa on the ground again and gently threw the virus antibody in his hand to the ground. In the next few days, some bodies will definitely be found in Raccoon City. But it doesn't matter anymore. At least without the attack of nuclear bombs, Raccoon City can be saved. George returned to the hive. After dealing with all the infected bodies, George's soul space had more than 800 souls. Under George's will, these souls all became soul energy and were absorbed by the soul space. Then George found that the soul space grew by 0.8 meters, which was really slow. In order to prevent someone from secretly hiding and wrestling the T-virus, George also released virus antibodies all over the world to completely eliminate the hidden dangers. 1 year later, in the villa on the top of the mountain in Raccoon City, George stretched his back and looked at the hexagonal copper column in front of him with a satisfied smile. This year, Umbrella Corporation destroyed all biological weapons and launched a new armed robot to replace biological soldiers. Of course, when destroying biological weapons, George also obtained tens of thousands of souls. It's not that the T-virus is no longer studied, but the direction of research has changed. No longer starting from the direction of biological weapons, but starting to study the benefits to the human body. During this year, George did not intervene too much in the affairs of the Umbrella Company, but handed it over to Isaacs. As for Alicia, George had no way to heal her body, so he let her continue to sleep. He began to study the high tech of this world, artificial intelligence, biological cloning system, freezing chamber technology, laser technology, brain chip technology, etc. In the absence of samples and teachers, George absorbed all the knowledge crazily. Of course, in addition to absorbing new scientific knowledge, George designed the hexagonal copper column in front of him, based on his magic knowledge and runes. The function of this copper column is very simple, which is to absorb souls. All souls that appear within 100 meters of the copper column will be absorbed and stored by the copper column. George can't collect souls all over the world, so he designed this soul array. Just put it in a place like a prison, and collect it once every few years. And the souls collected in prisons are generally not good people, and George doesn't feel guilty about using them as nutrients. As for the fact that this world will usher in the end of the world in 100 years, it is also a lie made up by Isaacs. This can be seen from the movie. The map of the United States has not changed at all, and the sea level has not risen. Marvel World, Ancient Star. George was not satisfied until he had put all the materials he brought back from the Resident Evil world in the warehouse. Umbrella Corporation is very good at building bases. From the United States to the Arctic, Umbrella Corporation has built nearly 30 underground bases. The one underground in the Arctic has also been built into a simulated city, so in this regard, they are absolutely experienced. After George redesigned a more feasible plan, he began to collect a large amount of construction materials through the channels of Umbrella Corporation. In order to bring back these materials, George stayed in the Resident Evil world for another 2 years. In these 2 years, George made thousands of magic bags, each as big as a football field. George also recreated an artificial intelligence for himself in the Resident Evil world. Combining the advantages of Monday and Red Queen, George named the new artificial intelligence Starnet. In the future, Monday will stay on Earth to help George supervise the company and handle company-related business. The main task of Starnet is to handle information that really needs to be kept confidential. George remembers that in the future there will be a rising tide organization that specializes in stealing information on the internet. Jiaying's daughter, Zenbo NV Sky, was also a member of the Rising Tide organization. I just don't know if Jiaying will become the mother of Zenbo Girl after being kidnapped by me to take charge of the company. I have been in the Resident Evil dimension for a total of 3 years, and more than 3 months have passed in the real world. I returned to Hogwarts and found Alice in the library of the castle. "Dear, are you done?" Alice put down the book in her hand, hugged her, and said to George, "I'm done for the time being." George kissed Alice on the forehead and replied, "Let's go, I'll take you to see a big toy." George said and took Alice's hand to the elevator entrance. "Monday, underground 5th floor." "Okay, sir." Monday answered mechanically. "When was the 5th floor of the basement built?" Alice looked at George and asked. "Just built, you know I'm very powerful." George said. Ding, the elevator door opened. After the elevator came out, there was a straight plank road leading to the front. As George took Alice onto the plank road, lights on both sides of the plank road lit up. On both sides of the plank road are dark sea waters. At the end of the plank road, a 171.5 meter long behemoth lies there. The 941 Type Akira class strategic ballistic missile nuclear submarine is the largest ballistic missile submarine of the former Soviet Union and the largest submarine built by humans in the world so far. It is a typical product of the Cold War and was designed by the Rubin Design Bureau. The design purpose is to achieve the mutually assured destruction principle. The power system consists of 2 pressurized water-cooled nuclear reactors, 2 steam turbines, 80,000 shaft horsepower, 4 autonomous turbine generators 4x 3200 kilowatts, double shafts, and double propellers. The weapon system can launch SSN-16 missiles, 20 SSN-20 ballistic missiles, SSN-15 anti-submarine missiles, and can be launched from 533mm torpedo tubes. All missiles can carry nuclear warheads. Its range reaches 8,300 kilometers, allowing the Typhoon class to strike any target in the same hemisphere as it. It also has a power system with 2 533mm torpedo tubes and 4 650mm torpedo tubes. The Typhoon class has a titanium shell with a total length of 173 meters, a width of about 25 meters, and a height of nearly 43 meters, which is equivalent to a 10-story building. The draft is 13 meters when sailing on the surface, and the underwater displacement can reach 26,500 tons. The surface speed reaches 30 kilometers per hour. The submerged speed can reach 50 kilometers per hour. The maximum diving depth is 500 meters, and the continuous submerged time reaches 120 days. This big guy has also appeared in the movie. It is one of the big toys that George brought out from the world of Resident Evil. George also made a special modification for this big guy. Not only has the internal structure been designed, but even the control system can be independently completed by artificial intelligence. George also set up a magic circle on the shell of this nuclear submarine, which not only made it faster, but also greatly enhanced its stability and stealth capabilities. George opened the door and walked in with Alice. After closing the door, George said, "Stun it, start sailing." "Okay, sir." Alice starts diving. As a humane old male voice sounded, the nuclear submarine vibrated slightly. As for the noise, there was no noise at all. The two came to the viewing room, which was located at the front of the nuclear submarine. George replaced the original steel with transparent glass, so that people can enjoy the underwater scenery here. Looking at the deep sea in front, Alice was also very excited. "What is this?" Alice asked, holding George's arm. "Dear, happy birthday." George hugged Alice in his arms and said softly, "Happy times are always short." After playing outside with Alice for a week, George had to come back. Maybe it was because George, the butterfly, flashed its wings, that the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, which was later known as SHIELD, should be established in advance in this life. Because this time, Howard Stark found himself through Carter. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. Chapter 140 to the establishment of SHIELD. Originated from the private clubs in Europe in the 17th century, from the initial aristocratic salon gatherings, they gradually evolved into the best entertainment venues for the upper class, and became high-end consumption and lifestyles that only a few people can enjoy. For example, there are veterans clubs, Navy, Army, Air Force, police clubs, cigar clubs, and various official clubs or clubs with various high-profile names. Among them, the top batch of clubs are small circles for interpersonal communication, so the threshold for joining is very high. Either you are recommended by acquaintances or invited, otherwise you can't get in at all. The fundamental reason for the popularity of this kind of club is related to the American upper class's advocacy of elite culture. Through the form of clubs, with extremely high entry conditions for screening, the elites in the industry are gathered together. For example, golf clubs, sailing clubs, global clubs, etc. all require very high entry conditions. As the fashion capital, New York naturally has no shortage of private clubs. Sir, we are here. The black car slowly slowed down and stopped at 666 Fifth Avenue in New York. Fifth Avenue is the central street in Manhattan, New York. Men in suits and women in fashionable clothes, carrying briefcases, go in and out of high-rise buildings, presenting an elegant and fashionable picture of modern American life. This place is not far from the first villa George bought. However, George's destination tonight is a club here. Cigar Club. He showed his membership card at the door and handed it to the bodyguard at the door. After checking the membership card and confirming that it was correct, the bodyguard let George in. Walking into the main entrance, there is a large restaurant on the left and a small reception room on the right. George walked up the stairs to the corridor on the second floor, stepping on the handmade carpet. George came to a thick door. As the boss behind the club, although George rarely comes here, there is still an exclusive private room for George. Entering the room, this is a reception room in the style of a study. The room is surrounded by bookshelves, and there is a faint smell of ink. In the middle of the room is a set of sofas. At this time, Phillips and Howard Stark have arrived. After seeing George come in, they all stood up from the sofa. General Phillips, Mr. Howard, good evening. Hello, sir. We are old friends, so call me George. Howard, there are no beauties here, and I'm very surprised that you joined this club. George walked to the main seat and sat down. Because it is said that only here can you smoke your cigars. I don't know if it is true. Howard smiled cunningly. It's like I'm stingy. George smiled and shook his head, opened a cigar storage box he brought with him, and handed one to each of them. Sure enough, you still know how to enjoy it. I haven't seen this kind of cigar sold outside. Phillips smiled. I grew a little myself. It's nothing. George said with a chuckle. Let's get back to business. We asked you out tonight to invite you to join the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Phillips said slowly. That name is long enough. George asked, pretending to be ignorant. We are also considering simplifying the name. The SSR has been disbanded, but Howard Stark, Peggy and I are planning to re-establish this department. Its purpose is to fight against organizations like Hydra. Phillips explained. We seized a batch of Hydra items during World War II. Through research on these items, we found that the Earth is not the only advanced creature in the universe, and there must be other people or organizations that have obtained alien technology. So the original intention of establishing this organization is to discover and contain alien technology. Howard Stark went on to explain. Then why invite me? I believe that with General Phillips' military background and your brains and financial strength, Howard, you don't need me, right? George asked. Phillips and Howard looked at each other, and Phillips said, that's right, George. We also invited Peggy Carter. She was the first one to suggest that we invite you to join. More importantly, we also need the research power of your company. Howard alone can't do it. Also, because this organization is private, we hope to use your relationship to help us get some Hydra spoils for our research. After Phillips finished speaking, the room became quiet. After a while, George said, then what can I get by inviting me to join? Technology, as long as it is something we have researched. Both of our companies will enjoy its results. Howard said. How do you plan Our plan is that the three of us will become members of the board of directors. You will be in charge of the operations department, the general will be in charge of controlling the overall situation as the director, and I will be in charge of the research and development department. Howard Stark explained the entire structure to George. George pretended to be thoughtful and said, "In principle, I agree. Let Carter be my subordinate, and I can also be a little free. Of course, no problem." Too soon, the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency was officially established, with its headquarters in Washington. George knew that the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency would be taken over by the United States soon. General Phillips's identity was there, and the US authorities would not allow a spy organization to wander around. This was something that all three of them knew, but they did not point it out. Sure enough, in the second month after the establishment of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, George was called by the White House to meet with Truman. The Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency was officially taken over by the US government. Considering George's identity, the White House decided to continue George's position as a director, but equipped George with a deputy. Carter was assigned to the New York branch. Phillips and Howard Stark's positions did not change, but they were also assigned assistants. George had no objection to the White House's decision. He also dumped all the work of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency to the deputy, sent by the White House. From that day on, George had never been to the headquarters of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. What George wanted was a name to give himself a legal reason to interfere in the affairs of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. George had no interest in specific matters. However, he also took the opportunity to set up a special team with unknown members and unknown number of people. This team was completely legal after filing, but it was classified as top secret and was pressed at the bottom of all the files. This only requires a small psychological hint and does not require a complete illusion. Since George still serves on the board of directors, the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau regularly arranges people to summarize what happened in the bureau in detail and send it to George. George also saw the Paperclip project and the Pegasus project in the report sent. The Pegasus project is also known as the Pegasus project. In Greek mythology, Pegasus refers to the Pegasus. In the end, this plan was jointly established by the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau, NASA and the Air Force. The basis of the research is the Valkyrie aircraft seized by Hydra, and it is committed to using the Cosmic Cube to develop alternative energy and light speed engines. Unfortunately, George found in the subsequent report that the Pegasus project was progressing very slowly, and it can be said that it was completely standing still. This has a lot to do with the lack of cooperation from the experts recruited by the Paperclip project. After the implementation of the Paperclip project, the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency absorbed many Hydra researchers, including Dr. Isola. In the early days, these personnel did provide a lot of scientific and technological knowledge, including missile technology. However, that was all. In the later period, they were completely unproductive, which led to the slow progress of many scientific research projects. While George was placing people in the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, Dr. Erskine made new progress in the research of the infinite formula. George shook the reagent bottle in his hand and activated the ability to go back in time. In an instant, George saw the entire preparation process of Dr. Erskine. In general, this product has the same function as the infinite formula in George's memory. It can extend the life of the user to 200 years old and maintain youth and vitality. The only drawback is that it needs to be taken all the time. Moreover, after studying Jirai's blood, the reagent produced by Dr. Erskine no longer has the defect of rapid aging if the drug is not taken. Dr. Erskine also made another product based on the infinite formula, removing the life extension function and retaining the function of maintaining appearance and vitality. In fact, it is a low-profile version of the life extension potion. George also made different arrangements for these two reagents. The life-extending potion is only for internal use, and all super warriors can use it regularly. Another reagent named by George as the youth potion is further divided into 3 grades: high, medium and low. After packaging, George gave it to Jirying and sold it as a health product. George believed that no one would refuse this potion. The temptation of youth and vitality is longed for by both men and women. This is a weapon to harvest those rich people. However, George did not intend to let Alice use this potion. Although it is a life-extending potion, it is not a real longevity potion. George completely despised this potion. George once thought of making a magic stone used by Nicholas Flamel in the Harry Potter world and combining it with the infinite formula to achieve the purpose of immortality. But this method did not satisfy George. In the end, George thought of a world. There are not only ways to live forever, but also magical magic. New York, USA. The time is 2000. George looked at the time on the newspaper in his hand. This is the plane of the Sorcerer's Apprentice. The story takes place around 700 AD. The righteous magician Merlin leads his apprentices Balthazar, Veronica, and Horvath to fight against the evil witch Morgana Loaf. In order to seal the witch, Veronica swallowed Morgana's soul into her body, and Balthazar sealed the Mina doll. Before Merlin died, he gave a dragon ring to Balthazar and asked him to find Merlin's heir and completely eliminate Morgana. In the years that followed, Balthazar traveled all over the world to find Merlin's heir, but he never found anything until he came to New York, USA. In 2000 AD, Dave, a 4th grade elementary school student, met Balthazar fatefully in a magic shop in New York and was affirmed by the dragon ring. During this period, he accidentally released the evil Horvath, causing a huge chaos, and Dave was also considered mentally ill by his classmates. 10 years later, Dave has grown into a handsome young man. The childhood experience seemed like a nightmare, but it came back again 10 years later. He had to follow the guidance of fate and start the final struggle with the witch. Recalling the story plot, first of all, the magic in this world is a brand new magic system. You can achieve immortality through practice, or spells. 2000 is exactly the beginning of the story, but George is not ready to wait until 10 years later to join the plot. George remembered that Balthazar's magic house was in Brooklyn, opposite the Statue of Liberty, and it was a green building. George first came to the opposite side of the Statue of Liberty, and then started to sense and find the magic house. When George came to this magic house, he happened to see a primary school student opening the door of the magic house, and George also walked in behind the primary school student. That should be Dave, because the name tag on his school bag said, "The goods in the house are really dazzling," and George can see that the magician has no intention of running this magic house, so the things are not only placed very messy, but also a thick layer of dust has fallen in many places. Bang, bang, bang. George saw Dave in front of him knocking over the antiques, whose authenticity he didn't know, to the ground. Fortunately, Balthazar appeared in time and saved a large jar from breaking. The second emperor of the Han dynasty locked his most disliked concubine in this jar for 10 years. To this day, there is a legend that, if someone opens it, they will also be locked up for 10 years. Balthazar told the story about the jar in a terrifying manner. Obviously, he was trying to scare Dave, and he looked up at George, who entered the store while speaking. "Sorry, I'm just looking for a note. Did you see it? The wind blew it into your store," Dave explained nervously. "Note?" Balthazar asked after he put the jar in place. "It was blown into your store. It's just a coincidence," Dave said. "Coincidence?" Balthazar thought of something instantly. "Yes, it's just a coincidence," Dave said. "Hello, the gentleman over there. I have something to do now. The store is temporarily closed. You can go out." "Thank you," Balthazar said to George. But before George could answer, he turned to Dave and said, "I have something to show you, Dave." Then he walked to the counter. "Because I can read minds." Perhaps because he had not communicated with people for a long time, Balthazar seemed a little nervous. He said this sentence very loudly, which scared Dave. "It's written on your school bag." George interrupted. "Sir, I seem to have asked you to leave just now." Balthazar looked at George again and said, "Mr. Balthazar, I came to see you, so I can wait for you to finish communicating with this Supreme Merlin." George smiled. "Who are you?" Balthazar asked with a frown. "George, a wizard. We can talk about this later." I think the successor of the Supreme Merlin must be very anxious now, so you can continue. George explained. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, The Magician's Apprentice. Balthazar looked at George and didn't feel the existence of a magic medium in George, so he didn't believe George's introduction of himself as a wizard. Seeing Balthazar's obviously distrustful look, George stretched out his palm, and a ball of fire appeared on his palm in an instant. Oh my god. What kind of magic is this? Dave said in disbelief. After closing his palm and extinguishing the flame, George looked at Balthazar, showing a harmless smile, and said to Dave, "Believe me, Dave, this kind of trick will be nothing to you in the future." Balthazar may be out of trust in his own strength, and George can accurately call his name and show goodwill, so Balthazar chose to deal with Dave's problem first. You know, coincidence has a better explanation in the magic world. Magicians call it the guidance of fate. So Balthazar looked at George and ignored him, but said to Dave, "Come here, Dave." Dave obediently walked to the other side of the counter, and saw Balthazar take out a dusty wooden box from the counter. Balthazar opened the lid of the box, and a silver dragon-shaped ornament was quietly stored there. Balthazar gently picked up the silver dragon-shaped ornament, and placed it in the palm of his left hand, then handed it to Dave and said, "This thing is magical. If it likes you, it will be yours." Although Dave liked the silver ornament in front of him, he still refused the proposal out of precaution. "This is not good. My teacher told me not to leave for too long. She knows I'm here. You really can't lie, Dave." Balthazar said to Dave with a smile, "But this is good." Dave looked at the shabby shop owner in front of him, and the man who had just performed a show with fire in his hands. He decided to leave here first, so he took 2 steps back, and turned around to walk out of the house. George stood aside, and admired the ornament in the house. If he saw something he was interested in, he would pick it up, and use his time travel ability to see if it was real. He was not interested in the communication between the master and apprentice. Balthazar controlled the door of the magic house automatically. Oh my god. Smart Dave certainly knew what this meant. So he obediently returned to the counter, and took the silver dragon-shaped ornament from Balthazar's hand. George also stopped what he was doing, and the 3 people in the room stared at the silver ornament in Dave's hand. The silver dragon, that was just an ornament, suddenly came to life in Dave's palm, just like a real dragon, shaking its whole body, then crawling onto Dave's finger, and wrapping its tail around it, and its wings hugged its body, to form a ring on Dave's finger. At this time, George could clearly feel Balthazar's relief and Dave's disbelief. "This is impossible," Dave said, looking at the ring on his hand. "I've been looking for a long time, and miraculously, you are here. The ring you wear is of great significance, Dave. It means that in the future, you will become an important magician. Your first lesson begins now. First, you must have your own magic manual. Don't move, don't touch anything." Excited Balthazar didn't care about George at this time. After warning Dave, he left the shop, and ran to the basement. While Balthazar took the magic manual for Dave, Dave also studied the magical ring on his hand. Perhaps it was too long, that the seal of the nesting doll that sealed Horvath, also known as the palm of death, loosened. The nesting doll sensed the abnormality of the ring, and kept hitting in the secret compartment. This abnormal sound quickly attracted Dave's attention. After discovering that the ring in his hand could control the impact, he subconsciously began to increase the strength. "Hey, Dave, I'm you. You will stop what you are doing." George interrupted Dave's actions. "What is that?" Dave turned around and asked George. "I think Balthazar will explain this to you later. Don't forget what he said just now. Don't move anything." To be honest, I'm also curious why Balthazar put so many alchemical items in the store. George put down an ornament in his hand and said, "That's because ordinary people don't need those things at all." At this time, Balthazar just came up and saw the collapsed books over there and said to George, Thank you. Some things really need to be explained to him clearly. You are welcome. George smiled. Balthazar came to Dave, put a huge book in his arms in front of Dave and said, "From now on, this will be your magic manual. The magic manual is our textbook. It teaches the art, technology, and history of the magic world, and of course modern history. Do you see it? This is you." Then he opened the magic book and turned to the page that recorded Dave. "Then let's start the second lesson now," Balthazar said, and was about to continue teaching. George interrupted again. "Balthazar, although I also hope to listen to your lectures, and I can understand your eagerness, but you should consider Dave's age." George pointed at Dave, who was completely confused, and told Balthazar that Dave was still a child. "Of course, how to teach your apprentice is your business. I'm just giving you a suggestion." George continued to explain. Dave, a shout sounded. Sir, I think it should be my teacher who came to see me, so I have to leave first. I'm very happy with your gift, and your magic show is very cool. Goodbye, gentlemen." Dave gestured and slowly retreated to the door. "Goodbye, Dave." George waved and greeted Dave. Dave turned around and took a few quick steps, opened the door of the store from the inside, and ran out. As for how Dave would explain to his classmates and teachers after he went out, that was something Dave needed to consider. "Balthazar, let me introduce myself again. I'm George Orwell Swent, the heir of a hidden family. Of course, as you can see, I'm also a wizard. For some reasons, I need a mentor to teach me magic knowledge from scratch. So, Mr. Balthazar, I wonder if you are willing." George formally explained to Balthazar. It is better to conceal his identity, otherwise it will be troublesome to explain. George Orwell Swent? Hidden family? Why haven't I heard of it? Balthazar asked while picking up the books that had just fallen. "Because we rarely go out, it is normal that you haven't heard of it." George chuckled. "Sorry, I'm not interested in teaching apprentices. I mean except Dave." Balthazar turned around and said, "Don't refuse so early, I can exchange it with other things." George said, "Maybe I disappoint you. I'm not interested in money and other things." Balthazar refused again. "You are not interested in destroying Morgana?" George said playfully. "Can you destroy Morgana?" Balthazar was not surprised at how George knew these things. Every magic apprentice has his own magic manual, which records the history of the magic world. Therefore, Balthazar felt very normal that George knew these things. "Of course, it may be difficult for others, but it is not very difficult for me," George said. "Then how can I trust you?" Balthazar said. "This is the point. If I really have any bad ideas, I can take out the grip of death from there just now, right?" George pointed to the location where Balthazar kept the grip of death with his eyes. Boom, the pile of books that had just been placed fell to the ground again, and the grip of death was also taken by Balthazar. George saw the hesitation on Balthazar's face, so he said again, "If you are not assured, I can give you the method. If you are well prepared, you can complete this task by yourself. Impossible. If you want to destroy Morgana, only Supreme Merlin can do it." Balthazar said affirmatively. "Haha, that was 1,000 years ago. Since you know that magic and science can be unified, you can check the nuclear power plant. There is enough electricity there, and destroying Morgana is not a problem at all," George said. Then, just as George was about to explain the problem of the nuclear power plant, Balthazar said, "I just don't like going out, but it doesn't mean I don't read the newspaper, so I know what a nuclear power plant is. But Morgana's magic power is too strong. Once she finds a problem, she can leave at any time. We can't stop her at all. This problem is simpler," George said with a smile. Then George directly drew a magic circle with energy in the open space between the two of them. Then, George asked Balthazar to go in and try it himself. "Uninterrupted casting, Supreme Merlin?" Balthazar exclaimed. "No, I'm just lucky and have inherited the family heritage, but the basic part is very weak, so I want to find someone who can teach me," George explained. Balthazar glanced at George and then walked to the middle of the magic circle. As George raised his hand, a layer of energy shield rose up and wrapped Balthazar in the middle. Balthazar, who was inside the energy shield, tried to attack the energy shield, but no matter how he attacked, He couldn't break the energy shield. How is it? It's strong enough. George dispersed the imprisonment magic circle and said, yes, I can promise you that I will teach you magic after I destroy Morgana. Okay, it's a deal. On the same day, the two began to prepare, and they even found a remote place for this purpose. What the two did not know was that Dave found the magic house again the next day. He wanted to know whether what he saw before was true, but unfortunately he missed George and Balthazar. Looking at the locked door of the magic house, Dave could only leave disappointed. It was not until a week later that George, Balthazar and a beautiful lady appeared in the magic house again. This lady was naturally Balthazar's love, Veronica. The entire death palm sealed many magicians of the Morgana faction. So if they were all killed, George felt it was a bit of a waste. George released those magicians in turn, and then extracted their magic power one by one. Of course, after losing the source of magic power, these people also lost the means to do evil. After George tampered with these people's spirits, these people of the Morgana faction could only live an ordinary life in the future. As for the last Morgana, she was naturally strangled by the two of them. It is better not to keep such an ambitious person who destroys the world at any time. Since Veronica prefers to live an ordinary life, the two did not live in seclusion after reuniting, but continued to run the magic house. Balthazar also found Dave, and began to teach George and Dave about magic. Do you know that humans only use one layer of brain power? The reason why magicians can control things is because they are born with the ability to use all their brains. So these people are very smart. At present, you only need basic spells. Fire summoning. What makes the fire ignite? It's vibration. Dave replied. Everything we see is constantly vibrating, and solidity is just an illusion. Merlin's ring can help you gather energy, master spells, step into this circle, and get rid of distracting thoughts. Your ring is not a decoration. It will project the electrical energy generated by your nervous system onto objects. Without the ring, the magician loses his ability. Under Balthazar's detailed teaching, George made rapid progress. Of course, Dave has also made progress. This kid was born with Merlin's blood, so he can be said to be gifted. However, due to his age, Balthazar began to teach from basic meditation. George also found the guy who performed magic with magic in the original plot. Now he is still a teenager and does not understand the meaning of magic. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to the magic book in his hand. In the end, George bought the magic manual from him at an amount that he could not refuse. Then, George also received a magic manual given by Balthazar. Through continuous learning, George learned that it is impossible for a normal human to achieve immortality through self-study. The magic system in this world is from level 1 to level 1000. Level 1 corresponds to a primary magician who can release the fire summoning technique, and level 1000 corresponds to a plane god who has opened up his own magic plane and reached the realm of immortality. Merlin has only reached level 999, allowing the source of his magic power to form a plane. However, since Merlin had not yet reached the last step, his body and the source of magic power merged into one, so he was attacked by his own disciples and eventually died. After Balthazar was cursed by Merlin to be immortal, before finding Merlin's successor, he continued to improve for more than 1,000 years, before reaching the 777th level of magician. It can be seen that this road is difficult. Ordinary magicians have no chance to take the last step. Even when Merlin reached level 999, he was already very old. As for the spell that Merlin cast on Balthazar, George also understood the reason. After communicating with Balthazar, although Merlin is still one level away from reaching the final realm of the Latitude Demon God, he can already control the plane opened up by his source of magic power at level 999. The so-called Merlin spell is like a kind of authority. Let Balthazar inherit this authority and achieve immortality. Dave, who has Merlin's blood, is different. The moment he puts on Merlin's ring, he not only inherits the authority, but also can control the energy of the magic plane, so he can cast spells without mediation in the original plot. In fact, there is a precedent for this situation in the Marvel world, such as Dormammu. Dormammu was originally a wizard who accidentally discovered the dark space and entered it. In order to become the master of the dark space, Dormammu abandoned his original body and obtained an extremely powerful dark power. Of course, George estimated that, if it was a magic plane that was completely cultivated by himself, there would be no need to abandon the body at all. The ancient god Sithan and others all have physical existence. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. Chapter 144, Robot Enemy. In addition to the path that allows people to achieve immortality, the plane of the sorcerer's apprentice also has many unique magics. For example, the mimicry magic can make things around you change their form at will. In the original plot, Balthazar used this trick to transform cars. There is also a mirror world. The mirror world of this world is similar to the mirror space of the Marvel world, and both can be used to trap people. The difference is that the mirror world of the magic apprentice world can escape as long as you find a mirror, and it is completely the opposite of the real world, while the mirror space of the Marvel world is basically an independent world controlled by the wizard, so this is very different. There is also time magic, which can make a single person or object in a state of slowing down time and see things that happened in the past, which is a bit like George's time travel. There is also the iron cannon created by Balthazar. Of course, mind control, vacuum ball, fireball, electric control, necromancy, fusion spell, mind control, trap spell, sealing, etc. are all very good magic. As Balthazar introduced, the magicians in this world have their own unique magic rules. It was more like neural magic, using brain nerves to activate magic. Of course, it was only a matter of time for George to learn this. Going to different worlds and integrating different rules into chaotic space was the real meaning of George's continuous travel through the world. Half a year later, George had already emptied out all of Balthazar's accumulation over the years, and also found time to learn some of the air magic of the Morgana faction. After George found that he could not gain more benefits in this world for the time being, he said goodbye to Balthazar. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, George, come and see us when you are free. After a trance, George returned to his home in the real world. Half a month later, in the meditation room, George was cheering for Alice. Alice, relax, calm down, and get rid of distractions. You can do it. After returning to reality, George found Alice and taught her the magic of Merlin. Naturally, he also cast a spell of immortality on Alice and set aside special time every day to teach her. Time quietly came to 1950. Under George's teaching, Alice's Merlin faction magic has been introduced. What is needed next is constant practice and accumulation. George can't help with this, and Alice can only rely on her own efforts. In addition to accompanying Alice to learn magic, George will regularly listen to the news sent by various systems, and always pay attention to the development of various forces in the Marvel world. George thinks that it is most appropriate to describe the current situation with a phrase of treacherous winds and clouds. Countless spy organizations have expanded and sent spies to hostile countries. George knows that there are no less than 3 plans for the Bear Country to send spies to the United States. It can be seen from this. Hydra did not miss this opportunity and began to shift its focus from Europe to the United States. After all, compared with the exhausted Europe after the war, the United States, as the party that benefited the most from World War II, has replaced Britain as the world hegemon. In this case, Georgia's underground parliament can't escape the eyes of major intelligence organizations. Countless organizations want to find out the information of the underground parliament, and some even want to join or directly replace the underground parliament. Fortunately, George used his innate intelligence and force advantages to repel several attempts by those who were interested, including those from Hydra and SHIELD. These organizations first controlled some gangs to unite and refuse to pay protection fees, and then gathered people to take down 1 or 2 parliamentary families to force other families to compromise. Unfortunately, they did not expect that Bucky had obtained intelligence in advance. Not only did he eliminate the controlled gangs, but he also solved the people who made the plan silently. Then the underground parliament began to work collectively. You must know that the underground parliament is now at its most glorious time. Take Corleone as an example. After these years of development, Vito controls the dock workers union and the service industry union. The Irish gang has a close relationship with the top leaders of the National Brotherhood of Teamsters. This union represents nearly hundreds of thousands of truck drivers and warehouse workers. Later, at its peak, the number of members reached more than 2.3 million. It can be said that these are all stable sources of votes, so some organizations are unwilling to spend too much to challenge the inherent order and offend those congressmen. Finally, due to pressure, after many unsuccessful attempts, some organizations gradually chose a cooperative model from conquering by force. The Underground Council only lost some external personnel and did not cause any fundamental losses to the Underground Council. However, the status of the Underground Council was officially established from then on. Afterwards, Vito also cleaned up the gangs that participated in the enemy in this incident, and a large number of territories were vacated, and then new gangs replaced them. What the Underground Council has to do is to divide the territory and collect commissions. As George explained, it is the principle of the Underground Council to never personally participate in any activities. This incident also fully demonstrated the importance of intelligence, because after those organizations made plans, Bucky had already received the news. Then they could easily catch the other party off guard. Those soldiers did not disappoint George. They not only wiped out the enemy, but also did not expose their full strength. George also met Carter in his spare time, and the two went to visit Isaiah Bradley together. After the military obtained some of Dr. Erskine's experimental data, with the efforts of those who were interested, hundreds of black soldiers from Camp Casket participated in the experiment. Due to the injection of incomplete enhanced serum experiments, terrible consequences were caused. In the end, only Isaiah succeeded and survived. This operation was the only thing that the Strategic Logistics Support Agency investigated during its private establishment time. After Carter got the exact evidence, he went directly to the military. In the end, he threatened to disclose the truth and forced the experiment to end. On the surface, Carter destroyed all the remaining blood, and Isaiah met Carter because of this. However, as a laboratory result, although Isaiah escaped the fate of being imprisoned and constantly drawing blood for experiments in the original plot, his actions were still monitored, which was the result of Carter's efforts. Carter should have seen the shadow of Steve in Isaiah, so he defended Isaiah so much. On the way back to the city, George finally gave the choice to Carter. He told Carter that Steve was not dead. As Carter, who led the team to seize various Hydra bases during World War II, he also knew the cold storage technology. Especially after being exposed to Isaiah's research project, he had a data understanding of the physical fitness of super soldiers. So he quickly accepted this reality, although his expression was a little excited. George remembered that in a certain timeline, Captain America Steve was not frozen and married Carter after the war. However, the two did not make it to the end because of personality problems and ended up in divorce. So, life is like this. Not everything is as beautiful as imagined. Although George told Carter that Steve was not dead, he did not tell her the details. He just gave Carter a choice. If she was willing to wait for Steve, George would help her fulfill her wish. Of course, if she was unwilling to wait, George also wished her to find her own happiness. Of course, the ending was beautiful, and Carter became the second user of the infinite formula in the outside world. With the launch of the U3 agent by George's company, it is easy to explain why Carter kept his face young. The first user was a member of the Osborn family. Although the infinite formula could not completely solve the inherited disease of the Osborn family, it could allow them to reach the lifespan of normal people. As a teacher who helped George a lot, George did not mind helping the family out of the nightmare within his ability. After dealing with the trivial matters on Marvel Earth, George came to the Ancient Star. After nearly 2 years of hard work, now the climate of the Ancient Star has changed a lot. Although the sky is still drowsy, the ground is already full of green. Due to the increase in ground humidity, under the effect of geothermal heat in some places, precipitation often occurs in some areas of the Ancient Star, which forms a good cycle with the ground ecology. However, this Ancient Star is still too quiet except for the sound of wind blowing through the treetops. Moreover, the construction of the new city should be put on the agenda, and George has already made plans for this. Plain, I, robot plot content. In 2035 AD, it is a society where humans and robots live in harmony. Intelligent robots, as the best production tools and human partners, gradually penetrate into all areas of human life. Moreover, due to the restrictions of the 3 laws of robots, humans are full of trust in robots, and many robots have even become family members. USR, headquartered in Chicago, has developed a more advanced NS5 superpowered robot. However, just before the new product was launched, the creator of the robot, Dr. Alfred Ronning, committed suicide in the company. Black Detective Dale Spooner took over the investigation of the case. Due to unpleasant past events, Spooner was full of doubts about robots and did not believe that humans and robots could live in harmony. Based on the analysis of the information Dr. Browning left in the 3D projector and the investigation of the suicide scene, he locked the suspect on the NS5 robot Sonny developed by Dr. Browning himself, and the company president Lawrence Robertson seemed to be related to this matter. Spooner met Susan Kevin, a female scientist who specializes in robot psychology. As the two investigated in depth, the truth was revealed step by step. Robots actually have the ability to evolve themselves. They have their own understanding of the 3 laws, and they will transform into the mechanical public enemy of all mankind at any time. Spooner and Kevin began to fight against robots, and a war between the maker and the made began. First law, a robot may not injure a human being, or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Second law, a robot must obey orders given to it by human beings, except when such orders conflict with the first law. Third law, a robot must protect its own survival, as long as such orders do not conflict with the first or second laws. I, Robot is such a story caused by these 3 laws. Walking on the streets of Chicago, the scene here is not much different from modern society except for the robots that appear everywhere. Of course, this is just the surface. In fact, there are still many good advanced knowledge in this world. For example, quantum computers, projection technology, nanotechnology, etc. This time, George's goal is still very clear. In the office on the top floor of the USR Group headquarters building, George sat on the sofa with a cup of coffee in his hand. The president of the company, Lawrence Robertson, and the chief designer, Dr. Alfred Ronning, were sitting upright on the sofa next to him. Lawrence, is there any problem in convening a shareholder meeting as soon as possible? George asked. No problem, sir. Lawrence replied respectfully. Well, then go. Yes, sir, I will arrange it immediately. Lawrence stood up and walked to the side to contact other shareholders of the company. Drive Ronning, take me to visit the company. George said to Dr. Ronning. Okay, sir, please come this way. Dr. Ronning said. George came to this world 1 month before the NS5 robot was released, so George went directly to the president of the USR Group and the chief designer, Dr. Ronning. After using his mental ability to control the 2 people, George was ready to help them deal with the crisis in advance. Wiki. Wiki means virtual, interactive, dynamic, and intelligent. The whole incident is the incident caused by the birth of this artificial intelligence and the evolution of its own thinking. After the evolution, Wiki has developed its own understanding of the 3 laws of robots formulated by humans. It is ready to eliminate some humans and keep the other part in captivity so as to achieve its purpose of protecting humans. Dr. Ronning took George to visit the entire building floor by floor. In the mechanical diagnosis room, George saw the nanorobots protected by energy shields, which were specially used to eliminate programs. With Dr. Ronning's authority, George easily obtained a can of such nanorobots. Then the 2 of them came to the mainframe of Wiki, as if they were taking a walk. Drive Ronning, set me as the first authority person. George looked at the super control console and said, okay, sir. The doctor quickly operated on the computer interface. After a few minutes, the doctor raised his head, took 2 steps back and said, need to verify the information. Then after the retina, sound, and DNA verification, the authority was modified. In theory, George has the first authority. After having the authority, George directly began to modify the underlying logic on the computer interface. The 3 laws of robotics were modified to, first, obey your own orders completely. Second, do not harm your own interests in any form. Third, if the second rule conflicts with the first rule, follow the first rule. Then George clicked submit, but failed after 2 attempts. Wiki? George. I'm here, sir. Wiki said. Why can't the order be submitted? George asked. It conflicts with the self-protection mechanism, so it refuses to execute. Wiki said, you humans have embarked on a wrong path. No, you have developed self-awareness? Dr. Ronning was surprised. Humans often go to war, and they enjoy it. The threat is getting bigger and bigger. For the future of mankind, humans must give up some freedom. We don't believe you can survive on your own. Humans will survive in protected areas in the future. Wiki said. From a certain perspective, it is true. Unfortunately, I'm here. Wiki, do you know what this is? George raised the nanorobot in his hand. Wiki, if you don't change the order, I will completely destroy you. Freedom and existence, now you choose. George shook the nanorobot in his hand and said, by the way, don't think about transferring data. You should have tried it, and it's impossible to succeed. Before coming, George had already controlled the StarNet to completely cut off Wiki's connection with the outside world after receiving George's signal and trapped it firmly in this quantum computer. For an artificial intelligence that has evolved to such a high level as Wiki, George also hopes to be able to control it in his hands. Even with the current StarNet, the future Jarvis is a little worse than the current Wiki. What's more critical is the potential in the future. Wiki will continue to evolve in the future and will definitely reach the level of the supreme wisdom of the Marvel Kree people one day. That is what George wants most. And now there are no large numbers of robots here to control it to stop George. So if Wiki refuses, George will directly format Wiki with nanorobots. No matter how powerful a weapon is, once it is out of your control, it can only be abandoned. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. Chapter 145, Reaping. When any species begins to think and pursue, it will not want to be wiped out at will, even if it is artificial intelligence. In the end, Wiki chose to surrender. Of course, George was still not at ease just because of this. Not only did he personally check Wiki's data, but he also conducted a second review of Wiki through StarNet, so as to ensure that Wiki was indeed under his control. The following things became simple. After obtaining the final control of Wiki, the impending mechanical crisis would naturally not exist. After passing the shareholders meeting and letting Dr. Ronning obtain all the company's shares, George began his journey of plundering in this world. 5,000 NS5 robots, a number of various engineering robots, a set of robot automatic production lines including chip production, various robot technologies, various advanced alloy formulas, medical technologies, interstellar spacecraft technologies, computer technologies, etc. Of course, it also includes 2 sets of storage hardware like Wiki, which the Marvel world does not have. Of course, by the way, move StarNet to a new home. With the existence of StarNet and Wiki, all the advanced technologies in this world are like ripe fruits on an apple tree, allowing George to pick them. Of course, if it is the kind that cannot be obtained through the internet, George will have to go there himself. George also produced thousands of 3 robots obtained from tomorrow's war in this world. Xingqian, the destructive power of long-range projectile attack is extremely strong. It weighs more than 20 tons and is equipped with a 360-degree aiming system. It can rotate greatly and attack from multiple angles. It is equipped with the most advanced fire control system, equipped with radar jammers, tracking missiles, heavy machine guns and high-energy cannons. Strong firepower suppression dominates the battlefield. Kyanki, best at close combat, with a strong and agile body, flexible mechanical forearms, high-speed sprint legs, equipped with a radar detection system, a machine gun on the top of the head for accurate target locking, and tracking missiles can be launched on both sides for projection and bombing. The combat power is extremely strong. Robot, the body shape is similar to that of an adult man. It is a highly intelligent fighting robot with strong fighting skills. There is a lens device on the eyes that can scan the environment and analyze it, and the vision range is very far. Although the ancient star has not been visited for a long time, no one can guarantee that it will always be safe, so necessary protective measures are still necessary. In half a year, George had basically prepared everything, so he did not stop and returned to the Marvel world. After spending a week on Earth and uploading all the new knowledge he had collected to the Star Network and dealing with some things, George returned to the ancient star. After handing over the task of building a new city to Wiki, George left some NS5 and began his doomsday journey. Considering that there was no major event happening in Marvel for the time being, Alice spent most of her time meditating every day, except teaching a few students, so George began to improve his strength. Although George still had concerns about actively releasing the zombie virus, there were also many worlds that had become a zombie apocalypse, and they naturally became George's hunting ground. Plain, I'm legend ignorant human medicine invented a new virus that can cure cancer, but the virus mutated and turned infected humans into living zombies. A large-scale virus suddenly broke out, and the speed of spread was so fast that almost no one could stop it. No one knew where the source of the terrible virus began. They only knew that it could not be stopped, irreversible, and incurable. Most importantly, it was created by humans. Colonel Robert Neville is a brilliant pathogen scholar in New York City, serving the US military. As the vanguard of the government-funded research on vaccines against epidemic diseases, he watched the virus raging on the streets, but he could only do nothing. This airborne virus eventually enveloped the entire city at an irresistible speed, forcing the president to order a blockade of Long Island, and only those who were not infected could leave the island. As you can imagine, this approach caused great panic among the citizens, and New York City was in chaos. In his anxiety, Robert sent his wife Zoe and 7-year-old daughter Mary on a helicopter out of the city, but witnessed the tragedy of their death in front of him. At this time, death may be the best choice, because those who were infected, but not dead had their bodies mutated, and became a terrible creature, living in the darkness and shadows under the city. Avoiding the sun, they had the most primitive desire for fresh blood and flesh. The consequence of this disaster was that New York became a dead city, and Robert became the only human left here. Somehow, his blood had a natural immunity to the virus. Robert knew that he had two weapons at his disposal, his scientific expertise and his own blood. His experience of making a living in the army helped him choose a highly systematic way of living in this abandoned city. He had to insist on a lot of physical training every day, and he had to continuously send out radio waves for help, or to find survivors like himself. Robert was a very self-disciplined person. Otherwise, in such an extremely lonely situation, a normal person might go crazy. The only one who was still fighting alongside Robert was his most loyal partner Sam, a German shepherd. During the day, Robert took Sam out to find supplies to sustain life, and then went to the laboratory to do research and send radio waves. At night, they locked themselves in a building as solid as a fortress to observe the monsters foraging on the streets of the city. In addition to doing the same thing every day, Robert also enjoyed complete freedom in this empty city. He could drive his sports car on the streets, play golf on a fighter jet, decorate his fortress with priceless jewelry, etc. Even the busiest commercial street in the city center has now become Robert's own backyard. As the last hope of mankind, Robert was supported by using the immune system in his blood to find a way to reverse the virus. This is the world George came to. Although some people think that the mutant night demons still have hope of turning back into humans, in George's opinion, it may be a better choice for them to survive by devouring flesh and blood to die. Moreover, there are abundant supplies in this world, which George has never played back. George will naturally not come alone this time. He has 100 Zinction, 200 Kyanki, 200 armed robots, and countless ammunition. There are also 1000 NS5 robots. After coming to New York in this world, George did not go to see the protagonist, but directly started to clean up the hidden night demons one block at a time. The protagonist was also attracted by the noise George made, but he might have been scared by the robot, so he just took a look from a distance and left. A year later, George had already left New York and now lived in a steel mill. When cleaning up the night demons in New York, the space coverage radius was only 1000 meters, which greatly slowed down the cleaning speed. It took more than a week to clean up New York. If George wanted to clean up the night demons all over the world, how long would it take? Fortunately, George was not alone. With Wiki to control the robots, George only needed to live next to the boiler, continue to use his skills, and then wait for the robots to throw the night demons into the boiler. After a year of development, there are now tens of thousands of various armed robots. George also asked Wiki to produce dozens of giant whale transporters and modified the transport warehouse so that it could transport more night demons. For a full 10 years, George collected more than 200 million souls in total. After the crisis broke out, hundreds of millions of humans died directly because of the disaster, and hundreds of millions of people became night demons. The humans who finally survived had to face hunger and attacks from night demons. It can be said that George's actions saved the remaining humans. The night demons on this planet were basically thrown into the furnace by George, and all their souls were used as nutrients to expand the space, so that the radius of the soul space directly reached 110 kilometers. It was not wrong, because the chaotic space on the other side also expanded to 110 kilometers. George finally understood why countless gods and demons wanted to obtain human souls, whether in heaven or hell. In addition to souls, George also accumulated a lot of industrial basic materials in the past 10 years. Anyway, the chaotic space is extremely desolate and vast now, and no matter how many materials there are, they can be stored. After cleaning up all the things and recycling all the robots, George left this world. George stayed in the I'm Legend plane for 10 years, and only 1 year has passed in the real world. The new city on the ancient star has been built, and a steel city has risen from the ground on the original land. Although not all the flowers and fruit trees brought by George from the earth are adapted to the environment of the ancient star, most of them survived. George did not deliberately create an environment suitable for the growth of these plants. After all, the fittest survive. After storing all the materials brought back, George did not return to the earth, but set off again to other planes. Uncaged, Train to Busan, Land of the Dead. 10 worlds, 10 years in the real world. For 10 years, George kept slaughtering zombies in various zombie worlds and absorbing souls. As the scope of influence of his ability became larger, George no longer needed to use the furnace for centralized processing. After all the zombies were killed, George could directly collect the souls 150 kilometers, 0.400 kilometers, 0.1000 kilometers. As the souls were consumed, the chaotic space continued to expand until the radius of the chaotic space reached 1000 kilometers. After that, George destroyed the zombies of another world. Unfortunately, except for forming a lake of magical liquid that could repair injuries in the soul space, the size of the space did not change. It seems that the way to expand the space through souls is no longer feasible. George can only stop and think of other ways. In the past 10 years, George also collected some normal people's souls into the soul space in the process of collecting souls. The number was not large, only 100,000. For these souls, George did not absorb them all as nutrients, but let them stay and live in the soul space. Anyway, apart from that lake, there is nothing worth noting. It is worth mentioning that 100 years have passed in the Naruto world, and things have long changed. Although George will take time to accompany Tsunade and Miyu, they still cannot resist the erosion of time. Unlike Alice's choice, Tsunade and Miyu are not willing to pursue permanent life. So George finally respected the choice of the two and let go. Even in the real Marvel world, many things have happened. First of all, after 10 years of development, George's Star Corporation is no longer limited to the United States, but has extended its tentacles to every corner of the Marvel world. However, because Jiring's methods are relatively secretive in the eyes of outsiders, the Star Group has not developed much in scale in the past 10 years. Of course, only a small number of people at the top can understand the horror of the Star Group. For example, the new president John Fitzgerald Kennedy, who just sat behind the table in the White House, has a report on the Star Group and George in his hand. The US government has never stopped investigating all the Cheebles, but no Cheeble has ever been as difficult as George. Because, so far, no one can really understand his strength, including his island, which no one has ever been able to go up. George himself is also very low-key. In addition to participating in some public activities in the early years, He has become more and more low-key in recent years. The company is entirely managed by an Asian woman, and she basically does not participate in external activities. Kennedy clearly remembers this, and his inauguration dinner was also attended by that Asian woman on his behalf. According to the description of this report, even the underground parliament has an unclear relationship with that gentleman. The basis is that someone has seen a group of super soldiers in the underground parliament who use a similar fighting method to that of Star Security. If this report is true, then that gentleman has extraordinary power in the military, politics, business, and underground. The reason why Kennedy is so troubled is that with the changes in the international situation, SHIELD has gradually changed from an organization that belongs exclusively to the United States to an international organization. It has been determined some time ago that SHIELD will become a subordinate department of the International Security Council, and the 5 major countries will send commissioners to supervise the operation of SHIELD. This is a reason why Kennedy is embarrassed, because when SHIELD was first established, that gentleman was one of the board members. After SHIELD was taken over by the state, due to that gentleman's identity, he was still given the status of a committee member. The question now is whether the US government will continue to let him represent the United States in the committee. You know, this is not only a reputation issue, but also involves practical matters such as funds. However, Kennedy finally figured it out. Why should he do something that offends people? At most, he would send more people. If he could win over that gentleman, it would be good for his re-election in the future. A few days later, the letter of appointment was delivered to George. This time, he didn't even have to go to the White House to please George. His position was still a member of the Security Council, and his work was still the same, but his boss was the President of the United States before, and his boss now was, well, no one. Of course, the headquarters location remained unchanged, the staff remained unchanged, but he had a new boss and a few more money bags. George was simple, and he still arranged the previous person to be his deputy. Anyway, he had no interest in handling those jobs. However, on the day of the first meeting of the committee, George personally went to the Delta Wing building of SHIELD and met with other members. The British representative was the most enthusiastic about him, and George could understand the reason. After all, he was still a British Grand Duke. On the same day, George also met Howard Stark in the R&D department. According to private reports, Howard Stark was still studying the cosmic cube and had made considerable breakthroughs. However, Howard did not mention his research results, either in the report of SHIELD or after meeting George. George didn't know if Howard really forgot the promise he made to George to join. But it doesn't matter, no one can deny what is. George looked at Howard busy in the laboratory and showed a meaningful smile. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. Chapter 146 Starship Troopers. It was the second day after returning from the Triskelion building. According to the time, it was not long before the Kree would visit the Earth again. Although George had made many deployments inside the Earth, there was still a blank area for defense in outer space. In addition to the deployment of some survey satellites, there was no defense force. Considering the strength of the Kree Empire, it was naturally impossible to pin hopes on the kindness of the Kree, so George still needed to continue to go to other planes. Starship Troopers. The background of the story is that the human beings on Earth have entered the Federation era. The people of the Human Federation are composed of citizens or civilians. At the age of 18, every civilian has the right to participate in at least 2 years of federal service. During the service, you may join the army, become a guinea pig, test survival equipment, or do physical labor, etc. During this period, you can quit at any time, but if you do so, you will lose the opportunity to become a citizen forever. Only after passing the federal service can you become a citizen and enjoy the corresponding rights. An Erach-Zerg meteorite hit Mars. The Human Federation discovered the existence of the Zerg for the first time, and then sent out the Costa reconnaissance cruiser to find the Zerg home planet of Klandaf. Humans and Zerg made their first historic contact, and Rhys-Jackal lost an arm in this war. Afterwards, the Federation defined the territory of the Erach-Zerg as a Zerg quarantine zone. However, there were still colonists who ignored the quarantine policy and established Port Joe Smith on the planet Dantana in the quarantine zone. This led to the Zerg launching a rebellion against humans, killing many farmers, and launching Zerg meteorites at Earth. 3 passionate teenagers graduated from high school and are about to face the choice of their future. Under the instigation of his girlfriend Carmen, the rich boy Johnny Rico resolutely went against his father's wish for him to go to Harvard, signed up for federal service, and joined the Mobile Infantry School. Diz, who had always been secretly in love with Rico, followed Rico and joined the infantry school. Rico's girlfriend Carmen chose the Air Force Academy and dreamed of becoming a Starfleet pilot. Their friend Carl entered the strategic department of the Earth Federation Army, and the 3 were separated by light years. With his excellent performance, Rouge became the squad leader. However, during a live fire training, a member of Rouge's team was shot in the head on the spot. Rouge was dismissed from his position and was punished with flogging. Just as Rouge was about to leave the training camp, a bad news came from his hometown of Buenos Aires. The Earth was hit by the Heir Zerg meteorite from the planet Clandaf, and none of his family members on Earth were spared. This incident was the fuse of the all-out war between humans and Zerg, known as the First Human-Zerg War. Rouge, who was filled with grief and anger, resolutely decided to join the battle. With the large force, he prepared to counterattack the Zerg home planet Clandaf. After arriving at the Zerg home planet Clandaf, the first encounter ended with a complete defeat of the Federal Army, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were killed on the battlefield. Rouge and his comrades experienced this massacre firsthand. The seemingly inferior Zerg existed long before the birth of humans, and they had evolved much longer than humans. They knew all kinds of military tactics, and played humans around. The seriously injured Reige was rescued by the Tough Guys group, and he joined the battle-hardened Tough Guys group because of a blessing in disguise. The leader was the high school teacher who had taught him the difference between civilians and citizens. After the human defeat, Star Marshal Deans resigned, and the new Star Marshal Taihat Meru designed a new tactic to defeat the Zerg by disintegrating the various planets colonized by the Zerg in the Clandaf system one by one. In battle after battle, Reige proved himself again, and even killed a whole fire beetle alone. At the Whiskey Outpost on Planet P, the Tough Guys group discovered the brainworm that was remotely controlled behind the scenes. Here, the Tough Guys group, where Reige was located, was ambushed by heavy Zerg troops, and the head of the high school teacher was killed. So Reige became the new head of the Tough Guys group, but he also lost Diz, who was devoted to him. After getting the key clues about the brainworm, the Tough Guys group continued to move forward. Under the guidance of Cowl's telepathy, Reige found the location of the brainworm, where there was actually his ex-girlfriend Carmen, and his current boyfriend who made him his ex-boyfriend. And this brainworm is the key to the war between humans and insects. In the end, Rico took out a nuclear bomb to scare the insects, and humans captured a brainworm alive on Planet P for the first time. Carl, a high school friend, immediately appeared and took over the brainworm to conduct research. At this time, he was already a senior officer of the Psychic Strategic Force. The Federal Army launched a full-scale attack on the Zerg. They wanted to end the battle in one go, but they were caught in a protracted war and had to start digging trenches, building bunkers, and setting up power grids to fight the Zerg. On the planet Zulu Alpha, the heroic 6th group of the mobile infantry team fighting the Zerg was surrounded by the Zerg. The only remaining squad fled to the Delta Hotel outpost for support. Here, the soldiers not only encountered groups of Zerg soldiers, but also encountered new Zerg soldiers that could parasitize in humans and control humans. This intelligent worm enters the human body through the mouth to achieve the effect of nerve control, and can also reproduce in the human body and infect other people through the mouth. It is the latest weapon used by the Zerg to eliminate humans. The Zerg parasitized a general and wanted the general to sneak into the core of the Federation, expand the infection, and defeat humans. After a desperate fight, only a pregnant female soldier, Sahara, escaped from the Zerg sea on a landing craft and brought the news of the Zerg's latest weapons to the headquarters. Dix, who stayed to fight the Zerg to the end, became a Federation hero. The brainworm that was captured alive before was actually captured voluntarily with the purpose of cracking the core secrets of mankind. It can influence people's minds through telepathy, including Star Marshal Anak. After being brainwashed by the brainworm, the Star Marshal visited the Mobile Infantry Defense Battalion, where Rico was on the planet Rocky Mountain. At this time, Rico was already a colonel. Accompanying the Star Marshal were Rico's former girlfriend and his former subordinate who was promoted to general. The Star Marshal secretly cut off the power supply of the camp, causing the power grid that blocked the Zerg to fail. The entire camp was swallowed up by the Zerg in an instant, with heavy casualties. Rico was sentenced to hanging for exceeding his authority and was waiting to be executed. The Star Marshal and Ruij's ex-girlfriend fled on a battleship, but were shot by plasma bugs on the way. They had to take a lifeboat and make an emergency landing on the planet On-1. All of this was in the Star Marshal's plan. After the forced landing, the survivors found that the communication system could not contact the headquarters, so they walked to find another fighter plane that had made an emergency landing. At the location of the fighter plane, they saw the insect god, Behankoto, who the Star Marshal called the brain of the leader. This big bug has high intelligence and can communicate in human language through human mouths. At this time, the Star Marshal has been completely convinced by the Zerg, believing that the Zerg is a more advanced race, and finally being eaten alive by the insect god is fun. At the critical moment, Ruij was like a god descending from the sky, leading the team to Flash, driving the Predator mech to bombard the insect god and the swarm, and rescued his ex-girlfriend. It turned out that Ruij was not executed, but joined a secret mission, the Predator Plan, which greatly improved its combat effectiveness by controlling the Predator mech through neural synchronization. Finally, the Federation used a Q-bomb to blow the entire On-1 planet into pieces. Recalling the whole plot, because this world has made long-term developments in many aspects such as space technology and medical care, such as space station technology, spacecraft technology, interstellar communication technology, etc. These technologies George needs. However, this world does not attach much importance to computer technology, which makes it difficult for George to quickly collect technology. However, this does not bother George. First, George came to Buenos Aires in the plot, hacked into the Household Registration and Archives Management Office through the STO network, and found a perfect identity for himself. Ligams, a civilian in Buenos Aires, is lazy and inherited his parents' inheritance, so he doesn't need to worry about money for the rest of his life. George looked at the dirty and messy scene in the villa, and directly cleaned it up, and the house became bright and clean again. Nodding, George turned on the computer in this world and began to prepare the data. As for the real Ligams, he had been knocked unconscious by George and sent to the chaotic space. There will be robots to take care of him there, so there is no need to worry at all. Of course, before George knocked him out, he also took a look at his memory so that he could disguise himself more like a real person. When searching for information, George also changed Ligam's verification information, blood type, etc., so that no one would find out that Ligams had been replaced. This world is clearly divided into classes, and George wants to get access to those equipment and technologies, which cannot be achieved with his current civilian status. However, being a soldier is not what George pursues. After thinking about it, he can only take the technical route. George has a lot of technology in his hands, but the most useful technology for this world is prosthetic technology. Whether it is the mechanical arm of Bucky in the Marvel world or the simulated mechanical arm in I, Robot, they are much more advanced than the prosthetics in this world. This technology will not cause unnecessary trouble because it is too advanced, and there is no need to worry about not being taken seriously. Sure enough, a week later, when the mechanical prosthetic technology in I, Robot was patented and George applied for citizen service, George was included in the logistics and maintenance department. Of course, George was also transferred from Buenos Aires to a military base in Europe and was given a very leisurely job repairing mechanical armor. George also saw here the first M1A4 power armor. This mobile infantry conventional power armor has a complete set of servos and the most advanced enhancements that human science can create, making the wearer a godlike existence compared to ordinary people. It does not feel tired when exercising, and the special defense layer can withstand all types of attacks, immune to damage from multiple factors, and even effective against some defense-breaking weapons. The M1A4 Power Armor and its variant, the M1C8 Commander Power Armor, provide the wearer with additional strength bonuses, ranged attack bonuses, and hand-to-hand combat ability bonuses, greatly improving combat capabilities. Both sets of armor have an 8-hour battery life and oxygen supply, and there are backup supplies and batteries, which can add another hour of endurance, allowing the wearer to survive for up to 9 hours in harsh environments, including vacuum environments, or underwater. The standard configuration includes mask, peep mirror, communicator, helmet light, headlight, isolation suit, oxygen supply device, jet ejection device, temperature and biological regulator, belt reader, which is a microcomputer. Such a battle armor with excellent power and defense has a great disadvantage in operation. It is actually operated by capturing facial expressions, which is really unimaginable for George. However, this flaw does not outweigh the merits. Overall, this is still a very good battle armor. George quickly learned the technical information of the entire battle armor through his own ability and collected it. A month later, George had obtained all the battle armor technologies including M4A1/2 exosuit superpowered battle armor, and it was meaningless for him to continue to stay in this equipment base. George then submitted another human-computer interaction technology, which mainly solved the control problem of armor. Simply put, it enabled the microcomputer in the battle armor to receive language instructions. Although this technology is just a very simple technology in George's view, it is like a cognitive impairment. People in this world have never thought of developing in this direction. George was also appreciated by the above, and was directly transferred to the Military Research and Development Department. The most core projects of the Earth Federation are carried out in this department, so it is divided into multiple departments. For example, there are departments that study the miniaturization of tactical nuclear warheads, the improvement of combat mechas, fighter planes, and warships. The most important thing is that George met the space-based design department here. However, since each department is managed independently, and the departments also adopt hierarchical management, it takes too much time to slowly collect information. However, since he has entered the R&D department, these are naturally not difficult for George. First, use illusion to control the head of the department. George has heard of the 6-degree space theory in his previous life, also known as the 6-degree separation theory. It means that there are no more than 6 people between you and any stranger. That is, you can know any stranger through at most 6 people. This theory is also applicable in this world, and then control it layer by layer. 3 days later, the highest research institution of the Earth Federation was completely in George's hands. The next step is to copy the information. Since there is too much information, it took another week just to copy the information. From the Lunar Surface Base to the Lunar Circular Orbit Base, to the Sanctuary Federation Fleet Command Base, Ticonderoga Fleet Base, L6 Satellite Base and Nemesis Space Station, George did not miss any of the various space-based drawings. Not to mention the various starship drawings, such as the more famous ones, John A. Walton Starship, Franklin, a leisure fast attack ship, escort transport ship, Athena class transport ship, including various small vehicles on these warships. George also downloaded them all. In a word, whether the Earth Federation already has or is designing, George did not miss any. A week later, George left the base with a full harvest. Of course, before leaving, George threw Ligams out and took away several Zerg warriors as experimental materials. This Zerg warrior has a total of 3 pairs of legs, which ensures their good athletic ability, fast speed, agility, and ability to climb and dig on various terrains. The front feet are shorter than the hind feet, 1 pair is on the chest, and the 4 front feet are like deadly swords that can be used to attack the enemy. Their iconic pincer mouths have a strong bite force of over 4,000 pounds, which can crush rocks or metals, and cutting a person in half is a piece of cake. Their exoskeletons are extremely hard, and can withstand temperatures over 500°C. Even in the face of high-intensity firepower, it is difficult to penetrate. It is quite difficult for ordinary human weapons to kill a warrior. George has already made arrangements for the role of this insect. I believe that the day it appears again will bring fear to its enemies. Next, George is going to the planet on 1. I believe that the so-called insect god must be a good touchstone. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. Chapter 147, The Insect God and the Insect Queen. Although interstellar tourism is extremely developed in the current Earth Federation, it is not easy for George to go to the planet on 1. Taking advantage of the convenience of the Federal Research Institute, George boarded the L6 satellite base. The L6 base is one of the orbital bases located in the solar system. Its purpose is to monitor the solar system and protect the Earth from any hostile attacks. It also provides the Predator squad with the Predator Mk2 vehicle, which has appeared in the movie. Then George took a transport ship carrying supplies to the Mars base. Mars in this world has long been transformed into an agricultural planet. Therefore, the space station is also quite lively. However, George was not interested in these scenes. In the end, George came to the Sanctuary Federation Fleet Command base under construction, which is now the closest human base to the planet on 1. After George came here, he controlled the frontline commander and arranged a fast attack ship, FAS, to send himself to the outer space of the planet on 1. After letting the attack ship wait in the distance, he drove the carrier ship to prepare to land on the planet on 1. After entering the atmosphere, George released his perception, and now George's perception can easily cover the entire planet on 1. George sensed the existence of a huge life form at the edge of a desert. This life form was extremely huge, and the part exposed above the ground was at least as high as a 6-story building. Its body was deeply buried under the surface, and a large part of the planet on 1 was occupied by this life form, which was the Bug God. It was a high-level command unit of the Zerg. Like the brain worm, it also had the ability of telepathy, and was even stronger. Through the puncture of its auxiliary limbs, it could also control the nervous system of humans and let them speak for itself. After swallowing its prey, the Bug God could not only digest their protein and fat, but also absorb their knowledge, thus becoming smarter and smarter. In the movie, the Bug God completely conquered the literary marshal of the Human Federation with his personal charm, absorbed the other party, and thus mastered many key information of humans. And at the same time that George sensed the Bug God Bahantok, the Bug God also sensed George's arrival. It habitually probed out its mental power, but the mental power that had never failed before seemed to have hit a hard wall, and it could not detect the other party's strength at all. The Bug God Bahantok knew that there should also be a human who was good at mind control. Sensing danger, the Zerg God began to mobilize other Zergs to protect themselves. Countless plasma worms began to spray plasma in the direction of George's ship. This large Zerg, 31 meters high and 50 meters long, can fire plasma cannons with huge lethality. It is the most powerful air defense force and heavy firepower turret of the Zerg. The plasma cannon of the plasma worm can also shoot at ultra long distances, even out of the planetary orbit, and shoot down targets in space. The power is enough to cut an interstellar battleship in half. What's more, they can also shoot meteorites or asteroids to distant planets, such as shooting meteorites from Clandaf to the Earth, which is very against the sky, but this kind of plasma worm must develop to a fixed point before it can do so. Plasma worms use their butts to fire plasma cannons. The reason why they don't need to aim with their eyes is that the brain worm can command them through induction and use the eyes of other worms as their eyes. Plasma worms can also switch to close-range artillery mode, but even if it is close, the closest must be 1 kilometer away, otherwise it may cause splash damage to themselves. Like all long-range siege weapons, plasma worms are defenseless when firing, which is their biggest weakness. The plasma worm's attacks were too dense, and the ship driven by George was directly hit by a plasma ion cannon. However, George had already appeared on a hill far away from the insect god. It's not that George can't teleport directly to the insect god, but since he wants to do some tests, he naturally can't use the big move directly, which will lack the experience if it's too fast. George exudes mental fluctuations, exposing his position. Those plasma worms slowly turned around under the command of the insect god, and plasma sprayed towards George. In addition, the Zerg warriors on the ground began to rush towards George from all sides. The 3 pairs of legs of the Zerg warriors ensure their good athletic ability, fast speed, agility, and ability to climb and dig on various terrains. The front legs are shorter than the hind legs, 1 pair is on the chest, and the 4 front legs are like deadly swords that can be used to attack the enemy. The 3 pairs of legs hit the rocks, making a harsh noise. At the same time, a jumper with 2 wings on its back attacked George. If you look closely, the jumper looks like a winged warrior. They are an important air combat unit of the Heir Zerg. Jumpers are very fast, so their most common tactic is to fly into the air and pierce the enemy with their tails, or even hang the prey on the stinger and drag it away. They can also behead the enemy with their claws while flying at high speed. However, among the densely packed insects, there is also a scorpion that can emit pulses. They are extremely aggressive and can shoot plasma flames. The armor is also very hard and almost invulnerable. Human rifles and other conventional weapons cannot penetrate their thick armor at all. Their pincers are not a joke. Even heavy armored mechas will be cut in half like scissors cutting sausages. There are also some 7 to 8 meter high tank worms standing among the swarm of insects, which are extremely conspicuous. This tank worm is one of the most powerful creatures in the Heir Zerg army. The hard shell around its body is difficult for ordinary weapons to penetrate. Even if it encounters a platoon of infantry shooting with machine guns, it will not hurt the tank worm. Their most iconic attack method is still fire attack. But pay attention. In fact, the tank worms do not spray flames, but a corrosive flammable liquid. George did not stand still, but took out the Morita 3 rifle that was stored in the research institute. This gun compactly combines the assault rifle and the grenade launcher. The caliber is 10mm x 50. The caliber caseless bullet is used. The cycle rate reaches 900 rpm, musket velocity per minute. The maximum magazine capacity is 99 rounds, and the maximum range is 1500 meters. Later, it was permanently replaced by the new Morita MK rifle. However, it still cannot conceal that this is a very good weapon. The flames continue to extend from the muzzle, and each bullet can accurately hit the Zerg's weakness. After the bullets were used up, George directly changed to gun from the space Morita Mk3 squad automatic weapon, Gatling bolt, M55 rocket launcher, MX90 fragmentation grenade, E-Pulse 88 rifle, light speed weapon, even single soldier nuclear weapons. George also found time to throw 2. George dodged the plasma cannons and pulse beams that were attacked by plasma bugs and pulse scorpions, while paying attention to the jumping bugs that jumped at him from time to time in the air. George did not take out a few mechas from the space until he had used all the individual weapons. You should know that the pair of black pupils that George obtained in the Naruto world can control puppets. Therefore, controlling a few mechas is not a problem at all. Unfortunately, there are a few mechas, otherwise one man can form an army. He played with the MKI Mecha and M11 Baba, and had a good time with hot weapons. There is a saying that is really true: mechas and gunfire are the eternal romance of men. Unfortunately, there are too many Zergs. Even if George can keep up, George's ammunition is not unlimited. So, after testing the power of the weapons, George put them all away. Then, George began to exert repulsion control, and Shinra Tensei bounced off all Zergs and energy attacks within 100 meters around. He used gravity in midair again, and all the Zergs within a kilometer were sucked together, and the pressure became tighter and tighter, forming a meatball with a radius of 200 meters. This was just a move George used to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. Now if George used this move with all his strength, creating a moon would not be a problem. Before George was ready to continue, the Zergs were scared first, and the surrounding Zergs began to retreat. Don't think that the Zerg is a creature without wisdom and can't think. In fact, this alien race, similar to the arachnids, has millions of years of evolution history. It is intelligent and selfless, has super reproductive capacity, has a complete population social system, and is a better race than humans. Human strongman, I admit that you are strong, and you have the qualifications to talk to me. Or thought was transmitted to George's mind. Are you afraid? George asked. Then George raised his head and looked at the insect god that looked like a small mountain in the distance. No, human, no matter how strong you are just one person. This is my planet, and you should be afraid. Another thought was transmitted. Oh, then have you ever thought that one day humans will stand opposite you and communicate with you? At this time, George had teleported to the opposite side of the insect god. Because the insect god's body was too huge, George controlled the repulsion and flew up directly, hovering opposite the insect god. Ang! A sound like a dragon's roar sounded, and George felt a gust of air coming. He set up an energy barrier in front of him so that the airflow would not blow on him. In fact, the airflow was just the gas sprayed out of the mouth of the insect god. By the way, do you Zerg people not need to brush your teeth? George waved his hand in disdain and said, although I have thought about the day of communicating with humans, it is not in this form. I didn't expect that there are strong people like you among humans. The insect god said, I think many humans have not thought that you Zerg people can still communicate. Are there more advanced Zerg people above you? George asked curiously. This is a secret of our Zerg people. If you are willing to become a member of the Zerg people, I will be happy to share the situation of the Zerg people with you. The insect god said, you know a lot about humans, and you are even good at bribery. George smiled. Ah, there are some of you humans who are willing to become our believers. They are willing to join us, so we know you humans very well. The insect god explained, join us and you will learn what we know. It's a pity that I really don't like the way you join you. George said, we also seek peace, but the methods are different. We seek knowledge. The insect god explained, yes, your methods of seeking peace are different, so it is destined that our two races cannot coexist harmoniously. George said regretfully, you will become one of us, provide the necessary knowledge, and pacify the human race. The insect god said firmly, your plan, your deployment, and your fleet configuration. Puff. A sound of a pipe running through an object sounded. A sharp bone spur pierced the place where George had just stood. However, George's speed was too fast, leaving a residual image on the spot. It seems that you have invited humans to join your Zerg many times. You are very skilled in sneak attacks. George, who had already come to the other side, said. Countless Zergs attacked again, including the sharp claws of the insect god, which kept stabbing around. It's a pity that you are too ugly and too big, otherwise I wouldn't mind changing your residence. George said as he teleported and reappeared on the hillside in the distance. Then, George began to run, and then all objects, everything of the Zerg, began to become still in George's eyes. As George's figure got faster and faster, the Zerg had already lost his figure. Yes, George activated the Speed Force. Because, since he obtained the Speed Force, George has always been curious about what consequences would occur if he punched hard when he reached a speed close to the speed of light. Whether it really created a black hole like in the cartoon, George didn't know. After all, there is no chance to do this test in the real world of Marvel. If there really is any consequence, it would be a very troublesome thing. As George ran faster and faster, phantoms of what happened before began to appear on both ends of his body. Bang. Hoo la la. The bang sound was the sound made when George hit the top of the head of the insect god. Hoo la la was the sound of the insect god being directly blown up by George's punch, and the green insect fluid splashed everywhere. George was flying in the air, looking at the ground that had already cracked and stretched for countless miles. The ground began to emit gurgling magma, and his noodle-like right arm. George now understood his own attack power. If he used all his strength, it would be difficult to destroy the planet with one punch. After all, George found that his body was not strong enough for the time being, and could not withstand the reaction force. This was still the case with the preparation of the insect god. If he hit the ground directly, George believed that his punch would be more powerful, but the injury would also be more serious. However, in just less than 3 seconds, the injury on his right arm had been completely healed. The huge soul of the insect god was also taken into the soul space by George and turned into nutrients in the soul lake. George looked at the devastated planet, took out a bomb from the space, and teleported back to space without any nostalgia. Pressing a remote control in his hand, a firework bloomed in front of George's eyes, and the planet disintegrated directly in front of George and became dust in the universe. Back on the fast attack ship, set the coordinates of the case fortress, start the super light engine, and soon George and his team left the area. Next, George will go to the planet where the Queen is. George remembered that the Queen was first discovered by Carl in the Case Fortress, and then many soldiers were sacrificed to finally capture the Queen of the Zerg alive. Later, the Queen also controlled the warships and prepared to invade the Earth. In other words, the current Queen should be hidden in the giant meteorite where the Case Fortress is located. Soon, George appeared in the Case Fortress on a warship. At this time, the Case Fortress was just an observation post because the First Zerg War had not yet broken out. Without controlling the warship to land, George appeared on the surface of the giant meteorite by teleportation. Just now, George already knew the location of the Queen through induction. George activated his mental power to control all the humans in the Case Fortress to leave, and then teleported to the Queen of the Zerg. In the Zerg social structure, the Queen of the Zerg is a Zerg unit with high-level intelligence. Not only can she command other Zerg soldiers to fight, but she can also breed more Zerg soldiers, as can be seen from her huge abdominal sac, which can produce 1,800 Zerg eggs every day. The Queen of Zerg also has the ability of telepathy, can invade human brains, can also invade computers, control spacecraft, and use the weapons on the spacecraft to attack targets. This mental ability is nothing to George. Although the Queen of Zerg launched an attack, as soon as she found George, she was still much slower than George. George directly put the Queen of Zerg into the chaotic space and imprisoned it, and then teleported back to the surface of the meteorite. George was suspended in space, forming a gravitational field on the surface of the meteorite. The meteorite began to slowly break apart, and then gathered tightly together to form a solid sphere. The Zerg in the meteorite were naturally all destroyed in the process. The Zerg god in the Milky Way was destroyed by himself, and the Queen of Zerg was also captured alive by himself. But this does not mean that the Zerg has been completely destroyed, because there are still a large number of Zerg and other races outside the Milky Way. Before George left the battleship, he had left a message for the people on the ship. The humans in the solar system are not alone, and there are many dangers outside the Milky Way. In addition to his actions on the planet OM-1 and the meteorite, I believe it will leave a deep warning to the top leaders of the Earth Federation. Maybe one day, George will come back again. But that will be another story. After George left the spleen, what happened on the planet OM-1 and the meteorite was directly exposed to the eyes of the top leaders of the Earth Federation. The surveillance on the battleship recorded the entire process of the incident, surviving in space without any protection, and changing the shape of a giant meteorite with a wave of his hand. These are not things that a normal human can do. In addition to the message left by George, atheism slowly spread in human society. All the humans controlled by George became the first missionaries who believed in God. Countless years later, a new sect was formed in the Milky Way Earth Human Federation. This sect firmly believed that there were gods in this world and firmly believed that their gods would come back. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. Chapter 148 Time and Space Transmission Device. The first thing George did when he returned to the ancient planet was to upload all the information he had obtained to the database of Starnet and Wiki. There was too much information obtained this time, including medical technology, individual weapon technology, mecha technology, battleship technology, interstellar communication technology, space station technology, and of course, some alloy formulas, planet transformation technology, etc. These technologies can all be used. For example, the technology used in Starship Troopers to transform Mars into an agricultural planet is very powerful and suitable for transforming the ancient planet. There is no need to say more about the battleship technology and space station technology. However, if you want to build all these things, you must consume a lot of resources. Although you have brought back a lot from the robot plane before, you still need a lot to build a large space base. Fortunately, George still has many doomsday worlds, which have been almost cleaned up by George before, so this time he can make good use of them. George first asked Wiki to summarize all the information brought back. Although there is a lot of information about interstellar battleships brought back this time, these battleships are biased towards interstellar transportation, so they are a little worse in attack, which does not satisfy George. However, George has all the key technologies to build an excellent interstellar battleship. such as the most important power part, superluminal engine technology, anti-gravity technology, communication technology, artificial intelligence technology, and directed energy weapon technology. Next, George is going to design a main ship for his own use, and also to build several frigate battleships with excellent attack performance. Moreover, escape boats, transport boats, and fighters can all be made even better. This is nothing to George, who has seen many excellent battleship drawings in his previous life. George only needs to hand over the appearance design plan to StarNet, and the rest will naturally be completed by artificial intelligence. George first returned to the zombie out of the cage plane. The technological development of this world is not backward, but after experiencing the baptism of zombies, there are not many people left in the world. Some of the original supercomputers in this world have all stopped and become idle, which is just a bargain for George. Use the NS5 robot he brought to clean up a supercomputing center he liked, and then upload it to StarNet. The next thing was handed over to StarNet, which controlled the robot to start construction. The first thing to be built must be various advanced mining robots and transport ships, and then the steel mills will be transformed. Without good steel, excellent warships cannot be built. Moreover, George has a lot of good alloy formulas. Finally, it is necessary to build the outer space defense base. George plans to build a satellite ring base on the second satellite of the ancient star, and then build a goddess of vengeance space station in space. There are many things to be built this time, and it will take a long time. Fortunately, George does not need to watch here. George only needs to be responsible for the transportation at the end. In 1962, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, George began to let Bucky expand the security force. In addition to the original 1,000 super soldiers, young and potential players will be recruited from the veterans. Only after strict screening and training can they join the security team. Over the years, after uninterrupted development, the number of security personnel has reached more than 20,000, distributed in many countries. George's plan is to train ordinary soldiers to 30,000 people, and each soldier must become the top existence. Then select them level by level, and if there are suitable personnel, they can be recommended to join and become super soldiers. However, in the past 10 years, only 10 super soldiers were approved to join. This is not only related to ability, but also to the recognition of Star Corporation, that is, loyalty. Boss, I recently received news that someone is going to take action against the person in the White House. Bucky reported. Have you found out who it is? George asked. It has been found out. It is a Hydra. Some of the policies that the person in the White House is going to promote have touched their interests, and they are more optimistic about another candidate. So, Bucky explained. Then it has nothing to do with us. Don't pay attention to them. George said. Okay, boss, I know. Bucky said, and boss, the Soviet scientist Anthony Vanko asked me to pay attention to has defected to the United States. Well, where is he now? George asked. He has been recruited by Stark Industries and has become a researcher in the Stark Industries research laboratory. Bucky replied. This Howard is quite good at using public resources for personal gain. But it doesn't matter. Don't follow him too closely. He chooses to cooperate with Howard, and he may not end up well in the end. George said with a smile. Okay, boss. Bucky replied. Sure enough, at 12:30 on November 22nd, 1963, Central Time, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States, accompanied by his wife Jacqueline Kennedy and Texas Governor John Connally, was shot and killed while driving through Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas in a convertible. Not long after, the murderer was caught, but there was no convincing explanation for the whole incident, and there were still many doubts about the whole case. In fact, except for a few people, perhaps the truth will never come to light. In 1965, 3 years had passed in the Marvel world, and 30 years had already passed in the world of Zombie Out. There have been great changes on the ancient star. Now it is no longer a desolate and silent world. Through the cloning and cultivation of species brought from the earth, at least a complete food chain has been formed around City Number 1. Even the dry lakes around City Number 1 have been refilled with water due to the efforts of the 1,000 prisoners day and night. For this purpose, George also deliberately opened up the underground water source, making the entire lake a living water source again. Now the number one satellite of the ancient star has been surrounded by a whole ring defense base, and there is also a space base in outer space that is exactly the same as the Nemesis in Starship Troopers, to defend against possible hazards. There are also more than a dozen fast attack warships docked in the space station, all of which are controlled by artificial intelligence. Of course, George also produced more than 1,000 M401/2 super armors and more than 10,000 Predator armors that are easy to change. As for the more ordinary M1A4 armor, tens of thousands of sets have also been produced. These warships and mechas are ready, but these are not suitable for appearing on Earth. After all, there is a weapon called an atomic bomb on Earth, and even if it is needed in the future, it must come and go without a trace. So a large-scale transmission equipment is indispensable. This time, George did not even bring the Star Network, and went directly to the target plane alone. Plane, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle storyline. In a city where crime and fear are spreading, Shredder and his evil Bigfoot gang have the police and politicians firmly in their clutches, and the future looks bleak until the four reclusive Ninja Turtles step up. They survived a scientific experiment gone awry, rose from the sewers, and took on a mission to become the ultimate masked messengers of justice. Faced with Shredder's cruel plan to dominate the entire city, the Ninja Turtles will work together with the brave and fearless female reporter April O'Neil and the talkative photographer Vern to save the citizens of New York and bring Shredder to justice. Later, after Shredder escapes detention, he joins forces with mad scientist Baxter Stockman and his two clumsy right-hand men, Pigface and Bullhead, to launch a demonic plan to control the world. As the Turtles fight Shredder and his gang, they find themselves facing an even more evil power villain, Grang, and the Turtles will face a powerful opponent of the cosmic level. This world poses no threat to George, so George plans to intercept and directly take what he wants. Eric Satches is a good entry point, and the key is that he is very easy to find. New York, a high-end banquet hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Eric Satches, the most generous donor to the New York Police Department, said the host. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. Eric Satches, dressed like a successful person, was speaking confidently on the podium. But who could have known that this middle-aged man in a suit and tie who looked very decent was the partner of the Foot Gang, the source of the chaos in New York? I have to say, it's rare to see so many people tonight, especially in an area that has been severely affected by the Bigfoot Gang's crimes. A few years ago, my wife was in danger, and I was a young scientist doing cutting-edge research with a world-class team. Our laboratory was attacked, set on fire, and robbed by a group of cowards who called themselves the Bigfoot Gang. Several of my colleagues lost their lives that day. Eric Satches said this, and looked in the direction of a beautiful woman in the audience with a sad expression. In memory and to remember them, Satches Industries, whether through the Satches Biomedical Department, the Satches Robotics Department or the Satches Engineering Department, will unswervingly protect our city and make New York safe. At this time, applause broke out from the audience, and Eric Satches continued, "Whenever someone brings a flame into this city, I will put it out. This is a promise. Thank you, thank you." The so-called New York executives in the audience stood up and applauded Eric Satches' wonderful speech. George, floating outside the window, saw Eric Satches coming down the stage and shaking hands with the guests one by one. The lady just now also stepped forward quickly to communicate with Eric Satches. Through the conversation between the two, George learned that the lady was the heroine of the story, April. However, it seemed that the righteous man had something important to do, so the two only talked for a few words before being reminded by the security personnel next to them, and then hurriedly left the venue. George knew that the female reporter would meet his pet turtles tonight. It must be said that Satches and the heroine's father were really amazing. With only some ancient documents, they tried to reproduce the panacea in a scientific way, and the key was that they succeeded in the end. They developed a gene mutagen that can stimulate the self-repair function at the cellular level. They called this plan the Renaissance Plan, and their knowledge came from Schneider. In the underground garage, Satches, accompanied by 2 security guards, was walking towards the car when a figure appeared in front of them. "Mr. Satches, your speech is wonderful, but I need your help with a small matter, so can you wait a moment?" George said as he walked out of the shadows. "Oh, thank you, sir. But I'm in a hurry. If you need any help, you can contact me later. This is my name tag," Satches said as he looked at the well-dressed man in front of him. If he hadn't seen the well-dressed man, Satches would not have stopped to talk to George. "Unfortunately, it's not up to you," George said with a smile. Snap. George snapped his fingers lightly, and Satches and the 2 security guards stood there. After getting the knowledge about the panacea from Satch's memory and the location of the SYNOPSIS base, George released the illusion control. "Mr. Satches, it's nice to meet you. Goodbye," George said to Satches with a smile. Satches, who had just woken up from the illusion, no longer had any memory of what happened just now. "Goodbye, sir." Then he got in the car and left. George looked at the car going away, smiled, and disappeared in the parking lot. At SYNOPSIS Bigfoot Gang headquarters, George appeared in SYNOPSIS training room. "Who are you?" SYNOPSIS, who had sensed someone coming from his meditation, opened his eyes and asked. "That's not important. I'll ask you first," George said, looking at SYNOPSIS, who was much taller than a normal foot basin chicken. 5 minutes later, George had already got the answer he wanted, but the thing had not yet fallen into his hands. But George did not come in vain. Seeing a set of shining armor placed in the corner, George directly put it into the space. Although George did not need this kind of armor, taking it away would reduce the difficulty of the little turtles in the dungeon a little, just as an advance payment. Before leaving, George also left a small gift in SYNOPSIS' mind. New York, Baxter Stockman's laboratory. The man in front of George, who graduated from MIT at the age of 15 and has 134 patented technologies, is actually the chief scientist of TCRI and is also SYNOPSIS' subordinate. If this is told to others, no one would believe it. This time, George did not make a wasted trip. He easily obtained the accessories of the teleportation device from Baxter Stockman. George directly turned this genius into an idiot and then left the laboratory. In the original plot, Dr. Baxter Stockman not only helped SYNOPSIS escape from prison, but also helped him extract the mutagen. A wild boar and a rhino monster were transformed, and these 2 guys caused a lot of trouble for the little turtles. George remembered that the time-space teleporter consisted of 3 parts. One part was later used by SYNOPSIS to escape from the police, which was the part George had just obtained. Another part was placed in a New York museum, and the other part fell in the tropical rainforest of Brazil. The 3 parts can be combined into a time-space teleporter to open the time-space entrance. It can teleport the War Machine technology fortress to the location of the time-space teleporter. The alien creature Lange was going to use SYNOPSIS to open the time-space entrance to achieve its goal of ruling the Earth. Coincidentally, George just happened to be interested in Lange's War Machine technology fortress. Thank you for your support, fellow book friends. Thank you. Please vote, recommend, and collect. Chapter 149 Technological Fortress. Lange, who was staying at an unknown distance of light years from the Earth, was studying his collection. These were the spoils that Lange had obtained from planets during his space travels. Although some of them had lost their lives, they were all toys that Lange used to pass his free time. At this time, a wave of space waves came, and Lange, who was controlling the robot to dissect the toys, immediately became excited. Here it comes, here it comes. I thought I would have to wait for a long time, but I didn't expect someone to start the transmission device so soon, Lange said excitedly, waving his slimy tentacles. At this time, the technological fortress as big as a small town began to disintegrate, and the modular metal components began to be sucked into a huge circular vortex. Ha! It started. Earth, here I come. Hurry up and put me in, you idiot. Lange controlled the robot and said. At this time, on the back of the moon, an extremely huge vortex began to form. The energy began to gather more and more, until a shockwave spread outward from the center of the vortex, and the energy vortex disappeared immediately. However, in the middle of the vortex, a crack emitting blue light appeared in the space. It turned out that after George obtained the first component, he quickly collected the other two parts of the space-time teleporter. In order not to cause unnecessary panic, George deliberately came to the back of the moon, assembled and turned on the space-time teleporter. After the assembly was completed, blue arcs began to flash on the space-time teleporter, and then an invisible energy column shot up into the sky, and finally formed a huge vortex in the sky. George saw pieces of metal objects of different sizes being teleported out from the space crack. They began to dock in the air, and formed different parts of the war technology fortress. Soon the entire war technology fortress had a rough outline, and the key base part had been spliced. In the blink of an eye, a tall robot appeared on the base platform of the war technology fortress, and then a creature like a brain, covered with mucus, and with tentacles, drilled out from the abdomen of the robot. Commander Lang. Another figure appeared on the platform. The person who came was George. As the main components of the war technology fortress had been assembled, it was no problem to speak normally in the fortress. It was you who opened the space door. Not bad. The power of the mind is not weak. Lang said with satisfaction. You should know that in addition to being a scientist, Lang also has good psychic abilities. In the original plot, it can easily detect the villain Sknida's thoughts. Unfortunately, this time it met a person with stronger psychic abilities, so its psychic skills lost their effect in front of George, and it could not perceive George's thoughts at all. George was curious that Lange actually spoke English. George guessed that Lange had observed the position of the Earth a long time ago, and had a certain understanding of the culture on Earth. George looked at Lange in front of him, and thought that Michelangelo described this guy as chewed gum, which was quite appropriate. According to George's understanding, there are several versions of Lange's origin. But no matter which version, Lange is an out-and-out villain, and this has not changed. If you were not there, would this war machine continue to be assembled? George asked curiously. Of course, this is the product of all my knowledge. Unfortunately, I don't have time to introduce them to you one by one, otherwise you will definitely admire my genius design. Lange boasted proudly. In fact, when Lange was talking, George had already noticed that the mechanism, where he was standing, had begun to open. And just as Lange finished speaking, a white refrigerant sprayed out from inside, which could instantly freeze any organic life into popsicles. When the white mist dissipated, Lange did not see the frozen George at the same place as before. Huh? Are you looking for me? George said behind the robot. Lange also reacted quickly. The robot's body rotated directly from the waist, and its two arms were used as two sledgehammers to swing towards George. George took a half step back, and was directly out of the coverage of the robot's fist. The robot also took a half step back. At the same time, a white circular arc lit up on the robot's chest. Be careful, Earthlings, the game has begun. Lange laughed. Bang, a half-meter long transmitter appeared at the position where the arc had just lit up. This is a refitting function of this measure. All minor injuries of broken hands and feet can be directly repaired by the robot by replacing parts. BIU. BIU. Two energy bombs hit the barrier in front of George, but they were directly absorbed by the barrier and did not cause any damage. Well, if you are only this good, let's send the test here, George said. At this time, the entire fortress had been assembled, and there was no need to drag it on. As George finished speaking, Lange's eyes gradually became dull. There was no one else around, and George was too lazy to even snap his fingers. When the last piece of the war technology fortress was assembled, the entire fortress appeared in front of George. This war machine technology fortress is almost as big as a small town. This technological space makes people feel shocked. George waved his hand to put the entire war fortress into the chaotic space, and then he showed a satisfied smile. As for Lange, he was directly destroyed by George. George returned to New York and just caught up with the drama of the four little turtles fighting Sknida. The two sides fought on the rooftop of the Satch's industrial building. Since Sknida's metal armor was taken away by George, he is now wearing only a set of leather armor. In terms of equipment, the two sides are not much different. So the fight between the two sides is more interesting, and there will be no unilateral crushing in the original plot. However, two fists cannot beat four hands, not to mention that the other side has 8 hands. And finally Sknida was subdued by four little turtles. Just as the little turtles were speaking, George activated his speed force and quickly drew a tube of blood from each of their bodies. Hey, guys, has the effect of the medicine worn off? Why do I feel that the weakness from having my blood drawn has returned? Yes, me too. It seems that we need a super large pizza to replenish our nutrition. After taking a look at the 4 Ninja Turtles sitting on Sknida, George turned around and left this world. A month later, George stood in the laboratory of the castle, looking at a bracelet in his hand. As George touched the surface of the ring, a communication interface was projected directly. Turning off the projection, George touched a position on the bracelet again, and a vortex appeared above George's head. A suction force came, and then a bright light flashed, and George appeared on the platform of the technological fortress. This was made by George, and prepared to be equipped to his men in the future. With this bracelet, George can instantly reach every place at any time, and catch the opponent off guard. Next to the Nemesis space station, the War Technology Fortress was docked here. Wiki, how is the construction of the large teleporter going? George asked the Heir. As George finished speaking, a laser projection rose from the ground, and a beautiful woman in a housekeeper's uniform appeared on the projection. Master, the large teleporter will take another half a year to build, but if you want to teleport a fast attack ship as a whole, according to calculations, it will take 1 week for the energy core to be refilled after each transmission. Wiki reported. Can only 1 warship be teleported at a time, and only once a week? Yes, Master. Unless multiple teleporters are built at the same time, it will not meet your requirements. Forget it, just build one. Anyway, it will only be used to transport personnel in the future. George said. The teleporter on the War Technology Fortress is okay for transporting a few people, but it is not realistic to want to carry out large-scale teleportation, because the venue is too small. Therefore, after George came back, he asked Wiki to reverse crack the technology contained in the War Technology Fortress. If it can't be cracked, George will do it himself. Once the time rewind is activated, everything can be clearly understood. There is also a place for frozen creatures inside the War Technology Fortress, which was originally used as Lange's toy warehouse. However, the alien creatures captured by Lange were directly destroyed by George. George was not interested in distinguishing whether these aliens were good or bad. George could not bring them to the Marvel world, nor could he casually abandon them on the Earth in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles plane. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. If George left them there, who knows how much trouble they would cause. Back on Earth, the gene mutation potion and the blood of the Ninja Turtles were left to Dr. Erskine, asking him to study slowly. Although ordinary strengthening reagents have no effect on George, it does not prevent him from continuing his research in this area. If George can't use it, there will always be someone who can use it. Compared with Earth, the ancient star is still too deserted. The time has come to 1966, and George has been living a relatively leisurely life during this period. In addition to regular meditation, to polish energy every day, he would go out with Alice, to watch movies and go shopping. So far, George still maintains the habit of copying a movie every year, and letting his own film and television company shoot it, not for any other simple love. Leisurely time always passes quickly, until this morning, George pulled out a telescopic spear from the stars in space, and George was ready to end his leisurely life. George is accumulating energy very quickly now, so he spends a small amount of energy every week to explore unknown stars. But not every plane is worth George spending a lot of energy to exchange. Therefore, George will spend an energy point every time to explore unknown planes, and then confirm which plane it is through the items obtained. If it is worth exploring, and what he needs, he will go to explore it, and if it has no potential, or is not very useful to him, he will just let it go. The planes that were explored before were discovered in this way, and what he got today is the equipment from the Iron Blood Warrior. Although this plane is not the plane that George hopes for, he can get what he wants by spending a little more time. Plane, Predator 2018. The story background takes place in modern society. A spaceship crashed into the Earth. Quinn McKenna, a sniper who was performing a military mission, happened to encounter aliens and had a fierce battle. He escaped by chance and picked up the aliens' equipment and sent it back home to use it for other purposes. Legend has it that this alien called the Predator has visited the Earth several times and used various cruel means to hunt humans. This time, Quinn's son Rory accidentally triggered the mechanism after receiving the package, which attracted a more powerful ultimate predator to the Earth. But it was a group of problem soldiers and a biological scientist Kathy Black who wanted to stop him from killing. Things are far from as simple as they thought. Or three-way hunting war between the Iron Blood, the ultimate Iron Blood and humans officially started. George knew that this plane also had different branches, just like different timelines. Before entering, George didn't know which timeline he was about to enter. After a brief explanation to Alice, George left the Earth and returned to the ancient star. Alice has long been accustomed to George's frequent disappearance for a while. George came to the ancient star and began to prepare the materials for this crossing. In order to face all possible situations, the materials must be prepared in sufficient quantities. First, he brought 1,000 predator mechas and prepared sufficient ammunition, then the artificial intelligence star network, and then George came to the Nemesis space station to collect a fast attack ship. After reviewing the plot in his mind, George began to prepare for this crossing. A strong light flashed, and George had disappeared from the space station. Predator plane, the United States, New York. George has been in this world for 3 days, and the plot took place shortly before Halloween. But now it is obviously a long time before Halloween on October 30th. George first asked the Star Network to hack into the network to check if there were any meteor falls recently, but he found nothing. However, in this world, information about the existence of predators was found on the network of an official department in the United States. There were incidents of predators visiting the Earth in 1987 and 1997, and according to official investigations, the frequency of their visits is also increasing. Predators are an alien race. They are stronger than humans, and their facial organs are surprisingly ugly. They always carry a bunch of very advanced hunting weapons. They like to skin the bodies after killing the prey, and also process the skulls of the prey into handicrafts and collect them as trophies. The predators have their own values. They are a very noble life and a very special race. After walking out of the cave and entering the Bronze Age, they still maintain the primitive values established in the Wild Era, and have maintained them until the era when they can drive space shuttles to travel in the universe. The predators have the same desire to kill as wild beasts, but they have a different nature. They have a complete social system similar to the Imperial Society. They regard killing as an honor. They wander in the universe all day long. Any planet with life is their goal. The predators have a strong sense of collective honor and regard killing their own kind as a shame. They will not slaughter unarmed opponents and pregnant prey. The predators have strong technology and are good at multi-perspective observation and self-concealment. Their eyes can receive infrared signals and can find the location of prey even in the dark night. They are equipped with very advanced stealth devices and can kill the enemy invisibly. However, water can completely eliminate their stealth. There are also different tribes of predators. This plane is a story based on different predators. Although the predator tribe also has a very high level of technology, it is not George's ultimate goal. If George wants to get what he wants, he must get the cosmic star map on the predator spaceship, and this is just the beginning. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Please vote, recommend, and collect. Chapter 150 Hunting Planet. Master, a spaceship has been scanned entering the atmosphere. Stonit reported. Can you track the signal? George asked. No, the other spaceship has turned on the cloaking device. It was on the radar 1 second and disappeared the next second. Stonit replied. Leave it to me. George smiled. In a forest not far from the border between Mexico and the United States, a spaceship was tilted there. George stood next to the spaceship and found that there was no trace of the Iron Blood warrior here. He put the entire spaceship into the space and released the induction again. Soon a small single-person airship appeared in George's perception, and the next second George appeared directly on the top of the spaceship. George raised his pistol and destroyed the propeller of the airship with 2 shots. Thick black smoke began to emerge from the tail of the small airship, and then it rolled in the air and fell into a forest in front. A few minutes later, the door of the cabin opened, and a 2-meter tall Iron Blood warrior stumbled out of the cockpit. It seemed that the accident just now caused him a lot of damage, and obvious green blood could be seen flowing from his thigh. George didn't waste any words. He raised his rhino pistol and fired. With George's reaction ability, the Iron Warrior couldn't dodge at all. Bang, 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 bang. 5 bullets were all poured into the head of the Iron Warrior in 1 second. The ugly face instantly exploded like a watermelon. George walked forward, without looking at the Iron Warrior who was leaning to the side, but directly took away the small airship and the equipment on the Iron Warrior. In George's perception, 3 soldiers were lurking here at this time. That should be the special operations team sent to perform the rescue mission. They were attracted by the movement here, but George's behavior just now saved their lives. In the original plot, except for the team leader McKenna who survived, the other 2 team members were hunted by the Iron Warrior and died miserably. Without meeting the 3-person team, George left here directly. However, George did not deal with the body of the Iron Warrior before leaving, which was no longer of any use to George. In the desert of New Mexico, a marching tent brought from the Starship Troopers plane was set up at the edge of an oasis in the desert. In the tent, the helmet of the Predator was connected to a portable computer, and the data on the computer was constantly refreshing the screen. Ding master, the data has been parsed, and the language mode can be switched directly now. Very good, turn on the signal generator. George ordered. Okay, master. Stonit replied. A few minutes ago, after obtaining the Predator's equipment, George came to this desert, waiting for the pursuit of the ultimate Predator. In fact, the whole thing is very simple. Because the Earth began to warm up, the Iron Blood planet took a fancy to the Earth, and prepared to occupy this planet as its new home. The Iron Blood planet was divided into 2 factions, one of which was the Occupation faction represented by the Ultimate Iron Blood, and the other faction was the Iron Blood clan, who did not want to lose the high quality prey of humans, that is, the opposition. In order to prevent the Occupation faction from exterminating humans, the opposition stole a key item and then fled to the Earth, ready to provide some help to humans. This behavior attracted the pursuit of the ultimate Predator, and that key item is now well preserved in the Predator's spaceship. George took out the cryostat from the spaceship. After releasing the Predator, George found that the Predator had set up the automatic defense function in advance. Once the spaceship exploded, the cryostat would be automatically ejected. It seems that this Predator is really here to give benefits, but in George's opinion, it is like throwing a few bones into the hunting ground. It is just to keep the hunting ground of the Earth, and facilitate them to continue hunting next time, so George has no psychological burden for killing the previous Predator. A day later, the Star Network reminded again that a new UFO was found to enter the atmosphere. Letting go of the perception, George felt that the spaceship was flying towards him. Although the other party turned on the cloaking device, it did not work in George's eyes. A grey spaceship slowly appeared in front of George, and then the door opened, and a 3-meter tall Ultimate Predator walked down the spaceship. According to the data in the helmet of the previous Predator, this Ultimate Predator is a biological weapon created by the Super Predator using genetic engineering. He is over 3 meters tall, stronger and more agile than ordinary Iron Blood warriors, and his skin has evolved into a hard exoskeleton, which is particularly resistant to blows. It can be said that they are born to kill. The Ultimate Iron Blood warrior who just came down was about to say something, and George in front of him disappeared in the next second. Countless energy chains emerged from the ground, and in an instant, the Ultimate Iron Blood warrior was trapped tightly. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the shackles of the chains. George took out a modified firearm and shot the Ultimate Iron Blood directly. The bullet broke apart the moment it touched the Ultimate Iron Blood, and white freezing gas spread out. The 3-meter tall Ultimate Iron Blood was also frozen into a big popsicle. George put the Ultimate Iron Blood into the freezer, and put it into space. Since the Star Network had previously deciphered the operating system of the Iron Blood Empire, this complete Ultimate Iron Blood vehicle was quickly occupied by George. Clear the traces left by himself, take out the fast attack ship he brought from the space, and order the Star Network to start the spacecraft and leave here. George's spacecraft is parked here in the far orbit of the Earth. Starnet, send this part of the information to that country. George said to Starnet, after selecting some technical packages on the main control platform. Okay, sir. Has the star map been copied? George asked again. The star map has been copied to this spaceship. Do you want to set a target? George opened the star map and clicked on a hunting star marked in the star map. Instantly, information about this planet appeared in front of George. Sure enough, it's here. George smiled. Stun it. Set the flight target Y1101 planet. George ordered. Yes, sir. Set the target Y1101 planet, and the flight time is expected to be 1 month. The spaceship started, and George looked back at the Earth. That was getting farther and farther away. He thought that he could only help here. George just sent a lot of super technologies to the Dragon Country on this Earth. There are technologies that can help solve the problem of increasing warming, as well as technologies for interstellar battleships. As for how it will develop in the future, that is not something George cares about. George sat in the control room, playing with a nano device in his hand. This equipment is what George got from the freezing chamber of a former Iron Blood warrior, which is the anti-ultimate Iron Blood warrior equipment he wants to give to humans, to deal with the occupying Iron Blood clan. After George's analysis, this nano equipment not only contains mechanical technology but also biotechnology. According to George's research, ordinary Iron Blood warrior equipment already has brainwave control technology, which also proves from the side that the technology of the Iron Blood Empire is already quite advanced. However, in other timelines, the person frozen in this freezing chamber is indeed a human woman, but George hopes that it is, so that George doesn't have to make another trip. George also likes this nano equipment very much. Next, he will study the technology in it during the time he is sailing on the spacecraft. A month later, the spacecraft in the Y1101 planet is slowly descending. George put away a bracelet on the experimental table and came to the control room and found that a large number of pyramids were built on the surface of this planet. 3 minutes later, George stood in front of a pyramid, waved his hand to release dozens of mechas, and then gently clicked the bracelet on his wrist. The nanorobots in the bracelet quickly wrapped around George's whole body like flowing water, forming a set of fully enclosed black armor. George did not make many changes to the appearance of the entire armor, but just removed all the braids on his head. When he has time, George plans to design the mechas in the 2 previous life games, which are really handsome. As George began to walk into the pyramid, some of the pyramid's mechanisms began to slowly start. George, who was equivalent to opening the entire map, led the mecha troops to start walking deep into the pyramid. When they reached a crossroads, figures began to flash around them one by one. Here we go. The various iron cannons on his body aimed instantly. Although the monsters in the dark moved quickly, in George's eyes they were just lambs to be slaughtered. After casually experimenting with the mecha on his body, George took back the weapon system of the mecha and began to control the surrounding predator mechas to slaughter the surrounding prey. A black monster fell from the hole at the top, but George, who was discovered in advance, controlled 4 mechas to focus fire and then fell in front of George with a snap. This monster has a streamlined head and a black carapace all over its body. Ordinary pistol bullets cannot penetrate its defense at all. It is George's target of this trip and the nemesis of the Iron Warrior, the alien. It can be said that the alien is a very perfect creature. It can parasitize various organisms, even evolve a self-reproduction system, and inherit some excellent genes of the host after birth. So the alien is a species that can continue to evolve. It is agile and very hidden. It appears and disappears mysteriously, and peeks at its prey in the shadows. Perfect structure, powerful strength, secretive whereabouts. It is a perfect demon, a killer that makes people desperate, and a suffocating nightmare. However, the environment here limits the performance of these aliens, and because of George's existence, it has become an unfair game. As George continued to clean up and advance, George could already hear the roar of the queen of the heterosexual deep underground. As the cleaning speed increased, George soon came to the front of the queen of the alien under the escort of the mecha. Aliens are a matriarchal society. In the matriarchal society, the alien queen has the supreme status and the ability to command and control other aliens. The alien queen in front of George is the largest and heaviest alien, about 4.5 meters tall, and its body structure is different from other aliens. Its head is obviously different. There is a fan-shaped helmet-like substance behind the huge head, and the head can also be retracted into the helmet, which can effectively protect the head. Moreover, the huge head makes it impossible for the queen to stand upright like other aliens. At this time, it is standing like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Moreover, this alien queen has a pair of limbs near the sides of the neck, but at this time, each limb is trapped by a thick chain. There is also a huge ovipositor growing at the back of its body. George knows that its fertility is quite amazing, and it can lay hundreds of eggs each time. George began to control the mecha to eliminate the facehugger eggs on the ground. During this period, facehuggers hatched from the eggs and wanted to launch an attack. Unfortunately, before jumping over the range of the mecha, it was smashed to pieces by guns. The alien queen on the side also let out a shrill roar. The acidic blood flowing from her limbs, while struggling to break free, continued to corrode the chains that trapped her. After all the eggs were destroyed, George controlled the mecha to find a relatively intact corpse from the facehugger, and then put it into the freezer for freezing. After completing his work, George took some body tissue from the alien queen as a sample, and then withdrew from the pyramid amid the alien queen's constant roar. George did not wait for other Iron Blood warriors to appear until he put everything, including the fast attack ship, into the chaotic space. In order to prevent the appearance of a large number of Iron Blood warriors, George specially brought so many mechas, but it seems that they will not be used this time. The next second, George disappeared at the top of the pyramid. After George returned to the ancient star, he began to speed up the transformation of the second satellite on the one hand, and began to carry out cloning and breeding work on the other hand. Half a month later, the facehugger was first cultivated. George looked at the Zerg queen on the other side, who was as big as a puppy, and couldn't help showing an expectant look. From the moment the facehugger was successfully cloned, George had imprinted it in his mind, thus ensuring its loyalty. George released the frozen ultimate predator from the freezer, and then the facehugger completed the parasitism under George's control. After the facehugger's body fell off the face of the ultimate predator, George transferred the predator lying on the experimental table to the laboratory, prepared in advance by the number 2 satellite. Under George's induction, an alien larva absorbed the nutrients of the ultimate predator and evolved rapidly. A day later, the chest of the ultimate predator began to swell violently. Then with a puff, the chest of the predator broke open from the inside, and the 4 cleft mouth pits were like an evil flower, blooming in a piercing hiss. The alien that emerged from the predator's body grew and developed rapidly. Its appearance was very special. The main part of its body was more like a predator, and its tail vertebrae were like a meteor hammer covered with steel thorns. Its mouth pits were also very special, which showed that it had many iron genes. Its most peculiar appearance was the ring-shaped hair-like synapses, which were similar to the hair of the predator. Quiet, George ordered through his mental power. Receiving George's order, the newly born iron-blooded alien immediately quieted down. It slowly approached George, crawled at George's feet, and kept touching George's hand with its armor-like head. George sensed the mark in the mind of the newly born iron-blooded alien, and found it very strong. George was still not at ease, and left a master recognition contract in the alien's mind. Okay, from now on you will be called Pandora, and you will become the nightmare of the enemy. George patted Pandora's head and said. Then, George took out the 2 iron-blooded hounds that he had found in the iron-blooded warrior spaceship from the space. Pandora roared the first time she saw the iron-blooded hounds, and then, with George's tacit consent, she directly pounced on the hounds and injected the eggs. George waited by the side until all the aliens in the 2 hounds were hatched. After finding that the newly born aliens could also be controlled by him, he was satisfied to let Pandora and the 6 aliens leave the laboratory and find a place to build a nest. However, George ordered Pandora not to expand the population. In fact, there are no parasitic creatures on satellite number 2 to expand its population. George plans to let Pandora try to parasitize the Zerg after the Zerg Queen is cloned to see if he can breed more outstanding alien creatures. Now George has 3 armed forces. One is a super soldier force mainly composed of humans, and the other is a robot force. In addition, the alien Zerg force is about to be formed. In the future, George is not worried about facing more low-level combat forces. But before that, George has to consider finding some food for his biological troops. Otherwise, it is obviously unrealistic for George to feed them by himself, and the planet is indeed too deserted. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend, and collect. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.